Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1626 Freeloader. Much of human space became enraptured by the opportunities opened by the invasion of the Red Ocean. Some dreamt of starting a new empire away from all of the established powers of the Milky Way. With the presence of the old and entrenched first-rate states constrained in the new galaxy, this was a golden opportunity for any galactic pioneer to found a state that could one day match their might. Others became obsessed with the limitless potential of phase water. The myriad of applications it enabled sent many scientists, engineers, shipwrights, and mech designers into a rapture. Using phase water to build mini-drives and beyonder gates only scratched the surface of this high-grade exotic. Many ambitious researchers already plotted taking advantage of phase water's dimensional properties to invent even more fantastic devices. Most people weren't as ambitious, though. The advent of FTL-capable mechs and beyonder gates signified that the demand of phase water would always be high. To profiteers, high demand always correlated to high prices. Though phase water was purportedly more abundant in the Red Ocean, this was only relative to its scarcity in the Milky Way. It was still absolutely rare in the new galaxy. As long as a pioneer found a deposit of phase water, they could potentially become richer than first-rate business magnates. The insane wealth that seemed to be ripe for the picking attracted many ambitious people throughout the galaxy. Unfortunately, the requirements to obtain a beyonder ticket and become a galactic pioneer was simply too harsh. Even if up to 10 people could pool their merits together to redeem a fleet beyonder ticket, it was hardly possible for anyone to earn more than 1,000,000 merits in their lifetime, let alone 100. The prohibitive amount of contributions required to earn merits crushed the dreams of many hopeful people. Those who already enjoyed a comfortable amount of success in the old order saw little appeal in sacrificing so much wealth and resources to embark on a risky venture. In the end, only a small number of people who already possessed the capital to explore and colonize the Red Ocean redeemed beyonder tickets. Many of their compatriots refrained from making any moves. In the Komodo star sector, the invasion of the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy hardly affected the existing trends. The Sandmen cared nothing about humanity's movements. States such as the Ovane Protectorate, Bright Republic, and Vesia Kingdom were far too hard-pressed to care about developments that were far beyond their reach. In the center of the star sector, the Friday men and Hexers still fought as vigorously against each other as ever. Just as Gloriana predicted, the two sides became more determined than ever to overrun the other side. For these reasons, the hype surrounding phase water and the Red Ocean quickly faded among the people of the Komodo star sector. They had to deal with the existing problems first before looking ahead to the future. Ves and Gloriana both knew that trying to accumulate 100 million merits within a decade was not very realistic. They did not give up, though, and became determined to earn as many merits as possible. As Ves woke up the next day, he petted Lucky, who was resting on his chest. "What am I, your personal throne or something?" "Meow. Why are you here anyway?" Lucky pushed out a lustrous pink heart-shaped gem with his paw. Ves curiously picked it up and studied it with his system vision. Maiden's affection. The desire of an ancient maiden is locked within this gem. Increases the attraction of a mech by 40% to females. What the hell? Ves wanted to puke out blood when he read its description. What a useless attribute! Even if the maiden's affection boosted an aspect by a whopping 40%, why did it increase something as useless as attraction to females? "You damn cat!" He angrily grabbed Lucky's body and lifted him in front of his face. "What has Gloriana been feeding you these days? Can't you exert more control over your own crap?" "Meow!" Lucky instantly turned intangible and drilled through the bed and floor. Though Ves could have stopped his cat, he didn't bother. He only wanted to show his displeasure so that Lucky would work harder in forming useful gems. As for the maiden's affection, he eyed it for a moment before shrugging. Any gem is useful. Ever since Gloriana came to live with him, she frequently spoiled his cat. However, Lucky's improved diet did not seem to increase Lucky's gem production very much. Ves had no idea where all of the exotics went, but his cat only seemed to produce a gem whenever he liked. Greedy bastard, Ves grumbled. He had no choice but to cherish the few gems he received. Ever since he successfully upgraded the only copy of the Devil Tiger into a masterwork mech, Ves regarded them as strategic resources. Each potent gem represented an opportunity to cheat his way into building another masterwork mech. Sadly, it's not that easy to build another masterwork mech, he sighed. Though he hadn't fabricated a lot of mechs lately, he intuitively felt that fabricating regular mechs didn't cut it. A masterwork not only demanded flawless construction, but also deep meaning. Ves and Gloriana might be able to control the former, but not the latter. It was not as simple as inducing strong emotions in themselves. If that were so, they could simply drug themselves with stimulants to push their moods to extremes. There are many secrets behind masterwork mechs, Ves muttered as he yawned and rose from his bed. The silky fresh bedsheets slithered from his augmented body. Gloriana's influence had even spread into the sanctum of his bedroom, causing his bed and the interior to fit a grand and palatial theme. Waking up with so much luxury in his presence made him feel like a king. Ves did not care too much about these vain and excessive luxuries. He knew he had to keep a firm and disciplined mind in order for him to push himself into working hard. No matter what kind of success he enjoyed right now, it was far from enough. He needed to become much more powerful to fulfill all of his goals in life. Right now, I'm nowhere close to fulfilling any of my grand ambitions. In his eyes, becoming a journeyman was no big deal. He lacked the capital to be arrogant. The less time he wasted on useless luxuries, the better. Once Ves dressed and freshened himself up, he descended to the dining room where Gloriana was already in the process of feeding Lucky an exotic. Hi! You're so cute! Meow! Lucky blissfully crunched the mineral with his teeth and rubbed his body against his hand. Ves frowned. Don't spoil him too much. He's profiting way too much in relation to the benefit we get in return. Pets aren't workers, Ves. They're companions. They deserve to be spoiled. Lucky swung his tail at Ves. Meow! Ves gave up and sat down at the dining table in order to eat his breakfast. The combination of excellent ingredients and sublime cooking made every meal a delight to him. Due to his metabolism, the chefs had taken to cooking large and hearty meals. Croissants, sausages, sandwiches, and more disappeared down his throat at a pace that discomfited Gloriana. As opposed to Ves, Gloriana's diet consisted of fruit parfaits and light toast. Nonetheless, Gloriana had no choice but to tolerate the disharmony in their meals due to their distinctly different dietary requirements. Ves possessed a much stronger body due to his Jutland organ and other body augmentations, but it took a lot of energy and nutrition to sustain his health. While Dr. Lupo hadn't managed to decipher the most important secrets behind V's physique, figuring out something as basic as this was not too difficult. Fortunately, Ves could still survive if he was forced to reduce his calorie intake. One of Lupo's minor discoveries was that Ves would simply draw his energy from other sources if he couldn't get it through digesting food. The only problem was that the alternate source of energy came from the Jutland organ. Both of them were very apprehensive towards this alien organ, so to be safe, Lupo decided that it was best if Ves became less dependent on this abnormal organ that had enveloped his heart. Once the pair finished their breakfast, they traveled to the mech nursery where they both headed down to the design lab. Kedis and the Tovar mech designers had already arrived beforehand and greeted the two journeymen with respect. Ves clapped his hand. "All right, now that we have a day to process yesterday's announcements, it's time to get back to work. None of us are able to afford passage to the Red Ocean, so let's just forget about all of that big stuff and get back to the Sand War." "The latest mech generation is here," Kedis chirped with excitement. "Are we going to design a new generation mech right away?" "Very likely, though I'm still awaiting the necessary licenses." Ves turned to Miles Tovar. "I made a deal with Professor Ventag and the Tovars a while ago concerning the licenses. Have you been informed of this arrangement?" He knew that Miles was in regular contact with the Tovars. Though Miles didn't speak with Senator Tovar directly, he regularly reported to Alistair Cordraith. Miles nodded. "The MTA has just made the licenses available today. The BV alliance set up by the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom is still in the process of applying for the group licenses. With how efficient the MTA moves, we believe it won't take long for the BV alliance to secure the group licenses. Once that happens, the holding company will immediately hand out sub-licenses to any eligible Brighter and Vision mech designer. You are definitely on that list." That was a relief to Ves. Though the LMC was not short on money these days, it still cost a very hefty amount of money to license the new generation components released by the MTA. The heartless organization always jacked up the license fees because mech designers had no alternative at the start of every mech generation. Therefore, Ves did not mind making use of the sub-licenses provided by the BV Alliance despite putting himself at its mercy. If his relationship with the Bright Republic ever went sour, the BV Alliance could easily revoke his sub-licenses, thereby making any mechs he designed using the licensed components illegal. The only way to resolve such an issue was to license the same components again. To Ves, that was not a big deal. The new generation component designs offered by the MTA were only relevant for a year or two at most. After that, many component developers would have published their own designs by then at far more affordable price levels. "The key right now is to make the best use of our time," he spoke. "The only issue is that I have already accepted a commission to design a custom mech beforehand." Miles frowned at that. Every new mech generation triggers a soft reset of the mech market. Every mech designed before the transition has turned into a last-gen mech. If I was still an independent, I would pounce on this opportunity to design a mass-market mech in order to capture as much market share as possible. This kind of opportunity happens only once every 30 years. "I know that, Miles, but promises are promises. The commission is vitally important and will definitely affect the future of the Bright Republic. We can't afford to neglect it in favor of enriching ourselves. We'll just have to work on the commission alongside our commercial mech design project. While that will inevitably delay the completion of both projects, it's still in an acceptable range." "What's our time frame?" "I want to complete both designs within 2 months." 2 months? If that includes the prototype testing phase, that means our time will be very tight. Don't forget that we have to adjust to new and upgraded tech and components. "I believe we can do it," Ves stated with confidence. "No matter how many changes the new mech generation has introduced, a mech engine is still a mech engine and a power reactor is still a power reactor. As long as we know what we are doing, the new changes won't affect our productivity too much." In truth, it took quite a lot of time and exploration for mech designers to get used to the new mech generation. Ves hadn't even studied the new generation components in detail. Whether he and his design team could really complete 2 new generation mech designs within 2 months remained to be seen. Chapter 1627 Battlefield Mismatch. While Ves hadn't studied the new generation components in detail, he already skimmed over the details. Together with Counselor Veyron's introductions, this was enough for him to gain an overall impression of what he could do with the new generation technology. As you all know, one of the main highlights of the new generation in the case of third-class mechs is the substantial improvement in laser weapons. Everyone at the design lab nodded. Sadly, it's not feasible to design a laser-armed mech at the moment. It's also pointless to design a melee mech unless we want to cater to a distant market. In the current state of the Sand War, every mech designer from a state under attack had to contribute to the war effort. If they couldn't design a viable mech, then they should at least assist other mech designers into doing so. Ves would ruin his reputation if he ignored this obligation. The higher his reputation, the more he had to according to a fixed pattern of behavior. While Ves missed the freedom he enjoyed earlier, he gained more than he lost from building up his reputation. Every notable figure had no choice but to accept the price that came with becoming more renowned. "What mech do you intend to design next?" Miles Tovar asked. "A marksman mech." The answer surprised everyone except Gloriana. To be fair, there weren't many viable mech types to choose from. The Sand War outright negated the combat effectiveness of so many types of mechs that everyone was starting to get sick with designing rifleman mechs. "Will a marksman mech even catch on in the market?" "I've studied the mech market, and I believe that demand for a precision mech is increasing. The most prevalent rifleman mechs on the market are armed with ballistic weapons," Ves explained. "Even the vaunted new Sandbreaker weapon system is a ballistic rifle. The only thing that is special about it is that it is based around specialized rounds that are significantly more effective against the Sandmen." Everyone nodded. "Think about it. What are the strengths and weaknesses of ballistic rifles?" Since Ves turned this into a teaching moment, Gloriana stayed silent. Before Miles could speak up, his cousin Ves Tovar answered first. "I've assisted in several ranged mech design projects before," she said. "Ballistic weapons are by far the cheapest and simplest weapon that ranged mechs can wield. They're low-tech, low-maintenance, and very easy to mass-produce. Their ability to fire any round that matches its caliber and specifications mean that they're also very versatile. The development of Sandbreaker rounds is a good example of how the same tech can be expressed in different ways." Ves smiled at the answer. Though he admittedly paid much more attention to Miles, that did not mean that the other Tovar mech designers were useless. While he still figured that only Miles had the potential to become a journeyman, he made sure not to neglect the rest. "Vela is right. Ballistic rifles and ballistic rounds are not the most effective ranged weapon systems that we have at our disposal. It's just that it's the most economical we have on hand. This is a very valuable property in the Sand War because the Sandmen come in such overwhelming numbers that our state will go bankrupt if we employ more expensive weapons. There's many downsides to ballistic weapons, though," she continued. "Their low-tech nature means that they become less efficient at higher budgets. The rifles themselves are still rather cheap, but the cost of producing more potent ammunition goes up enormously because it's necessary to lace them with low-grade exotics. Therefore, it's possible to produce rounds that can smash the Sandmen apart, but the expenditure is so high that it's not sustainable." The economic and logistical considerations surrounding high-quality ballistic rounds meant that they only fared well when used during important battles. Unless the situation called for it, most mech forces tended to keep their expensive rounds in reserve. Naturally, this only applied to well-funded outfits and military mech units. Vela proceeded with the other weakness. "The muzzle velocities of ballistic rifles are also low due to the limitations of the tech. Ordinarily, this isn't that big of a downside in land-bound combat, but in space the battles take place at much larger ranges. When it takes 4 or 5 seconds for a fired projectile to reach its destination, the target has plenty of time to dodge. Early on in the Sand War, our defensive forces only encountered basic Sandman fleets. Ves explained. The lumbering motherships and escort vessels are so big and inflexible that accuracy was not a big priority back then. As long as the spread of fire was not too excessive, mech designers preferred to pay much more attention to the ammunition capacity and cost-effectiveness of the weapons they paired with their mech designs. I designed the Desolate Soldier along the same rationale. The problem is that the Sandmen have evolved, while our mechs have stayed the same, Gloriana pointed out. There is a mismatch between the two. Even the introduction of the Sandbreaker weapon system hasn't done much to solve this issue. The swarm configuration has become increasingly more prevalent, Ves stated. It seems that the Sandman admirals are all converging on the same solution. That is, the best way to fight a mass force of mechs and starfighters is to make their Sandmen disperse into small and agile drones and pelter their enemies with weak but fast-firing lasers. Everyone here had access to the unsanitized footage and results of the battles at the front. Each of them knew that each battle against a swarm of Sandman drones ended up with a massacre on both sides. Due to the limitations of ballistic rifles, our Desolate Soldiers and other riflemen mechs have to close the distance in order to increase their hit rate. However, getting closer to the Sandmen is not a good idea, because the hit rate of their lasers increases as well, thereby resulting in much greater casualties. What Ves just stated weighed heavily on everyone involved in the war. Would the Bright Republic be able to sustain the losses? No one was sure. The existing mech models that are being employed against the Sandmen are no longer optimal, he concluded. Even the famed Dawnbreaker, with its notable resilience against heavy Sandman lasers, have become less relevant. While their notable defensive parameters still make them effective against the other Sandman configurations, their Sandbreaker weapon systems still constrain them just as much as other mechs. Then, what is the solution? Miles quietly asked. Everyone stared at each other. Ves sighed. The truth is that there is no easy solution available. Otherwise, every senior and journeyman would have published a revolutionary new mech design by now. While the current mech models aren't very optimal against the Sandmen, deploying them is better than the alternative. Then what is the point of designing another mech? Just because there isn't an easy solution does not mean there is no solution. Ves shook his head. After a lot of thinking and brainstorming, Gloriana and I have come up with a potential new mech concept that can alleviate the losses our side is suffering in the war. Everyone paid close attention to Ves as he revealed his idea. We have decided to design a marksman mech as our first new generation product. Everyone reacted with a measure of surprise. Does that mean you'll arm them with kinetic rifles? Vela guessed. Ves shook his head. Yes. In fact, our marksman mech will be armed with a powerful and accurate Gauss rifle. Gauss rifles or coil guns differ from ballistic rifles in that their muzzle velocities are much higher. This extends their effective range and makes them particularly useful in space battles. Compared to railguns, Gauss rifles are more complex but don't suffer from as much wear and tear, which makes them durable enough to last the Sand War. All of that comes with a price, Vela warned. Gauss rifles not only require strong materials, but also consume a lot of energy as well as ammunition. In terms of efficiency, ballistic rifles are much more economical. I'm well aware of the drawbacks, Miss Tovar, but my marksman mechs aren't meant to replace the Desolate Soldiers and Dawnbreakers. They're meant to complement forces that have already deployed these medium-range rifleman mechs. Is it useful, though? Miles questioned. While I can see that you intend to design long-range mechs that can accurately engage the Sandmen at much longer distances, it's still very difficult to hit a Sandman drone at such difficult conditions. If the mech pilot isn't specialized in marksmanship, then your mech is hardly useful. We know that, Miles. We plan to make our marksman mech a premium mech. It's not meant to be deployed in the same numbers as our desolate soldiers. We envision that only a small number of marksman specialists will pilot our mechs. Everyone aside from Ves and Gloriana still didn't see much point in such a mech concept. Utilizing Gauss rifles is not efficient. Vela pointed out the problem associated with the mech concept. Against small and agile Sandman drones, the firepower of a Gauss rifle discharge vastly exceeds the damage-absorbing capacity of a typical drone. Much of the firepower is wasted in that case. Against a standard or monolith configuration, each hit is able to inflict massive damage against the target. But the problem is that Gauss rifles consume so much energy and ammunition that the marksman mech will shoot itself dry while the battle is only halfway done. In other words, cheap ballistic rifleman mechs offered much better value than expensive marksman mechs. Ves grinned. You're not wrong, Vela, but I haven't told you everything yet. Let me address your points. The reason why I've opted for a Gauss rifle is to make use of its high muzzle velocity. I'm not necessarily prioritizing its damage potential. Against the swarm configuration, it's actually more useful if we shrink its caliber so that the mech can make its energy and ammunition reserves last longer. It's still wasteful to employ this mech concept against the Sandmen. There are so many drones flying around that it's better to flood the entire space with lots of rounds and hope that some of them hit. As I've said, you're not wrong, but you are missing the ultimate point of my marksman mech. How do marksman mechs and sniper mechs typically operate in human conflicts? Miles answered the question first. They're not typically part of the main battle line in space battles. Instead, they're held back until they find an opportunity to snipe an important mech. Typically, they're used to take out fragile ranged mechs or mechs piloted by officers. Even if they don't manage to destroy those mechs, just the ability to apply pressure on their targets is enough to tilt the battle in their favor. Every Sandman fleet is led by at least one Sandman admiral. Take out the admiral, and you turn a huge swathe of Sandmen into leaderless entities. In each battle where a Sandman admiral perishes early, the battle decisively tilts in our favor. Our mech concept is expressly meant to exploit this condition. Though it made a lot of sense, no one looked optimistic. Kedis shook her head. Sandman admirals are never easy to kill. Even in the swarm configuration, there are tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of drones flying around. The Sandman admiral can hide among any drone in the rear of the formation. Does the new generation offer some new advancements in sensor technology that we can use to pinpoint the Sandman admiral? Miles asked. Ves chuckled and shook his head in regret. Such a convenient solution doesn't exist as of yet. Otherwise, the entire mech community would have pounced on it already. Even if the MTA unveiled improved sensor technology, it doesn't really make a difference against the Sandmen. Then, how will your marksman mech be able to snipe the Sandman admiral without going through the entire swarm? Ves grinned and spread his arms. Intuition. Chapter 16:28 Guided Aim. The entire design team looked dazed. When Ves first revealed to them that he intended to design a marksman mech, they reacted with skepticism. The current doctrine against the Sandman basically amounted to deploying lots of mechs and starfighters to bombard the Sandmen with as many rounds as possible. Every defensive force relied on mass firepower and deploying lots of cannon fodder to resist the tide of Sandman incursions. Recently, the defensive forces added Dawnbreakers, Duskbreakers, and Novabreakers to their mech rosters. The Dawnbreaker and Novabreaker were especially effective because they could endure a lot of hits while dishing out significant damage with their Sandbreaker rifles. So far, no one managed to think of a more effective way to beat the Sandmen. The Bright Republic and the other third-rate states being hammered by the Sandmen were constrained by many limitations. However, what was impossible for other mech designers was not necessarily impossible to Ves. He just needed to think outside the box and exploit his unique advantages. While he already managed to convince Gloriana of the viability of his mech concept, that was only because his girlfriend had faith in his abilities. Trying to convince his design team was much more difficult. Though he could just skip his explanations and leave them ignorant, that would not do his project any good. To ensure that the X factor of his mech remained as coherent as possible, every person involved had to share the same vision. If each mech designer working on the project had a different idea on what the mech was supposed to be, then the spiritual foundation of the mech risked becoming too heterogeneous. While Ves could resolve most issues resulting from a lack of direction and agreement, he would have to expend too much effort to straighten the spiritual foundation of his mech design. It was much better to make his entire design team understand and adhere to his vision from the start. Right now, everyone expressed confusion at the answer that Ves had given. Against the increasingly more prevalent swarm configuration, it was far too difficult to wipe them out without suffering massive casualties. Since a Sandman Admiral played a critical commanding role to their fleets, a lot of people poured a lot of research into coming up with a way to identify their presence within a fleet. As long as a Sandman Admiral became exposed, every mech and starfighter could flood its direction with a torrent of ballistic rounds. The brightest minds and the most brilliant specialists of many states poured a lot of time and effort in this research, but so far they failed to achieve any results. Ves was very well aware of the difficulties the researchers faced. While a Sandman Admiral typically possessed a body that consisted of higher quality exotic, the problem was that their size ranged from a grain of sand to a small finger-sized pebble. Even Sigrin's true body wasn't very big to begin with. The lesser Sandman Admirals that led the charge into human space had only recently come into existence, which meant that they were predominantly just as small as any other Sandman. The lower castes of Sandmen weren't entirely uniform either. Their bodies consisted of all kinds of inorganic substances. A Sandman fleet typically incorporated countless varieties of simple sand, various metals, and low-grade exotics. Each person that pointed a sensor at a Sandman amalgamation only got a confusing mass of data in return. It was practically impossible for humans or AIs to figure out which specific particle among trillions of particles led an entire fleet. So how did Ves decide to solve this problem that confounded so many scientists and sensor specialists? Intuition, he repeated while tapping the side of his head. We humans are special. Unlike machines and bots, we are creatures of both logic, emotion, and instinct. Against a problem where conventional solutions aren't available, it's worth a try to resort to a more unconventional solution. I understand, but what is intuition? Miles asked. Intuition is instinctive understanding, Ves patiently replied. Think of it as a way to come up with the right answer or decision without relying on conscious thought or clear logic. Doesn't that make intuition no better than unfounded guesswork? Essentially, yes. The design team looked even more skeptical. So, the premise of your next mech is to rely on luck and gut feeling to score a lucky hit on a Sandman Admiral? Essentially, yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Larkinson, but I don't see how such a mech will succeed. There is no scientific basis for this mech. That's just your limited understanding of reality talking, Ves responded with a grin. The science you've learned at school only partially sheds a light on the mechanisms that govern the reality we live in. Take the glows of my mechs, for example. Have any of you managed to come up with a grounded, scientific explanation of how they work? Everyone fell silent. From what I've seen, many mech designers haven't necessarily failed because they are dull and stupid. They can be quite the bookworms. The real issue is that they adhere so rigidly to their knowledge that they aren't willing to consider ideas that fall outside their current understanding. The boldest mech designers aren't afraid of going out on a limb. While they fail most of the time, they only have to succeed once to win big. So you're basically gambling. You're partially correct, Ves admitted. Miles Tovar really couldn't accept such a vague basis for a mech concept. Have you gone mad? How is it possible for a smart and brilliant mech designer such as you to rely on something as nebulous as intuition of all things to base your new mech design upon? Neither Ves nor Gloriana took any offense of his skepticism. Both of them smiled as if nothing was wrong. We have faith that our mech design will work, Ves replied. Every Tovar looked dazed. Even Kedis reacted with doubt and confusion. Most Briters were secularists, and the Tovars were no different. They disdained superstition and didn't really believe in the concept of intuition. The way they looked at Ves suggested that they weren't sure whether Ves was still a Briter. So we're just going to waste 2 months' worth of time and effort on designing a mech that we aren't sure will succeed in the role it is supposed to fulfill. Ves laughed. I'm not that gullible, guys. I did some research before I came up with this mech concept. Perhaps this explanation is good enough for my girlfriend, but I don't take every assumption at face value. Let me show you something. He began to manipulate an interface. Soon, the projector lit up and displayed some statistics. It was a bit difficult to obtain these figures, but I managed to find a way to obtain some data from the Bright Republic and the Ilvain Protectorate. What are we supposed to look at, Mr. Larkinson? The tables displayed a lot of battle-related data. Ves pointed his finger at a specific row. Look at the average time that has passed before a combatant manages to kill a Sandman Admiral. Kedis and the Tovars each leaned forward. According to the graph, the Ilvainans are a bit luckier. They're 16 seconds faster on average. Correct. Ves grinned. Don't underestimate this 16-second difference. This is empirical proof that the Ilvainans are a bit more capable of intuitively predicting the hiding spots of Sandman admirals within their fleets. Miles frowned deeper. 16 seconds doesn't sound like a statistically significant difference. A battle typically lasts for at least half an hour. The Ilvainans also field different mechs and adopt slightly different tactics and strategies against the Sandmen. Ilvainan and Brighter mech pilots are also different in their training. There are many possible reasons behind this tiny discrepancy. This is also only a single comparison, Vela Tovar added. Maybe if we have the Visians or the Reinaldans are even faster in killing the Sandman admirals. We just don't know because we don't have access to their data. Everything you've mentioned is plausible, Ves charitably replied. However, I'm still convinced that the difference is a sign that intuition makes a real difference. What makes the Ilvainans better then? It's because they rely on their faith. None of the people present were Ilvainans. Only Gloriana was religious, leaving the rest just as skeptical as before. Nothing Ves had said managed to resolve their doubts on his mech concept. Ves knew that his idea would be a very hard sell to a bunch of secularists. Look, the Holy Soldier is a variant I've designed that specifically inspires faith in Ilvainans. I think that this has stimulated the judgment and intuition of their mech pilots to such a degree that they have become measurably more successful in pinpointing the Sandman admirals. Though Ves kept explaining his views, he failed to convince his design team that he was right. He was helpless in this regard. Unlike his subordinates, Ves knew what he was talking about. He did not entirely rely on the paltry empirical evidence he managed to gather to make up his mind about the viability of his mech concept. Right now, a problem existed where humans were unable to discover the coordinates of the Sandman Admiral. Even with his new mech design, Ves wasn't entirely confident that intuition would lead to immediate success. Therefore, Ves wanted to design a marksman mech that possessed enough capacity to fire a bunch of shots in any direction the mech pilot intuitively felt good about. Ordinarily, the chance of scoring a lucky hit on a Sandman Admiral was minuscule. It wasn't worth it for most forces to deploy a bunch of marksman mechs to kill a Sandman Admiral through relying on pure trial and error. However, Ves believed that he had a means to increase the chances of killing a Sandman Admiral without relying on technological solutions. The key here lay in the Ilvanans. Only Ves knew that he infused the Holy Soldier design with a mote of spirituality taken from Ilvain's spiritual fragment. His original intention was to grant the Holy Soldier a small but noticeable sacred component in its glow. Ves succeeded in that. The Holy Soldier became an extremely popular mech model in the Ilvain Protectorate. Almost every Cronin mech pilot expressed deep satisfaction and devotion to the Holy Soldiers because they believed it brought them closer to their faith. However, Ves had not forgotten about the Prophet's ability to predict the future. Though Ves had long doubted whether the Prophet really possessed this ability, he had to admit that the mech pilots of the Holy Soldier, but especially the Transcendent Messenger, appeared to be remarkably canny in their performance. The previous Ilvanan raids on the military star systems of the Starfaith Collective showcased the weird ability for the Transcendent Messengers to dodge enemy fire. The performance of Ton Melon was especially noticeable. His zeal did not get hit once. Even when the hero mech confronted enemy expert mechs, Ton Melon managed to predict and dodge their shots with ease. Either Ton Melon had advanced to expert pilot, which was definitely not true, or he somehow gained the ability to anticipate the future. Though Ves found it hard to accept the latter, he could not rule out the idea that Prophet Ilvain was extraordinary in this aspect. By extension, his spiritual fragment should have inherited the same ability. The central basis of the Ilvanan faith is their faith in the predictions of the future. The Ilvanans place prophets in high regard. I believe that centering my marksman mech design around intuition and predicting the future is the best way to assassinate Sandman Admirals before they do too much damage. Miles Tovar looked dismayed. Doesn't that make this mech design exclusive to Ilvanan mech pilots? Essentially, yes, Ves confirmed. This mech won't work as well if the mech pilot is not a believer of the Ilvanan faith. This was because Ves planned to make Ilvain's spiritual fragment as the principal design spirit of his marksman mech. Ves essentially bet that Ilvain's spiritual fragment would guide the aim of the mech pilot. Chapter 1629 Extreme Offense. His design team still couldn't wrap their heads around the mech concept that Ves proposed. A storm of troubled emotions flashed over their faces. Like every brighter, Miles and the other Tovars looked down on religion. To participate in the development of a mech that explicitly leaned on vague and unscientific concepts such as faith and intuition stood against anything they had ever designed before. Ves saw that he needed to guide them a little bit further. If they remained too opposed against his ideas, they would pose a hindrance to his design project. You don't necessarily have to support my proposal, he said quietly. However, you should at least remember who you are. You are mech designers. You are professionals. Regardless of what you think, it is always a good idea to learn how to keep an open mind and to work outside your comfort zone. If you are too narrow-minded, you aren't ready to tackle the challenges you face when you progress your design philosophy. That lessened their resistance by a bit. Every person who studied mech design learned this lesson. It was a bit unfortunate that most people tended to forget it when they practiced their craft. Naturally, there were also people who believed that mech designers ought to stick to their own beliefs. In truth, they had a point. A mech designer who wavered too much would never be able to form a design philosophy that truly fit their own beliefs. A balance had to be achieved. Mech designers needed to be principled enough to stand up to their core beliefs. Simultaneously, they also had to remain flexible enough to tolerate different beliefs. What mattered in the end was the outcome. A mech was a success as long as it performed well and fulfilled its intended role. Whether a mech designer took the left path or the right path to get to the destination did not matter very much. Let's begin with drafting the design. Ves clapped, deciding that it was best to move on. While Gloriana and I will draft our design, I want the rest of you to go over the new generation component designs that we can license and study which ones are suitable. We'll discuss your selection later. What parameters should we prioritize? Kedis asked. The weapon is the most important aspect of any marksman mech. Start selecting the weapon first. By my recollection, the new generation hasn't introduced any significant advancements in Gauss rifle designs, so feel free to take a look at last-gen models. Remember to consider a medium Gauss rifle. Too much power is too wasteful, but too little power reduces the impact of my marksman mech. Try to find a middle ground. What about other aspects? Since a marksman mech is designed to operate in the rear of any formation, don't focus too much on defense. Mobility isn't a big priority either. As long as it can keep up with a formation, it's enough. Every aspect of the mech must facilitate the firepower of the mech. Kedis frowned. Won't that make the mech as vulnerable as a starfighter? Mechs such as the Dawnbreaker already fill the assault role. With so many mechs and starfighters attracting enemy fire in the vanguard, the chances that the Sandmen will target a marksman mech is minimal. The Sandmen have never exhibited any selective targeting patterns. They just shoot at whatever is more convenient. For now. Ves acknowledged the point. While it's true that the Sandman might change, I won't compromise on firepower this time. If my marksman mechs require protection, it's much better to deploy some night mechs instead of tacking on armor to a frame that is unsuited for defense. You are proposing a very unbalanced mech. Miles scratched his head. While glass cannons aren't unheard of, it's rare to see them in premium mechs. No one likes to field a mech that costs as much as 3 regular mechs but is only as durable as half of one. It only takes one accident to ruin such an expensive purchase. Ha! Ves chuckled. Ordinarily, you have a valid point. However, you are neglecting something very important. You should never judge a mech by its own merits. You also have to take its intended users in mind. If you know the Ilvanans like I do, they are willing to fight and die for their beliefs. I know for certain that if our work matches my vision, plenty of elite Cronin mech pilots will embrace our new product. Ves considered his choices very carefully before he made up his mind. For his first mech design of the new generation, he deliberately decided to go for a wacky mech concept that relied on intuition and external intervention to guide the aim of the mech pilots. Designing a mass-market budget mech like the Desolate Soldier had done much to propel him to the forefront of the mech community. However, the Sand War already raged for some time. Between these months, many mech designers already published a huge variety of mech designs, many of which fulfilled the same roles. In such a crowded marketplace, Ves did not see much value in publishing a mech which offered similar performance to the machines that his competitors already put on sale. Ves wanted to make a statement. His first new mech design of the latest generation ought to provide value that no other mech designer could provide. Regardless of how many mechs the LMC sold or how much revenue it earned, the company could continue to stand out from the market. As long as he became known as a mech designer that could offer something unique, he would never have to worry about becoming irrelevant. What might become a trend today could easily be forgotten tomorrow. What Ves wanted to do was to consolidate his position and to form a solid foundation for his future work. Though Ves was certain that his narrow mech concept would mystify many people, as long as it worked out, he would definitely succeed in cultivating an odd and mysterious impression. His soldier product line already attracted way too much attention. If the MTA hadn't been so preoccupied with the invasion of the red ocean dwarf galaxy, their mech designers might have paid more attention to his work. Fortunately, phase water attracted most of their attention, giving Ves enough room to progress his odd design philosophy in peace. As Ves and Gloriana sat together, they started drawing lines on a projected interface. It only took a few minutes for them to form their initial sketch. The roughly drawn image depicted a hefty medium marksman mech wielding an oversized Gauss rifle. The entire frame was designed to complement the offensive ability of the mech. Ordinary range mechs tended to be slim and sleek in order to facilitate their ability to dodge and juke enemy fire. Ves had designed his desolate soldier design along this concept. However, his marksman mech wasn't designed to fight the enemy head-on. Trying to accentuate mobility detracted from other aspects of his current project. This time, Ves wanted to make as few compromises as possible. Just like how his Aurora Titan pursued defense to an extreme, he wanted to make his marksman mech the most defense-oriented mech he could design. If mobility was no longer a priority, Ves would rather increase the size of the frame. While that made his marksman mech look a bit bulky, there were several advantages to this design direction. First, making his marksman mech fatter turned it into a more stable firing platform. A Gauss rifle was incredibly powerful. Its inbuilt inertial dampeners only weakened its recoil to a degree. Newton's third law of motion. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Ves justified his design choice to Gloriana. Gauss rifles impart a lot of force on projectiles, but each time they do so, the rifle and mech both have to endure the same force. Increasing the mass of the mech wielding the rifle made it easier for the combination to cope with the recoil. Ordinarily, mech designers mainly added mass to rifleman mechs in the form of armor plating. This was what the Ansel mech designers pursued when they designed the Dawnbreaker and its variants. The Dawnbreaker's considerable defensive prowess not only made it suitable to confront the laser-obsessed Sandmen, it also made it easier for the mech to cope with the recoil of its Sandbreaker rifle. For this reason, the Sandbreaker performed worse when wielded by slimmer mechs such as the Desolate Soldier. What made his marksman mech different from the Dawnbreaker was that it did not feature stronger armor. Instead, Ves mainly used the extra bulk to increase its capacity and endurance. The Dawnbreaker was like a coconut that featured a solid shell and a soft interior. In comparison, his marksman mech was like a shopping bag. It featured a thin exterior but lots of goods inside. The key was what Ves and Gloriana planned to stuff inside their mech. Gauss rifles consume both ammunition and energy. They're very cumbersome in that regard, Gloriana noted. Unless our marksman mech can guarantee that it can take out a Sandman admiral in a single shot, we have to make sure it gets as many opportunities as possible to complete its mission. Ves pointed at some internal sections of their draft. We have to devote most of the added capacity towards accommodating ammunition and energy cells. We have to be very deliberate about where to store the ammunition. As our marksman mech continues to deplete its rounds, the mass distribution of our mech will change. Every ballistic mech faced this problem. Ordinarily, a mech designer tweaked the programming of the mech to compensate for the changes, but this was only a stopgap solution. It was best to make the placement of ammunition as even as possible to make the piloting experience as consistent as possible. They could determine how much capacity they had to devote to ammunition and energy cells later. Since Ves did not intend his marksman mech to move very actively or dogfight against the Sandmen in battle, its flight system shouldn't consume as much energy as other range mechs. However, a Gauss rifle expended a significant amount of energy per shot, so Ves could not afford to reduce the amount of energy cells his mech carried. One design choice they both hesitated upon was whether it would be better for the marksman mech to store its ammunition internally or externally. It's faster and easier for our mech to resupply if its ammunition containers are mounted externally on the mech, Gloriana suggested. Ves shook his head. If our marksman mech has shot so many times but failed to take out a Sandman Admiral by then, it's a failure. Even if the mech pilot isn't skilled enough or if the battle is too chaotic to land a solid hit, my mech shouldn't have to return to a mothership in order to refill its spent ammunition and energy reserves. Keeping everything internal might make his mech more cumbersome, but Ves did not mind this outcome. They decided to store everything internal to make their mech as consistent as possible. Making their mech look cooler by draping belts of ammunition across its shoulder was a look that mainly took place in action dramas. After several hours of drafting and refinement, their marksman mech slowly took shape. Ves spent a considerable amount of time in shaping the exterior of their mech to be more in line with the Ilvanan faith. As he played around with the appearance of the mech, the vision that he formed in his mind became more detailed and defined. Ves designed a machine that embodied a hunter who administered punishment on Ilvan's behalf. The mech was meant to neutralize any potent threat against the Ilvanan faith and its adherents. With a configuration that maximized the firepower, accuracy, and capacity of the mech at all costs, the draft already exuded a hint of lethality. Chapter 1630 Ilvanan Specialty. After a day of drafting and preparation work, the mech designers of the LMC made a lot of progress. With the help of the assistant mech designers, Ves quickly selected the most appropriate new generation components to pair with his marksman mech. Since Ves intended to design a premium mech, he benefited from a generous budget. Armor was by far the most expensive component of most mechs. What made his marksman mech different was that Ves did not intend to allocate the bulk of his budget on improving its toughness. In fact, he chose to do the opposite. Ves settled for a cheap, last-gen armor system that offered poor protection but was very easy to work with. Not only that, but he only applied the minimum amount of armor necessary to hold the mech together and prevent it from deforming if subjected to gravity. Perhaps normal mech pilots would never entrust their lives on such flimsy protection. His marksman mech was as fragile as a light mech but without the corresponding degree of mobility. However, Ves had faith that the Ilvanan mech pilots he targeted would not be deterred. In order to devote as much of the mech to offense as possible, Ves also opted to mount his mech with a very basic flight system. His marksman mech's flight system was smaller and stubbier than the flight systems of other ranged mechs. This made his mech sluggish to the point that it was unsuitable to confront an enemy directly. The advantage of using a small and weak flight system was that it didn't occupy much space. It was also cheap and consumed a lot less energy. Gloriana expressed some misgivings about this design choice. The lack of mobility won't matter much against the Sandmen, but it will make our mech a sitting duck against other opponents. Human enemies aren't as stupid as the Sandmen. They know when they should prioritize distant but acute threats such as marksman mechs. It's fine if our mech design doesn't have much longevity once the Sand War is over. Ves sighed. I'm not entirely satisfied with the new generation components the MTA has released. Right now, I want to maximize the combat effectiveness of our marksman mech against the Sandman. If I try to make my mech effective against enemy mechs as well, we risk making too many compromises. That will weaken its effectiveness against both Sandmen and mechs. Ves knew that the mech concept that underpinned this project was not completely reliable. He did not wish to tack on too many roles to his marksman mech. Putting too many expectations on it would only weaken its main purpose, which was to snipe Sandman admirals down. Another factor that he needed to take into account was whether Ilvain's spiritual fragment would offer its assistance. He decided to make sure he gained the fragment's consent before proceeding further. He briefly closed his eyes and concentrated on his transcendent messenger design. He slowly made contact with Ylvain's spiritual fragment. Before he could communicate his inquiry, the fragment transmitted positivity to him. It had already assented to his plans. He snorted. "I hate it when you do that." Ves already expected this answer. Even though Ves intended to make his marksman mech work by exploiting its design spirit, his work did not damage the interests of the Ylvainian people. In fact, his work would benefit them hugely. The Sandman race threatened every state in the Komodo star sector. If the current trend of the war persisted, then the Ylvain Protectorate might get overrun. Even if the Ylvain Protectorate managed to hold their ground, the Bright Republic and other nearby states may fall instead. Once that happened, the Sandmen could quickly turn around and flank the Protectorate, thereby causing it to fall in the end. The Ylvainians had to prevent both outcomes as much as possible. From what Ves understood of the Great Prophet when he was alive, Ylvain considered himself to be the shepherd and the protector of his followers. He would not remain still if the Ylvainian people needed his help. Therefore, Ves already assumed that Ylvain's spiritual fragment would approve of his marksman mech design. He did not take the spiritual fragment's approval for granted. While Ylvain was known to be generous to those who didn't share his beliefs, Ves did not wish to make any excessive demands. Who knew what would happen if a Brighter piloted a mech under the purview of Ylvain's spiritual fragment? The clash between a secularist and a living remnant of an ardent religious figure would definitely be spicy. Compatibility between a mech and a mech pilot is a huge concern, Gloriana identified. Since this mech performs best in the hands of an Ylvainian mech pilot, I agree with your decision to make it an exclusive Ylvainian design. To facilitate her understanding of his mech, Ves already informed her about Ylvain's spiritual fragment beforehand. Naturally, she regarded it as a proto-god. Aside from this difference in perspective, both of them were aligned on this project. Ves always appreciated Gloriana's willingness to accept and believe in his design choices, no matter how weird they sounded. Ves had to do his best to vindicate Gloriana's unquestioning trust in his design abilities. He could not afford to fail in this project. The rifle model they selected out of the available choices was the most remarkable part about their draft design. After making a lot of comparisons, Ves settled for a new generation model called the Executor. While the improvements of a new generation Gauss rifle was not very substantial compared to a last-gen model, he did not wish to compromise the offensive power of his mech. The Executor was so big that the marksman mech still looked a bit too small to wield such a massive weapon. Ordinarily, a weapon of this size was already qualified to be called a cannon if not for its lackluster caliber. The main reason why the Gauss rifle was so large and unwieldy was not because it fired large projectiles. The developers of the Executor instead focused mainly on maximizing its muzzle velocity. The Gauss rifle spat out rounds much faster than other models. This put an enormous stress on its body, which meant that it needed a lot of strengthening and recoil compensation. It also happened to make the rifle very big and fragile. It only took a couple of light hits to disable the weapon. To be fair, most ranged mech suffered from the same vulnerability. It was just that his marksman mech could not rely on mobility to avoid incoming damage. This mech looks like it's ready to snipe some Sandman admirals. Gloriana tentatively approved of the draft. Its lack of defense and mobility is rather concerning, but I think it will pair well as long as it enjoys the protection of a night mech. Ves smiled. This isn't a mech that is designed to defeat its opponents alone. It's a mech that expands the options of what a mech force can do. As long as our mech can rely on the protection and cover of other mechs, it can showcase its full might. The situation of his marksman mech reminded him of the Aurora Titan. Even though the mech wasn't useful for anything except repelling enemy attacks, it turned out to be okay in the end. Plenty of customers found a good use of the mech. In fact, his marksman mech would pair exceptionally well with an Aurora Titan. One mech focused on extreme offense. The other mech focused on extreme defense. Putting them together resulted in something akin to a mobile defensive platform. Of course, the main downside was that this defensive platform was only mobile in a relative sense. The mobility of the Aurora Titan was truly abysmal, making it impossible to avoid any strong attacks or keep up with fast-moving formations. Fortunately, mobility warfare had never been much of a priority in the Sand War. Most fights devolved into primitive slugfest where one side attempted to outlast the other side. Since his marksman mech was optimized to fight the Sandmen, Ves did not expect it to remain very relevant once the Sandman threat had passed. However, Ves had a faint suspicion that the Ilvanins might surprise him. For this reason, he did not completely dare to rule out the possibility that his mechs might be employed against human opponents one day. "Have you thought over the political implications of this mech design?" Gloriana suddenly asked. Think of what you are planning to design. Is this mech supposed to benefit the Ilvanins, or everyone else who are resisting the Sandmen? Ves helplessly smiled. The latter, of course. If I had a choice, I would have tailored my design to Briters. Unfortunately, you've already seen the reaction of the Tovars. They don't want anything to do with the Ilvanin faith, let alone put their trust into something as vague as intuition. Let's suppose this idea works. Let's assume that when the Ilvanins start deploying our marksmen mechs en masse, they manage to finish their battles a lot sooner than before because they have become good at sniping Sandman admirals. Do you think the other states will sit still? Ves scratched his hair. I can already anticipate their first reaction. They'll buy a bunch of our new mechs and attempt to accomplish the same feats with their own mech pilots. They'll fail. Our marksman mechs are only effective in the hands of an Ilvanin expert pilot who specializes in ranged mechs. Then the other states will have no choice but to beg the Ilvanins to dispatch some of their mech pilots to defend their own territories. Ves could see now that this would have vast diplomatic implications. An ideological conflict could not be ruled out either. If the Bright Republic has to depend on a mech that only works because its mech pilot is a devout believer, hardly any Brighter will feel at ease. What's worse is that you're the designer, Ves. He couldn't help but chuckle. Now that he thought about it, the situation sounded quite absurd. Well, I don't have any other choice. He shrugged. The Ilvanins are the only ones on hand who can enable this kind of mech. Even if the Bright Republic has a problem with this idea, they can't argue with the results. If our mechs perform as expected, then every other state will be begging the Ilvanins for assistance. The Ilvanin government can use this opportunity to trade for some concessions. Our marksman mech is destined to empower the Protectorate. Hearing that made Ves a little worried. Not everyone would appreciate his support for the Ilvanins. Certainly, developing such a mech would definitely make his status as a Brighter more awkward. It's just a single mech design. He eventually brushed aside his concerns. If I need to reassert my loyalty to the Bright Republic, I'll just design another mech that accomplishes this result. The commission that you've accepted is the perfect opportunity to do so, Ves. Didn't the government ask you to design a mech that is meant to please the former separatists from Bentheim? Designing a single custom mech won't necessarily change the outcome of the Sand War, but it is still a great opportunity to boost your reputation and influence public opinion. Just like my transcendent messengers. Exactly. Now that he thought about it, Gloriana had a good point. Perhaps there was a bit more merit to designing a custom mech for Vincent Ricklin than he thought. Due to the nature of the commission, a lot of people would certainly pay attention to the custom mech he designed. Of course, Ves did not place much hope in affecting the Bright Republic as much as he did when he designed the Transcendent Messengers. "Vincent Ricklin is due to arrive tomorrow," he said. "Let's hope he doesn't make any impractical demands for his custom mech." Chapter 1631 Meeting Between Men. A carrier that belonged to former BLM rebels made landfall on Cloudy Curtain. Its arrival attracted a lot of attention. If the government hadn't granted amnesty to the members of the BLM, the ship would have never been allowed to approach. The detachment of the Mech Corps that had been dispatched to garrison the Cloudy Curtain system could only sit still while their former enemies paraded in public. Before Ves met with Vincent Ricklin and his companions, he called Leland to his office to discuss the coming meeting. "Vincent Ricklin has already attracted a lot of public attention," Leland told Ves. "You will have to watch your conduct whenever the two of you are in public. In fact, don't assume that you are free to do what you want when you are behind closed doors. Apparently, Vincent has hired his own media crew to manage his own media presence. You guys are just letting him do that? As long as Vincent supports the deal the government has made with the BLM, it's not a bad idea to give him a greater voice. He's quite shrewd in that regard. He is willing to be used as long as he benefits in the process. It's a win-win situation to both the Bright Republic and himself." Ves sardonically smiled. He wasn't the only one who learned how to cooperate with the government. "It sounds like he's quite a shrewd guy. According to our investigation, Vincent hasn't been entirely on board with the BLM's ideals. In fact, some of our analysts doubt that he even believed in its original cause," the flashlight agent remarked. "You mean he's just a scumbag who used the BLM for his own ends?" "I wouldn't phrase it quite that way. He's an opportunist who has already abandoned ship once when his sister threatened his position in the Ricklin family. We believe that Vincent has grown disillusioned with the life of a fugitive rebel. Living from day to day in a drab, underground bunker while worrying about the authorities catching up to him is not very pleasant." That matched with what Ves thought of Vincent Ricklin. His initial reason to defect to the BLM must have been an act of desperation. He just wanted to get out of the clutches of the Ricklin family, and the BLM was the only organization on Bentheim who dared to shelter him and offer new opportunities. "Do I need to watch out for anything when I meet with Vincent?" "I think it's best if I accompany you whenever you interact with him," Leland said. "The BLM is an old enemy of ours. I can help manage your interactions with their former members." Ves ruffled Lucky's head as his cat dozed on his desk. "I suppose you also want to be present in order to keep me under control. You can't have me saying anything inconvenient." The spy did not deny his accusation. "A lot of things can go wrong. Just consider me as insurance. So long as either of you make any missteps, I won't have to intervene." "Heh. Do you believe him, Lucky?" His cat glanced up at Leland. "Meow. Yeah. I think so too. Please don't plot any violence against Vincent. He's already in control over a considerable number of mech pilots. By all signs, he is planning to form his own mercenary corps to maintain his grip on his subordinates. The mech he wants you to design is an important component in his plot. The more impressive his mech, the greater his ability to attract former members of the BLM under his banner." "That sounds dangerous." Leland smiled. "He's a double-edged sword, but that is what makes him so valuable. Many of the former leaders and cadre of the Bentheim Liberation Movement are bitter fighters. They've treated the government as an enemy for decades, perhaps even their entire life. Even if they made peace with the Bright Republic, their long-held beliefs haven't changed." "And Vincent is different?" "He is. He's younger and he has only been with the BLM for less than a decade. Since he mainly looks out for himself, He isn't very attached to the old ideology of the BLM. Neither does he see the authorities as his enemies despite clashing with them several times. Ves understood a bit better why Senator Tovar and the government placed so much importance in Vincent Ricklin. This fellow was a sellout. How am I supposed to treat him, then? Just act politely. Don't try to pull off any stunts or provoke any incidents. We don't need you to promote the amnesty deal either. Our main objective is to gain Vincent Ricklin's cooperation. We want to show everyone that Vincent and the former members of the BLM can successfully reintegrate into society. That didn't sound very complicated. Once he finished his discussion with Leland, he moved down to the ground floor of the LMC's headquarters. Due to the importance of the meeting, Ves decided to dress up in his full Pride of Dusk ensemble. He briefly contemplated wearing his decorative cat ears, but he decided to keep them in his pockets. He did not wish to make himself appear silly in front of Vincent Ricklin. Gloriana kept her own pair out of sight as well. She wore a professional business outfit that did not attract too much attention. She knew that it wouldn't be appropriate for her to involve herself in matters concerning the Bright Republic. Their cats were present as well. Clixie sat next to Gloriana as if she was on guard. Lucky meanwhile hissed that the giant mounted body of Zygra had been placed in the center of the foyer of the HQ. Ves looked up at the body of the former crown cat and had to admit it looked impressive. In his first reunion with Vincent, he did not wish to appear weak. He wasn't the harmless mech designer he used to be back when he was a novice all those years ago. Just as Vincent changed, Ves had changed even more. Some trepidation welled up within him as he spotted movement up front. The transparent front entrance slid open to allow a procession of wildly dressed people to enter. The thugs looked anything but professional. Wearing wild clothes that showed off their tattoos and piercings, the former separatists clearly used to be part of the lower ranks of the BLM's hierarchy. While Ves ordinarily disdained elitism, he couldn't help but react the same as Gloriana. Both of them expressed some disgust at the sloppy appearances of Vincent's companions. Of course, they quickly schooled their faces once they noticed all of the recorder bots floating around. Following behind them was a procession of journalists and media crew. This first meeting appeared to be a very significant event. Ves understood a bit better why Leland insisted on being present. He could really do a lot of damage if he said something wrong. Emerging from the middle of the crowd of thugs was the star of the show. Vincent Ricklin, appearing much more buff and confident than Ves remembered. As Vincent stepped ahead of his followers with a delightful grin on his face, Ves momentarily became overwhelmed by the manliness the former rebel exuded. His greasy, dirty blonde hair trailed messily over his shoulders. His tight black pants accentuated his powerful legs. What was worse was that Vincent hadn't even bothered to wear a proper shirt. Instead, he wore nothing else on his upper body except for an unbuttoned vest. His sculpted abs and chest were plain to see to everyone. Several recorder bots floated in a circle around Vincent, capturing all of his muscle definition in the highest fidelity they could manage. "Hello there, babe." Vincent completely ignored Ves and walked up to Gloriana. "You smell as lovely as you look. How about I bring you back to Bentheim and show you around?" Gloriana scrunched her face and deliberately leaned against Ves. "I have many obligations here. We must each do our part in the fight against the Sandmen." That was a very good deflection. Ves inwardly clapped his hands at her response. Seeing that he encountered a tough nut, Vincent reluctantly left her be. Instead, he turned to Ves. For a moment, they stared at each other. While Ves did not appear as outrageously handsome as Vincent, he did not consider himself any less of a man. Ves quietly lowered the barrier to his pride of dusk, causing him to emanate a prideful and intimidating aura. Vincent suddenly lightened up and whistled impressively. Wow! You make me feel like I'm facing one of your prideful soldier mechs. Damn it. Ves recalled that he inserted a mote of Zygra's spirituality in his prideful soldier design. Due to the prideful soldier's popularity among the former members of the BLM, Vincent should already be familiar with its glow. Ves gradually toned down the aura emanating from his pride of dusk. He kept it at a low level in order to infuse him with some confidence. Welcome to the Mech Nursery, Mr. Ricklin. Heh! You've grown a lot. I remember that you used to do business at a tiny workshop when we first met. Now look at you! According to the news, you're selling hundreds of thousands of mechs per month now. My soldier product line has been very successful. That's exactly why I want you to design my Adonis. Only you and your babe can design the mech that I've dreamt of piloting for so many years. I still remember the times when I piloted the Mark Antony you've built for me. I still regret losing it. Every other mech designer I've approached doesn't understand my needs as well as you, Ves. Calling his dream mech the Adonis already suggested something awful to Ves. He did his best to keep his expression under control. Let us proceed to my office and discuss the commission in detail, Ves suggested and glanced at the thugs he brought and the journalists following on his heels. We can leave these guests behind. Vincent shook his head, making his hair move exceptionally dazzling for some reason. My buddies accompany me everywhere, and so do my personal crew. Are you really willing to discuss your demands for your mech in the presence of a recorder bot? It's okay. My Adonis doesn't have any weaknesses. Ves wanted to palm his face. Instead, he rigidly turned around and stepped to the elevator. Follow me, then. Some time later, they moved into his office. Fortunately, the presence of Nita and the guards of the Glory Battalion restrained Vincent's thugs. They silently slumped on the sofas after Vincent waved them aside. However, Vincent's personal attendant as well as a recorder bot continued to accompany him as he sat down on another couch. Ves sat down on the opposite side with Gloriana and Leland sitting by his side. For some reason, Vincent kept sniffing the air as if he was enjoying the smell of Gloriana's perfume. Ves decided it was best if they moved on to business right away. Tell me about the mech you want us to design. Ah, my Adonis! Vincent excitingly exclaimed. The idea is simple. I want you to design a hybrid mech that is similar to your old Mark Antony designs. I don't want the exact same thing, but something similar. Since I've promised to fight the good fight, my Adonis should be a space-borne mech that is armed with several ranged options. I want my mech to come with shoulder-mounted missile launchers, wrist-mounted nail drivers and a badass rifle that can smash the Sandmen with each shot I unleash. That sounds doable, especially if the budget is still as generous, Ves cautiously judged. That's not all. The weapons of my Adonis are only one side of the coin. I also want it to be beefy and solid. It has to be able to take a lot of hits. Not only that, but it has to look good in battle. I want my mech to look masculine. I want its chest plating to resemble a muscle cuirass. Make sure its contours match my own muscle definition. It has to be a mech that perfectly echoes my own body. Okay. Oh yeah, you can't forget about the most important component of all. A very bad feeling overcame Ves. Which is... Guess. Vincent teased as he leaned back and spread his legs. Chapter 1632 Proof of Masculinity. Along with the rising prosperity of the LMC, its headquarters continually received upgrades. Its defensive capabilities improved to the point where it could withstand a surprise from mechs. Its interior design also became more resplendent. Ves always felt in control while he resided in his office. His company, his headquarters, and his office reflected the wealth and power he accumulated since he became a mech designer. Ever since Gloriana came into his life, he felt as if he was getting further and further away from his modest background. Though he grew rather quickly, his mentality still hadn't entirely caught up with his current level of strength. His recent rise and change in status increased his confidence. He dared to confront Senator Tovar directly in order to negotiate a more equal partnership. He dared to design a mass-market mech that exposed the glows of his mechs to a much wider audience. He dared to design a marksman mech that depended solely on its design spirit to guide its targeting. Now, Ves faced his latest challenge. His office descended into silence as Vincent Ricklin arrogantly spread his legs. Due to his tight black pants, a notable bulge outlined his lower waist. Eventually, his sycophants rose their fists and hooted. "Who? Show them what you got, Vince! You're a real man, Captain! True men come from Bentheim!" Vincent Ricklin changed a lot over the years. Yet some things hadn't changed at all. In fact, Vincent's macho traits had grown more pronounced as he used his raw charisma and masculinity as a means to foster popularity. With the recorder bot and media crew streaming everything on the galactic net, Ves was well aware that Vincent was playing to a crowd. Unfortunately, that also meant that Ves could not smack Vincent in the face, though he really wanted to. This fellow deliberately made a show out of his demand. Ves glanced to his girlfriend and became relieved that Gloriana did not react too strongly at Vincent's demand. Since she stood in every mech that Ves had ever designed and built, she should have been familiar with the Mark Antony he customized for Vincent. The only reaction she exhibited was a minor frown. As a classy hexer, the vulgarity displayed by Vincent completely rubbed her the wrong way. Perhaps other hexers might find Vincent's bad boy behavior endearing, but Gloriana held much higher standards. She noted that Ves paid attention to her and offered him a brief smile. She placed her hand on his as reassurance. Seeing that Gloriana hadn't been tempted at all by Vincent made Ves pleased. He knew that Vincent would have never attracted her attention since he wasn't a mech designer, but who could tell how women thought? "Mr. Ricklin," Ves began. "Captain Ricklin. Well, former captain now," Vincent corrected him while he kept his legs wide and open. "I used to lead my own mech company, you know. Right now, I'm in the process of forming my own mercenary corps. Once you build my custom mech, my Ricklin's rollers will truly take off. With my invincible Adonis, I'll lead my new band of brothers to fame and fortune." "To fame and fortune," his goons echoed. The camaraderie that Vincent enjoyed with his closest comrades surprised Ves quite a bit. While he was unquestionably the leader, he did not adopt a distant and imperious leadership style. Instead, Vincent came across as one of the lads, but just a bit more exceptional. Ves understood a bit better how this former rebel managed to rise up the ranks within the BLM. His immediate goals were clear. As one of the many cadre of the former BLM who received amnesty, Vincent had to start anew. As long as he earned fame and glory in the Sand War, he would probably be able to attract a lot of former members of the former BLM. The Bentheim Liberation Movement used to employ a lot of mech pilots. Tens of thousands, at the very least. While their average skill level left much to be desired, many former officers and leaders of the BLM were scrambling to grab these mech pilots for themselves. Vincent was just one of many former leaders. Though he became a lot more famous over the years, his foundation wasn't as substantial as the leaders who had been with the BLM for decades. In order to overcome this gap, Vincent clearly aimed to show valor on the battlefield. Mech pilots often worship the strong and brave. As long as Vincent made the right impression, his mercenary corps would probably grow to become a force to be reckoned with. As for what Vincent wanted to do next, Ves had no clue. Understanding the context behind Vincent's circumstances allowed Ves to comprehend his client's demands. "Vincent," he started, "this specific demand of yours is in poor taste." The half-naked man snorted and thumbed his chiseled chest. "So what? I don't care. I'm a man, and I'm proud of it. I fight best when I feel like a man. Do you know how many mechs I've tried out? None of them can give me the kind of satisfaction that comes with piloting your mechs. Your Black Beak and your Prideful Soldier mechs are my favorites. No other mech designer can ever make me feel close to a man than your work. Since you are already accustomed to those mechs, maybe we can." "No!" Vincent roared. "Don't think about skipping the codpiece. I can't stand mechs that don't have a codpiece. Do you know the first thing I do when I obtain a new mech? I grab a couple of mech technicians and order them to install a codpiece. Even then, it doesn't really feel as if I am embodying a man in the form of a machine. It always feels as if my manhood is prosthetic. It's not good enough." "Vincent, a humanoid mech isn't meant to be a literal stand-in for the human body. Mechs are machines that just happen to borrow some of the principles of a human physique. There is no practical benefit to adding a codpiece to a mech. Almost every mech pilot in existence has never issued a single word of complaint about its absence." Vincent huffed. "All of those ignorant men don't know what they're missing. They're pussies. At least I'm confident enough to show the ladies what I'm packing. Don't try to change my mind on this. Ever since I piloted my first mech with a codpiece, I have never gone back." "It's useless to argue any further, Ves." Gloriana sighed. "I've worked with many clients over the years. Some have specific demands that they can't find in a mass-produced mech. Maybe there is a very good reason for that, but it's not our job to judge the taste of our clients. As long as the overall performance of a mech isn't severely compromised, it's best to accept their demands." Her words reminded him that he should act like a professional. It was just that Ves got triggered whenever someone brought up codpieces. He detested this useless addition to a mech. Mechs weren't living creatures, let alone able to procreate. The codpiece was nothing more than a way to show off Vincent's masculinity and reinforce his manly ego. Yet because Vincent cared so much about it, Ves really had no choice but to accept this demand. Functionally, the codpiece itself was a useless component that did not add anything to a mech. However, just like how Ves modified the Holy Soldier's external appearance to make it more appealing to the Ilvanans, not every cosmetic addition was useless. Another way to look at it was that Vincent was a client who adhered to a religion. His religion centered around himself and his perceived manliness. The more his mech conformed to his ideals, the greater his fighting spirit. Ves frequently studied the actual battle performance of the mech pilots of his products. He already collected an abundant amount of proof that the mech pilots of his products fought substantially harder than usual. They fought as if their mechs were several times more expensive. The glows of his mechs achieve a similar effect to the confidence that mech pilots gain from piloting very powerful machines. He sighed. "I'll do my best, though I won't make any promises." "Good!" Vincent grinned, happy that he managed to get his way. He activated his comm and projected a very crude sketch. "This is what I've been working in my free time. What do you think?" Both Ves and Gloriana tried their best to suppress their reactions. As mech designers, Ves and Gloriana both learned how to sketch and draft a mech design. Vincent lacked this training. What was worse was that he didn't possess a technical understanding of how a mech was put together. The abomination of a sketch that Vincent showed off was incredibly skewed and uneven. The mech wasn't symmetrical. Its proportions were skewed. The codpiece looked out of proportion compared to the rest of the mech. Perhaps the only point worth praising was that Vincent somehow managed to transpose a wireframe image of his well-defined chest and abs onto the front torso of the mech. Other than that, the crude sketch was anything but a proper draft design. Ves coughed. We shall use your requirements as a starting point and a source of inspiration. Due to the complexity of your proposal, we will require a few days to interpret your description into a more refined draft. Fine. Vincent lazily waved his hand. Don't take too long. The sooner I get my Adonis, the sooner I can beat the Sandmen to a pulp. The discussion continued for a bit as Vincent added some other inane demands. Ves patiently endured this moment before Vincent finally said his piece and left. Once Vincent and his entourage left the office, Ves sank down on the couch and let out a deep breath. What an infuriating man! What do you think, Gloriana? She smiled and stroked his hair. I've encountered worse at Centerpoint. Vincent is just a boy pretending to be a man. The harder they try to show off their masculinity, the more insecure they really are. You don't have to compare yourself to Vincent. You're much more capable than him. According to his record, he's not even a good mech pilot. That caused Ves to think over the mech that Vincent wanted them to design. That's going to be a problem. If we leave out the cosmetic design of his custom mech, its technical makeup is already going to be complex. The hybrid mech he's asking for is going to be very difficult to design. He wants to stuff his mech with multiple weapon systems as well as strengthen its defense. It'll be easier with our higher budget, Gloriana confidently stated. In fact, I think this is a good opportunity to practice some of the second-class mech design principles I've taught to you. A lot of second-class mechs are similar to the mech that Vincent wants to design. The internal architecture of a second-class mech design is always more complex than the simpler ones that you're used to. Learning how to integrate many different components in a single frame is an essential skill for any second-class mech designer. I guess so. Ves sighed. I just feel that Vincent doesn't really know what he's asking for. He needs a good dose of reality. It could be worse. Even without our generous budget, I think we could still make his mech work. The so-called Adonis that Vincent demanded was a medium-ranged hybrid mech that was suitable to be employed in assaults. Vincent basically wanted to pilot a much better version of the Dawnbreaker and Nova Breaker. If not for the codpiece, Ves wouldn't have so many objections to this commission. Seeing that Ves still had mixed feelings over Vincent's demands, Gloriana giggled and ruffled his hair some more. Don't worry, Ves. I'll take the lead in this design project. You should direct most of your time on designing your Elvanen marksman mech. You're clearly more passionate about that project. Will you be fine with working with Vincent? Designing the perfect vessel is my passion, Ves. I can handle a boy like Vincent. Chapter 1633 Abusing Parents. Ves and Gloriana each devoted time on two separate design projects. Ves mainly devoted his time on the Elvanen marksman mech project. Though he started off with the intention of designing a commercial mech for the market, in truth it was more of a passion project. Have you thought of a name for this mech design yet? Gloriana asked as they entered the design lab. He nodded. For now, I'm going with the Deliverer. That's a simple name. I contemplated other names such as Elvane's Punishment or the Sagittarius, but they're either a bit too heavy-handed or they don't send the right message. I think the Deliverer fits well alongside the Transcendent Messenger. They are quite related to each other. The only reason why I haven't decided to call it the Transcendent Deliverer is because their quality and performance is not worth a grander name. It's your choice. She shrugged. So what is the idea behind the name? A deliverer is a savior or rescuer. Ves described. The word has a religious connotation. The Ilvanans have always regarded Prophet Ilvain as their deliverer. Since the marksman mech I've envisioned is a mech that is directly tied to the Great Prophet, then calling it the deliverer is fitting. Because this mech will deliver them from the threat of the Sandman, right? Exactly. Maybe the deliverer might be useful in other situations as well. While it's not a very resilient or mobile mech, it can still be a potent threat as long as it enjoys a lot of protection. Are you hoping that your deliverer will continue to be useful after the Sand War? I'm leaving that option open, Ves responded. Since the deliverer is my inaugural commercial mech design of the new mech generation, I don't want it to become irrelevant if we win the Sand War. I think the Ilvanans are more than willing to depend on the deliverer if it shows its value against the Sandmen. The only point I'm uncertain about is whether Ilvain will continue to offer his support. He's one of the more benevolent proto-gods in your arsenal. I'm sure he's willing to do what is necessary to protect his flock. If not, you can always pull him aside and teach him a lesson. Ves sheepishly smiled. It's not that simple. Every design spirit earned a spiritual dividend. While Ves only employed a tiny mode of spirituality in the Holy Soldier design, it still offered Ilvain's spiritual fragment a connection to hundreds of thousands of mech pilots. Since they all happened to be Ilvanans, the spiritual feedback between the mech pilots and Ilvain's spiritual fragment happened to be substantially stronger than usual. Every mech pilot resonated with the spiritual remnant that Ves had rescued and amplified. Such a strong reaction empowered Ilvain's spiritual fragment to an enormous degree in the last few months. Along with the benefits that the fragments already gained from its strong bond with the mech pilots of the Transcendent Messengers, Ves did not have the confidence that he could exert any control over the fragment anymore. The only way he could overpower Ilvain's spiritual fragment was if he borrowed the power of the F-Stone. Ves did not wish to do that. Not only would he ruin his relationship with Ilvain's spiritual fragment, he would also waste a portion of the F-Stone's formidable charge. He still needed to keep its remaining charge in reserve in case Nixie ever rebelled or something. That reminded him of something. He excused himself from Gloriana for a moment, and concentrated his mind and began to visualize the desolate soldier. He soon made contact with the Solemn Guardian and checked up its status. Compared to all of the design spirits he utilized, the Solemn Guardian had grown to be the second strongest spiritual entity under his control. The continued success of the soldier product line had benefited it enormously. The time when the LMC sold over 1 million soldier mechs was near. Almost every state involved in the Sand War employed the Desolate Soldier or one of its variants. While the average spiritual strength of every mech pilot was rather poor, the sheer quantity of people connected to the Solemn Guardian accumulated to an incredibly scary degree. Was it any surprise that the Solemn Guardian grew to an incredible degree in a matter of months? Ves was even worried that its growth had been too rapid. The only reason why he didn't express more concern was that its strength had already begun to level off. At a certain point, the spiritual product no longer benefited from a huge quantity of low-quality spiritual feedback. He speculated that the Solemn Guardian had reached a limit or a bottleneck. The only opportunity for it to grow further was if it could forge a connection with an expert pilot. Cases like Devia Stark, who hid her expert pilot status and stuck to standard mechs, were very rare. Most of the soldier mechs were rather modest in performance, which meant that any sane expert pilot would never be satisfied. Since Ves was scared of what would happen if the Solemn Guardian grew further, he was relieved that its strength had plateaued. "How have you been? Have you made sure to direct the dividends in the right direction?" The Solemn Guardian responded with a vague wave of emotion and meaning. Ves slowly interpreted its response and found out that it still heeded his earlier instruction. I know you don't like it, but it's for your own good. Your other parent won't hesitate to kill you and reclaim what is his if you land in his clutches. After a few more inquiries, he became satisfied that nothing had changed since he last checked in with the design spirit. When Ves first came up with the concept of spiritual dividends, he paid a lot more attention to the spiritual feedback between his spiritual products and their parents. Ves did not have to worry too much about his first spiritual product. Veskas, the design spirit of the Kinslayer custom mech he designed for Lady Miralix, only governed a single mech. From what Ves had looked up in the news, Lady Miralix had long stopped piloting the Kinslayer. She instead put the mech on display at her mansion on Felixia. Maybe I should recall Veskas and put him to use elsewhere, he muttered. He even contemplated recycling Veskas so he could employ it as the design spirit of the Adonis. It was a quick and convenient way to solve this problem. However, his professionalism disdained such a lazy solution. For better or worse, the Adonis would certainly attract a lot of attention from the public. Leland already told him that the government planned to utilize Vincent and his custom mech in a lot of propaganda. If Ves wanted to do a proper job, he could not afford to cut any corners. I should probably form my third spiritual product then, he judged. I have to make a new one so that it matches my vision for the Adonis. He left that for later. For now, he wanted to confirm whether the Solemn Guardian had sent its excess spiritual feedback to the right recipient. Ves originally formed the Solemn Guardian out of 3 spiritual ingredients. Nixie was the biggest contributor, so Ves was always afraid that his spiritual product would secretly pass on its energy to the ancient alien spiritual entity. When Ves inspected the Solemn Guardian thoroughly, he saw little sign of that taking place so far. Instead, most of the spiritual feedback went to Venerable Plinter. Though Ves also possessed a connection to the Solemn Guardian, he did not benefit from spiritual feedback. The attributes had to match. The Solemn Guardian's attributes did not really have much relation to his own mix of attributes. In addition, Ves suspected that the spiritualities of high-ranking mech designers like him weren't able to grow at all from external assistance. From what he could tell, expert pilots and certain spiritual entities were different. Kalanxo obviously benefited most of all so far, and Ves had a strong suspicion that some of the expert pilots he sourced had grown as well. Since Ves directed the Solemn Guardian to dump most of the spiritual feedback it couldn't handle onto Venerable Plinter, the expert pilot should have benefited considerably. Is that true, though? Ves hadn't really looked up on the consequences of making use of the spiritual fragments he borrowed from expert pilots. Information on Venerable Fontaine was classified. He already nagged Leland once and evoked a lot of suspicion. Ves knew better than to follow up on the expert pilot of the 8th Spiral Shockers. As for the expert pilot who was responsible for imparting the duty-related attributes to the Solemn Guardian, Ves had not really paid that much attention to her since he returned to the Bright Republic. I hope she's doing well. Ves activated his comm and tried to look up any news about Venerable Zoe Plinter. Ah, damn! The Hertog Dominion had already started to succumb to the Sandman invasion. The state was a bit more distant from the Bright Republic. The desolate soldiers entered its mech market a bit late. The absence of his mechs and their helpful glows caused many citizens of the Hertog Dominion to flee the state even though it could still hold off the invasion. Well, the Dominator isn't entirely free from blame either. Ves always had a poor impression of the Hertog Dominion in the brief time he spent there. The Dominator ruled Hertog with an iron fist and always suppressed his own subjects. Was it no surprise that most of its people held very little loyalty to the state? A loyal and devoted expert pilot like Venerable Plinter was rare. Her strong duty to the state was a product of focused indoctrination. Her famed loyalty along with her specialization were the biggest reasons why he decided to borrow a spiritual fragment from her so long ago. Should he have been more concerned with her condition after he cut a portion of her spirituality away? Probably. Did he care? Not really. The problem is that she's gone. To be more precise, the news reports coming from the collapsing Hertog Dominion did not mention any word about Venerable Plinter. As one of Hertog's loyal expert pilots, she always enjoyed some media attention. Yet now, there were no more confirmed sightings of Venerable Plinter and her crack shooter expert mech. Did she die? Ves wasn't sure. While it was normal to withhold news of the death of an expert pilot from the public, his intuition suggested to him that it was not so simple. Right now, the solemn guardian directed a considerable amount of spiritual dividends to Venerable Plinter. She received her own share as well as Nixie's share, so her spiritual growth must have been quite significant if his theories were correct. This is a bit problematic. He wasn't sure if she knew of her connection to the soldier product line. If she suspected something, she might knock on his door one day, and she probably wouldn't be very happy. I can only hope she doesn't come, he muttered. If nothing else, he would just have to rely on his avatars and the formidable defenses of the mech nursery and the cloud estate to fend off a rogue expert pilot. Ves shrugged off his concerns and decided to return to work. He still needed to refine the draft of his Deliverer project a bit further to confirm whether he selected the right components. While he went back to work, Gloriana spent most of her time on preparing for the Adonis project. She dragged Vincent to the design lab and subjected him to a lot of scans and tests. Fortunately, Ves had managed to convince Vincent to leave his entourage and his recorder bots outside. A few days went by as Ves and Gloriana each worked on the projects they favored. Chapter 1634 Expensive Mech. While Ves mainly worked on the Deliverer project, he did not entirely ignore the Adonis project. The same went for Gloriana. Both of them had to be involved in both projects in order to make sure they managed to achieve synergy when they moved on to the next design phases. Gloriana's specialization required her to gain a thorough understanding of Vincent Rickland's mind and body. For this reason, Vincent became a regular guest of the design lab in the first couple of days. Ves was deeply uncomfortable with letting Vincent inside the design lab. He could do a lot of damage if he wanted to. It didn't help that Vincent didn't shut up and frequently talked as he impatiently endured all of the tests and examinations. "I'm bored here!" he shouted as his body was being subjected to a whole-body scan. "Is this what you mech designers are doing all day?" "Please bear with it, Mr. Vincent," Gloriana admonished from behind a control panel. Different from the time they worked on the Resentful Soldier project, Gloriana had an assistant by her side. Considering that it was important to gain an excellent understanding of Vincent's physical state, Ves suggested that Dr. Lupo should be involved. Though Gloriana initially doubted Dr. Lupo, she fully became convinced in him after he showed off his expertise. As Ves walked up to the control panel, he studied the readouts. He failed to interpret the data. "What's going on?" Ves asked the exobiologist. "We are almost done with measuring Mr. Rickland's physical state," Lupo replied, making sure not to disturb Gloriana as she focused on manipulating the scanner machine. "It's quite surprising how healthy he is. It's rare to encounter a baseline human body that has grown admiringly fit through natural means." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Vincent Rickland spends a lot of time on working out. While he has made use of supplements to enhance his muscle growth, it is not to the extent that he has become dependent on them. He hasn't augmented his body with any genetic treatments either. Of course not, their current client yelled. I'm proud to be human. I hate it when people are trying to get ahead by turning themselves into half-aliens. Don't they realize that they're losing their humanity? Lupo smiled. Ah, human purist. The practice of augmenting someone by applying alien genes to their genetic makeup was not accepted by every human. Though Ves discovered that the practice turned out to be widespread among the upper echelons of society, most lower-class citizens detested the practice after it had almost led humanity to extinction during the twilight of the Age of Conquest. In truth, Ves was not entirely unsympathetic of this ideology. If Dr. Jutland hadn't forcibly stuffed his body with enough alien-derived organs to turn him into a literal half-alien, he would have agreed with Vincent's viewpoint. Unfortunately, the reality of modern society was that those who failed to keep up would always be left in the dust. By far, most mech designers who managed to become a journeyman did so because they augmented their intelligence in some way. Every other successful human relied on some form of implants or genetic treatments to become better at their jobs. Fortunately for Vincent, mech pilots were less dependent on augmentations than other professions. Skill, discipline, and genetic aptitude determined the performance of a mech pilot in a mech. The former two could only be developed through training and hard work, while the latter completely depended on birth and early nurturing. So whether Vincent Ricklin wanted to remain a baseline human or not did not matter that much in his career. Of course, those who were willing to augment aspects of themselves still gained some advantages. How skilled is he in piloting mechs? Gloriana answered this time. To be honest, he's all over the place. Hey! I object to that, babe. Quiet! She hissed to Vincent before turning back to Ves. According to his own words, he piloted a variety of mechs when he fought for the Bentheim Liberation Movement. He started off with your custom Mark Antony, then switched over to a space-borne skirmisher before dumping it for a space-borne rifleman mech. He then went back to piloting some land-bound mechs such as a Knight mech and a Striker mech. That is certainly a very colorful resume, Ves haltingly responded. I didn't always get the luxury to choose the mech I wanted to pilot. It's not like the BLM can enter a mech outlet in Durham and order a batch of mechs to be delivered to our secret base. Why did you pilot both land-bound and space-borne mechs then? I didn't have any choice. Whenever I spend too long on a hidey hole on the surface, the planetary guard eventually caught up to us and forced us to flee. Whenever I'm starting to get comfortable in space, the Mech Corps narrowed down our coordinates and forced us to lay low at one of our hidden bases. It sounds like the authorities should have done a better job. Haha. I don't go down that easily, buddy. I'm stronger than you think. Gloriana shook her head. I've already tested his piloting performance in simulations. He is passable in piloting most standard mech types, but his irregular training and experiences hasn't led to anything else. So he's basically a jack of all trades and a master of none. Unfortunately, yes. The good news is that his ability to adapt will serve him well in piloting hybrid mechs. The bad news is that his lack of specialization won't produce excellent results in battle. That's what the Adonis is for, babe. What does skill even matter when I get a top-notch custom mech for free? I'll crush the Sandman with my super-duper expensive Adonis. The Sandmen are already getting beat by starfighters and budget mechs. Once a mech like my Adonis takes the field, the Sandmen will get their comeuppance. Ves chuckled under his breath. Neither Ves nor Gloriana thought highly of Vincent's statement. While it was true that relying on the superior capabilities of an expensive mech could compensate for lack of skill, in practice it was very reckless for someone to allocate an unskilled mech pilot to an expensive mech. An unskilled mech pilot would never be able to leverage the full strength of a powerful mech. Not only that, their lack of skill and judgment sometimes produced openings in their piloting style which any skilled or clever opponent could exploit. The usual outcome was that the expensive mech suffered a premature death. Easy successes that followed after crushing victories against inferior opponents always inflated the confidence of the unskilled mech pilot. It only took one instance of underestimating a skilled opponent for the expensive mech to become scrap before it paid off its cost. It was even worse if the expensive mech lost against a cheaper mech. While the Sandmen weren't comparable to mechs, they shouldn't be underestimated. A blowhard like Vincent, whose bark was bigger than his bite, would probably get a rude awakening on the battlefield. Whatever battles he fought while he was with the BLM didn't compare to the brutal battles against the Sandmen. Quantity mattered more than quality. While more expensive and resilient mechs survived longer, the Sandmen sometimes employed exceptionally powerful laser attacks that devastated entire mech companies at once. Against such firepower, not even an expert mech could guarantee its survival. After Ves gained an understanding of Vincent's piloting ability, he left Gloriana and Dr. Lupo. He returned to his own corner at his design lab and sat next to Kedys. "Hey, Ves." Kedys greeted him with a bored tone as she pressed her head against her hand. "Are you still down about not being able to design a swordsman mech?" She breathed deeply. "You don't have to be worried about me. I can take care of myself. Since there's little point for me to pursue my passion at the moment, I've been spending my free time on my studies." "How far are you in your studies?" "According to the virtual tests I've taken, I've reached the standard of a journeyman for math, mechanics, and metallurgy. Right now, I'm working on reaching the same level for physics and materials science." Ves looked impressed. "That's really fast." She snorted. "Compared to your girlfriend, that's nothing." "That's not a fair comparison, and you know it. You're a daughter of a frontier who grew up under difficult conditions. Gloriana was born with a silver spoon and received a lot of genetic treatments as she grew up. She even has an implant in her head that has boosted her cognitive abilities to a level that I don't even think I can catch up to unless I install my own implant." "You boosted my intelligence, right? When I found out that my learning speed has improved, I thought I caught up with the likes of you and Gloriana. It turns out that I've been really naive." "Hey, you don't have to talk like that." Ves softly spoke and placed his hand on her solid back. "Don't forget that you're younger than Gloriana. Even if she was more impressive than you at your age, you're right at the point where apprentices grow the fastest. As long as you work hard in the next 10 years, I might congratulate you for becoming a journeyman." "I don't know, Ves. You've directed a lot more attention to the new Tovar mech designers lately." Ves frowned. "Stop that. I never meant to neglect you. It's just that I've already imparted most of the lessons I wanted to convey to you. For me to leave you on your own is a statement of confidence on my part. I trust you to handle yourself and complete your assignments without any hand-holding. It's different for the Tovars. Even though they benefited from the orthodox education that you lack, their mindsets aren't as good and they don't really know what to do. I have to explain what I expect from them step by step, and that just requires a bit more time." "I'm sorry, Ves. It's unfair for me to complain to you. I just missed the early days when we were together. With Gloriana and all of the new people in your life, I can hardly get a hold of you these days." "Are you lonely?" Ves looked at her in concern. You must be missing your fellow sword maidens, right?" "I guess I am," she admitted. "I haven't spent this long away from the sword maidens since they first picked me up. Now that they're working for Calabast, they've gone to dark, making it impossible for me to contact them. I don't even know where they are or what they are doing right now." "You should make some more friends here. There are more people besides me and the Sword Maidens in your life. I know. I tried my best. I don't really get along with anyone else except Calcy. I tried getting along with the Larkinsons, but they're so rigid and proper that I've always felt awkward in their presence. The kids are cute, though. You don't have any other friends? I guess not. This sounded like a serious problem. Ves figured he should really do something before Keddy snapped or something. An idea suddenly came to mind. Maybe you need to spend some time elsewhere, Ves suggested. Just like how I traveled to Centerpoint and went on a tour through the Star Sector, you should do something different in order to invigorate your passion and gain new inspiration. You can also make some new friends while you're spending your time away from Cloudy Curtain. This time, Keddy looked intrigued. A bit of excitement suffused her mood. Is that a good idea? Right now, there are 2 major wars going on in the Star Sector. It's not really safe for me to travel. You don't have to go on a tour like I did, Keddy. I think it's enough if you spend some time on an entirely different planet in order to enjoy some fresh, new experiences. Where do you think I should go, then? Ves smiled. Bentheim. Chapter 1635 Deliverer. Ves tried to convince Keddy that she might benefit a lot from gaining experience in Bentheim. You have been under my wing for so long that you have exhausted what I can teach you for the moment, he spoke. So it's not actually useful for you to remain at the mech nursery where you don't have a lot of opportunities to accrue experience. This is the shortcoming of residing in a former rural planet like Cloudy Curtain. Keddy raised her hand and brushed her horns. I'm not sure about this, Ves. I've visited Bentheim a few times before while you were on your tour. It's too crowded there. People are everywhere and too many of them look at me in an odd way. What you need is a friend. You don't entirely get along with the avatars or sentinels, right? She nodded. They're not really my kind. They're too rigid. Too proper. Too military. I have someone in mind who would make for an excellent host on Bentheim. Let me call someone and see if she agrees. Ves activated his comm and called someone who he hadn't contacted in a while. A minute went by before someone finally answered his call. A projection of a woman in a blood-red piloting suit appeared. Ves immediately recognized the neural interface helmet as the model associated with his soldier line. Ves! You sure picked an awful time to call, Ves Larkinson complained, though her expression did not show much dissatisfaction. I had to pause a live training session because of you. My men will start to think I'm going soft or something. He chuckled. Oh, I'm sure that the big bad Riella can deal with such a trivial problem. How are you doing these days? I'm still the same, mostly. If not for the Sand War, I would have continued to sharpen my dueling skills. Are you still a blood champion for the Blood Claws? She nodded. Yeah, but all duels and most mech games are suspended on Bentheim. I've been focusing on training my mech company. Those prideful soldiers you've designed feel great, though a bit too fragile for my tastes. The Blood Claws are big fans of your work, though. It didn't surprise Ves to hear that the Blood Claws liked his prideful soldiers. Don't you have the capital to pilot something better, Riella? I'm a Larkinson, Ves. Everyone expects me to pilot your work. The prideful soldier is still a budget mech model. Ves frowned. It only takes a couple of hits for a prideful soldier to go down. I would feel much more reassured if you piloted a Dawnbreaker. Though he didn't exactly like the Dawnbreaker, from an objective viewpoint it was much better at preserving the life of a mech pilot. Riella didn't look regretful. It's fine, Ves. While I have my Larkinson training to count on, I'm not at ease in piloting space-borne mechs. Maneuvering in 3 dimensions has never been my forte. As for my marksmanship, there's a reason I prefer to pilot skirmisher mechs. I don't deserve a dawnbreaker. The prideful soldier is enough for me. Its glow fits me well. I can upgrade a prideful soldier if you want, Ves suggested. Normally, he would never offer to do this, but Riella was family. I don't want any special treatment. She immediately shook her head. People will think you're babysitting me if you give me a special mech. That's going to ruin my reputation in the Blood Claws. Piloting the prideful soldier alongside other Blood Claws is a way to prove myself. I need to endure the same hardships as the other Blood Claws in order to earn everyone's recognition. That sounded similar to what Ves was putting the avatars through. The problem was that Riella's life was much more valuable than the lives of his avatars. You still have to prove yourself? He furrowed his brows. You've been with the Blood Claws for years and distinguished yourself in duels. Don't get me wrong, Ves. I did manage to prove myself. I enjoy a pretty senior position in the Blood Claws nowadays. It's just that this is not enough. I want to climb higher. I don't feel that I've reached my limit. Ves became speechless for a moment. What is it you're working towards exactly? She grinned. I want to lead the Blood Claws. What? The Blood Claws was one of the 3 most dominant underground organizations on Bentheim. Calling it a gang was something of a misnomer because it was deeply rooted in almost every part of Bentheim's society. Their influence and power rivaled that of the richest business magnates in the port system. Trying to become the leader of the Blood Claws was like trying to become the planetary governor. Riella would have to distinguish herself over and over again in an attempt to earn the recognition of the lower ranks while outshining her much more established peers. Don't try to argue me out of this, Ves. I'm already tired of Melinda's nagging. I don't need you to act as my nanny as well. I'm my own person. I can do what I want with my life. He knew very well how stubborn Riella could get. Just like him, she longed to be in control of her own destiny. For that reason, Ves reluctantly decided to respect her wishes despite his worries. She might die trying to pursue her ambition, but she would never regret her decision. Because this was what a true Larkinson would do. Let's talk about something else. He decided to change the subject. I have a mech designer here who needs to experience something different. Come over here, Kedis. With his introduction, Riella and Kedis smoothly got to know each other better. They already heard about each other, but never got the opportunity to talk. Just as Ves expected, they quickly found a kindred spirit within each other. Both of them grew comfortable enough for Riella to accept Kedis and her crew as a guest. Seeing that the 2 women managed to hit it off, Ves left them alone and turned back to his work. While Kedis began to pack for her excursion to Bentheim, Ves refined the draft design for his deliverer while locking in his vision. The deliverer is a mech that brings salvation to the distressed by delivering punishment to the enemies of the Ilvanan faith. If his transcendent messenger design represented Ilvain's virtues, then his deliverer design represented Ilvain's retribution. The offensive might of the deliverer was terrible. Because Ves concentrated most of the deliverer's budget in its Gauss rifle and complementary systems, the deliverer was capable of taking out much stronger opponents. Even custom mechs like the Adonis that Ves and Gloriana planned to design might succumb after being targeted by a deliverer in open space. However, much of the potential of the deliverer depended on the cooperation of its design spirit. If Ilvain's spiritual fragment did not agree with the actions of the mech pilot, the deliverer would not benefit from its supernatural assistance. Without this crucial interaction, the deliverer could only rely on the skill and judgment of its mech pilot and its targeting system to land a solid hit. Whether the deliverer performed exceptionally or not depended on the whims of Ylvain's spiritual fragment. It should never be employed against fellow Ylvainans or those who weren't enemies of the Ylvainan faith and its worshippers. That constrained the utility of his deliverer somewhat, but Ves did not mind this outcome. In fact, he preferred it because letting the Ylvainans abuse the deliverer for unworthy ends was not its purpose. The might of Ylvain should never be squandered. The majesty of Ylvain must not be tarnished. As Ves kept tweaking the deliverer's draft design according to his feelings, his mood became more intense. His eyes burned like fire as he became more invested in realizing the deliverer's odd but ambitious vision. Gloriana is right, he whispered to himself. Designing the deliverer has become my passion project. He never felt as passionate and invested when he designed the variants of his desolate soldier. He only felt this way when he was working on something new and innovative. Designing mechs similar to mechs developed by others is a waste of time. Only by designing something truly new do I feel worthy to call myself a mech designer. The competition in the mech industry was terrible. It was far too difficult for a mech designer to stand out from the crowd and publish a mech design that added value to the market. Ves felt gratified that his design philosophy pursued a different direction than many other mech designers. This was the main advantage of Class 9 design philosophies. As long as a mech designer found a way to make them work, it was much easier to design something different from the norm. I was made for this, he grinned. The fiery passion that enveloped his body felt similar to the passion he felt when he designed the Devil Tiger. Back then, Ves made some very bold design choices that turned his Devil Tiger into an unparalleled and unique machine. This is another chance for me to design a mech that has no equal. On a whim, Ves concentrated his mind on the transcendent messenger design and made contact with Ylvain's spiritual fragment. A tacit understanding formed between him and the fragment. Without exchanging any messages, the spiritual fragment extended some of its vastly grown power to his mind through their intangible connection. A sacred and solemn presence entered his body. In order to avoid disturbing anyone else, Ves isolated the presence in his mind by raising a spiritual barrier. No one knew that his head became a carrier of a portion of Prophet Ylvain's grace. Ves did not let the Prophet's influence take over and designed the deliverer in his stead. He knew he had to be careful and maintain firm control over the direction of its design. A mech designer must always be in charge of his own work. What Ves wanted instead was to gain a better understanding of Prophet Ylvain and his values. He used his close mental and spiritual proximity to Ylvain's spiritual fragment as a source of inspiration and a way to color his perspective. After all, when it came down to it, Ves was not an Ylvainan. He did not grow up under the teachings of the Ylvainan faith and lacked a thorough understanding of its values and ideals. A good way to remedy this problem was to consult an Ylvainan, or add an Ylvainan mech designer to his design team. However, Ves only started the Deliverer project very recently. It would take too much time to recruit an Ylvainan mech designer. He also didn't believe it was necessary right now. Why should he consult a believer in the faith when he could access the original source? Working directly in the presence of Ylvain's spiritual fragment would bring him much closer to the essence of its faith than working with an intermediary. The modern incarnation of the Ylvainan faith is different from what it used to be when the Prophet was still alive. It's become more insular and less optimistic. Working with Ylvain's spiritual fragment was like returning to the roots of the Ylvainan faith. Untarnished by an entire accumulation of selective interpretation and altered customs, the unquestioning beliefs emanating from his connection to the spiritual fragment felt remarkably pure. Ves understood a bit why people took comfort in faith. The certainty exuded by it made him feel as if his life had purpose. Of course, he immediately slapped himself in the face in order to avoid succumbing to indoctrination. Prophet Ylvain might have been able to hoodwink entire states into adopting his beliefs, but Ves knew better. "Don't think of converting me to your faith, buddy! You're just a remnant that I picked up from the street." He returned his attention to his draft design and began to shape its cosmetic design. Prophet Ylvain happened to be a vain person when he was still alive. Since the deliverer was meant to be a premium mech, it shouldn't look too shabby. Chapter 1636 Random Day. Of all of the design spirits that Ves had in his arsenal, Ylvain's spiritual fragment was the most human. It didn't originate from an exabeast like Kalanxo. It wasn't a spiritual product either. Born in a different time and age, Prophet Ylvain rose up in the galactic heartland to become a visionary to countless people who had lost hope during those times. Though the prophet was long dead, Ves managed to revive a trace of his existence and amplify it into a powerful spiritual fragment. While not as strong as the Solemn Guardian, Ves never underestimated it. Unlike the Solemn Guardian, in its role as a design spirit, Ylvain's spiritual fragment formed a lot of intimate connections with its mech pilots. Every Ylvainin mech pilot is practical, devoting their heart and souls to their faith. As a consequence, every Ylvainin mech pilot unintentionally aligned their thoughts and emotions to the mechs they piloted. The Kronins piloting his holy soldiers fought harder and made better use of them than the Brighters piloting his desolate soldiers. While there were many other factors that determined the performance of a mech, Ves believed that the close alignment between mechs and mech pilots allowed the combination to exert more power in battle. "In a way, my methods and techniques are a lot more suitable in catering to a religious audience," he judged. "It's much easier to get mech pilots to adopt the right mindset for my products." In comparison, the performance of his desolate soldiers were much more mixed. Skilled mech pilots still fared worse if they weren't compatible with the notion of duty. This was why the Ministry of Defense suggested the prideful soldier variant. Brighters were a lot more diverse in their beliefs and attitudes. That's not to say that every Ylvainin is the same. It's just that they all share a strong and common belief among themselves that I can exploit for my own uses. The Bright Republic was a highly secular state. While it developed its own identity and culture, Ves had to admit that giving every Brighter the freedom to decide their beliefs meant that his people did not share a single coherent identity. That had always been something of a weakness to his home state. Even the Vesians were better in that regard. However, the Vesians themselves mostly spent their time quarreling amongst themselves. The only time their nationalism became relevant was when they wanted to bully the Brighters. In short, it was much harder to form a strong common identity in a secular state, especially if it was weak. The Bright Republic was incomparable to greater powers such as the Friday Coalition. The second-rate state that every Brighter looked up to possessed a much stronger identity. The Friday Coalition had to do so in order to form a united front against their rivals. Even so, the Friday men are still too diverse. The Friday Coalition only formed as a response to the struggle of territory at the opening of the Komodo Star sector. A large number of refugee and colonization fleets flooded in the Frontier Star sector that the Big Two opened up to provide a new start to those that tired from the ravages of the Age of Conquest. A lot of hopeful groups poured into the Komodo Star sector despite its relative barrenness. Many people valued owning their own territories to govern as they wished. An epic struggle for supremacy ensued. Lots of colonizing groups lost their strength, or had been wiped out from existence. The founders of the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom were just some of the losers who had been pushed to the periphery of the Star sector. After many chaotic years of struggle, the group that eventually went on to found the Hexadric hegemony became the ultimate winner of this struggle. The Hexers gained so much strength that no other surviving group could resist them by themselves. The only way for the scattered and surviving forces to gain a foothold in the center of the star sector was to band together and unite their strengths. That was how the Friday Coalition formed on a random Friday. As a result, the Friday Coalition never formed a common identity aside from a strong hatred against the Hexers. This made them less than ideal for his products. Ves could do so much more if he designed mechs for the Hexers. Their strong and distinctive identity made it easy for him to adapt his more daring ideas to their beliefs. Of course, there's also a downside to catering to a single strong identity. The advantage of designing mechs for the Bright Republic was that his work would also be compatible with many other states. It was different if he designed a mech that catered to the Ilvanians. Almost no other culture would accept a mech that Ves devoted to a specific religion. The fact that Ves had to design a specific variant of the Desolate Soldier to accommodate the Ilvanians already signified the price he had to pay to appeal to a distinctive culture. It would be the same if he designed a mech for the Hexers. Not only did he have to appeal to their strange beliefs on women, he might not even be able to get their attention. After all, he was a man, not a woman. It would have been much better for me if I was still in the camp of the Friday men. He glanced towards Gloriana, who appeared to be engrossed in her examinations of Vincent Rickland's properties. Seeing her reaffirmed his love for her. He did not regret cutting ties with the Friday Coalition if it meant he could spend his time with a woman who complimented him well. Thinking about his former ties to the Friday Coalition made him recall about his old contacts and friends from the second-rate state. How is Oleg doing these days? Ves recalled that Oleg advanced to journeyman earlier than him, making him a true prodigy. He decided to pause his work and browse the galactic net. He already showed off his prowess? By now, the preliminary rounds of the Rimward Games were just taking place. This was a big event in ordinary times, and if not for the wars raging in the star sector, Ves would have paid attention to this spectacle. Millions of promising journeymen had gathered at the center of various star clusters in order to make it through the qualification rounds. Once the mech designers made it through these grueling rounds, they were entitled to travel to the main planet where the Rimward Games would be truly held. Due to the distances involved, this would take many years. If not for the assistance provided by the MTA and CFA, it would have taken several decades for the contestants to arrive at the main venue. Ves looked up Master Olsen next. Though she decisively kicked him out of her orbit, Ves never held any hard feelings about her decision. Both of them knew that it was for the best. Sadly, the galactic net didn't mention much about her activities. The only solid lead he gained was that his old master was working very closely with the Blue Cavalry, the mech military of the Vermeer Group. It makes sense that Master Olsen has left Limar to help the Vermeer Group, he muttered. The Komodo War was incredibly devastating. Tens of thousands of mechs clashed against each other every day as the border systems changed hands every few weeks. Master mech designers were supremely capable in designing mechs and should never be wasting their time on developing commercial mechs. After all, in a war of this scale, the performance of military mechs decided its outcome. Seeing that Master Olsen was probably doing her best to help the Vermeer Group resist the Hexers, Ves no longer lingered on her and turned his thoughts elsewhere. A name popped up. I wonder how Tristan Wesseling is doing? The direct disciple of Master Katzenberg made a very strong impression on Ves back at Centerpoint. What Ves found notable about Tristan was that he managed to earn the recognition of the Rim Guardians during the trials they held. Regardless if Tristan was a Friday man, Ves knew the man would probably have a bright future if he managed to deepen his connections with the Rim Guardians. He impulsively decided to call Tristan despite how inappropriate it might be. He was sure that Gloriana would disapprove, but she didn't control his life. It took some time before Tristan answered the call. Ves Larkinson. The other journeyman's projection looked surprised. I never expected you to contact me. This is not exactly the best of times. Is there something you want? I just wanted to get in touch with you. It's been a while since we last talked with each other. I would have called earlier if not for all the wars that are taking place. Tristan's face grew grave. These are dangerous times. I've already heard how many people have died to the Sandmen assaulting so many third-rate states. I'm sorry my people haven't been able to help. It's fine. Ves dismissively waved his hand. You guys have your own war to fight. While none of us here are pleased that you Friday men and Hexers aren't willing to assist in the Sand War, you don't owe us in the first place. You don't have to massage your opinion of us, Ves. I feel bad for all of the deaths we could have prevented if we weren't so engaged in our own rivalry. Let's not go into this any further. We're both too small to affect the decisions of the higher-ups. Good idea. How are your latest designs faring? I've heard that you've become a lot more prominent these days. They revealed their latest works to each other. Tristan became very impressed with what Ves and Gloriana managed to achieve. The Friday Man hadn't achieved any widespread success in the coalition mech market. Of course, his mechs were much more sophisticated and the competition was much more intense. Selling a couple of thousand mechs a year was already a considerable success to a journeyman like Tristan. Right now, I'm still in the process of finding my own way. That's why my mechs aren't able to stand out from the market. Master Katzenberg's existing works and the works of her older apprentices are all crowding me out. Tristan explained. This was a problem every mech designer faced when they inherited a design philosophy from another mech designer. What about the war? Are you involved in it at all? Not yet, Tristan replied. Master Katzenberg already arranged a cushy position for me. For now, she wanted to make sure that I still have an opportunity to take advantage of the new generation and publish a newer mech. You don't sound very hopeful, Ves pointed out. It's a bit difficult to stand out with a specialty like mine. I mostly excel in material substitution, so my mechs are merely cheaper than the competition. That's my only advantage. That did sound a bit unfortunate to Ves. Competing on price was a race to the bottom. Competing on value was the true way to profit from the market. Those who offered distinct advantages and unique features would always earn more fame and make more profit. Have you found a solution to your problem? Tristan nodded. I've formed some ideas. The trial with the lithic mechs inspired me a lot. It made me realize that specializing in a certain type of materials can offer a surprising amount of value. I've been researching all kinds of material types to decide which ones I want to orient towards. That sounds like a very major shift in direction. Ves looked surprised. Are you really certain you want to alter your design philosophy in such a radical fashion? There is no future for me if I continue to follow Master Katzenberg's footsteps. Just because I've become a journeyman doesn't mean my choices are fixed. I can still pick the directions that my master has turned away from when she progressed her own design philosophy. What Tristan wanted to do sounded very dangerous. If he made the wrong decision, he might lead himself into a dead end. Chapter 1637 Exclusive Incentives. Despite belonging to opposite camps, Tristan never treated Ves like an enemy. He freely expressed his difficulties about his future direction as a mech designer to someone he wasn't close with. Ordinarily, an acquaintance like Ves should never be exposed to Tristan's deeper problems. Of course, Tristan wasn't an average acquaintance to Ves. The Friday Man mech designer never dismissed Ves despite his humbler background. Both of them still maintained the idea that it was better to deepen their connection to each other. Those who managed to pass the trials set by the Rim Guardians weren't ordinary in the slightest. Right now, I'm leaning towards specializing in lightweight materials, Tristan freely explained. This is an area which Master Katzenberg has never excelled in. She focuses mainly on substituting more expensive materials for more affordable materials. Usually, that comes with a cost as the substitute materials are often inefficient, requiring more mass in order to equal the effect of the original materials. Ves thought about what Tristan proposed. Your rationale is certainly solid. However, I think that specializing in lightweight materials is more of a means than an end. I don't hear much of a direction yet. What ambition have you set? What dream do you want to realize? That's why it's only a consideration. I haven't even figured my goal. Designing a mech with no mass sounds far too unrealistic to me. There is no way such a mech could ever exist. Maybe you can make a mech out of light, Ves joked. Photons have energy, therefore they have mass. Besides, even if I manage to design a mech out of an even higher level substance or energy, the mech pilot still possesses mass as well. It sounds like you haven't managed to find an end goal that resonates with your desires. If you failed to come up with an ambition that you want to pursue after considering this direction for a time, maybe it's not the right choice. Tristan sighed. You're right, I guess. When I initially became an apprentice for Master Katzenberg, I thought my future was already set. While I advanced smoothly to journeyman, I never realized that the heirs of a master mech designer don't have much choice in their future development until it was too late. Do you regret apprenticing under your master? Never. I'm very grateful to my master. Without her assistance, I would have never advanced to journeyman in my 30s. I know what I'm capable of. If I studied at Limar without any strong backing, I would have been forced to scrape for work. Just because Tristan was a Friday man did not mean he was destined for success. Many graduates from places such as the Limar Institute of Technology had to find their place in a vastly more competitive mech community. Though Ves always lamented the limitations of designing third-class mechs, he had to admit it was a lot more easy to compete in this market. Everyone knew that there was much more profit potential in designing second-class mechs. The differences were so vast that Ves estimated that the competition was at least 10 times more intense. Of course, once someone like Tristan found his way and achieved success, he would be able to earn vastly more profit than Ves despite selling much less mechs. Ever since Gloriana revealed the 3-year deadline to Ves, he knew he had to become proficient in designing second-class mechs. If Ves had a choice, then he would have preferred to stick to his roots and continue to excel in designing third-class mechs. However, it wasn't necessarily a bad idea for him to expand his horizons and learn how to design a higher-class mechs. Considering his plans for the future, Ves knew that it would be best if he shifted his focus to designing second-class mechs. Remaining in the third-class orbit was much too limiting to Ves. He wouldn't be able to accumulate much resources and grow his power base if he limited himself to third-class mechs in tech. Even the strongest force of third-rate mechs could never defeat a vastly smaller force of second-rate mechs. There was a limit to the potential of a third-rate force. Since Ves wanted to upgrade his focus, he might as well discuss it with his current conversation partner. When he revealed his ambition to become a second-class mech designer, Tristan did not show any surprise. I always knew you wanted to climb higher. He smirked for a brief moment. However, it's not necessarily a good idea to enter a height you aren't closely familiar with. Many third-class mech designers who emigrated to the Friday Coalition have tried and failed to stand out. They're too far behind compared to the likes of me who lived and breathed second-class mechs from birth. Gloriana already warned me about the challenges, but I'm confident I can manage. Part of the reason why most of those third-class mech designers stagnate is because they can't keep up with the cognitive augmentations that you rich people enjoy, right? That's partially correct. However, even the third-raters who manage to earn a lot of financial support have failed to pay back their debts. That reminded VS of someone. Do you know how Patricia Schneider is doing these days? She's married now, Tristan answered. She goes by Patricia Kane now. I haven't heard anything notable about Orlando Kane, but Patricia has become more notable these days. Master Null values her very highly, especially after she married and started to work harder. Is she still at Limar? No. Last I've heard, she followed Master Null to a secret location in order to work directly for the Carnegie Group. That's quite exceptional, you know. Oh? Only direct disciples are entitled to become a part of the Carnegie Group's core design projects. She must have found some way to earn her master's appreciation, though she is still a nominal disciple in the books. That sounded unusual, but VS didn't care too much about Patricia anymore. She was just an old classmate and acquaintance to him. He quickly moved on to something else. Let's get back to the original topic. What do you think I should prioritize if I want to compete in a market like the Friday Coalition? Tristan crossed his arm and fell into thought. I'm not sure what advice you need and what I'm qualified to give. I don't really concern myself with third-class mech designers trying to climb up. Don't you have Gloriana? She's a great help so far, but she only has a very limited exposure to the mech market. Her main business is designing custom mechs on commission. She has never designed a commercial mech or competed in the open market. I see. Tristan nodded. Well, I think I can tutor you a bit on how to compete in a second-class mech market as long as I'm available. That sounded like a significant favor. VS lit up at the offer. This was exactly what he needed to become a qualified second-class mech designer. However, he quickly calmed down. What do you want in return for this favor? You don't have to pay me back for now. Right now, I don't need anything from you. That might change in the future, especially if you manage to get closer to the Rim Guardians. How far are you in your assignment? I've made some progress, VS hesitatingly answered. It's very difficult, but I'm confident that it won't take long for me to complete my mission. According to the battlefield reports he received from the avatars, Silent William was making quite a name for himself in the fight against the Sandmen. However, VS didn't see any evidence that William Urbish had reached the cusp of becoming an expert candidate. Tristan offered VS a rueful smile. The Rim Guardians don't just pick anyone to become their associates. From the beginning of the trials, you're constantly being evaluated. However, as long as you succeed, you'll definitely enter their circle. Achieving this is worth sacrificing everything else. Both of them recognized the twinkle in their eyes. Are you thinking about becoming a galactic pioneer? VS asked. Who wouldn't in our places? We're not like the older generation who are content with their existing foundation. The risks of exploring the red ocean dwarf galaxy is much more interesting to mech designers like us who have much more to gain. Do you know what kind of benefit the Rim Guardians provide to mech designers who want to take part in the invasion? You're talking to the right person, Tristan grinned. While I haven't been able to collect a lot of information, I did manage to nibble out some information from someone who has already become an associate of the Rim Guardians. That immediately startled VS. He never thought that Tristan was so capable. It turned out that calling him was a good idea after all. What did you find out? He hungrily asked. Well, the Rim Guardians have already unveiled a raft of programs to reward associates who contribute to them. Unlike the main organization, the Rim Guardians offer an expanded selection of assignments that you can fulfill in exchange for merits. You can also offer various goods and services in order to earn merits as well. In general, the Rim Guardians offer considerably more merits for the same kind of assignment, so there's no good reason to approach the main organization. This is because the Rim Guardians want to monopolize the contributions from their associates, right? Tristan nodded. Right. It's a win-win situation. We get to earn more merits than normal, while the Rim Guardians get to receive lots of contributions that expand their power within the MTA. Is there any downside to ignoring the main organization? Yeah. The level of contribution is a measure of your friendship with an organization. Currying favor with the Rim Guardians is only useful if you continue to interact with them. If you happen to end up in a place where the Rim Guardians don't have a presence, the MTA will be a lot more colder towards you. This wouldn't happen if you contribute to the main organization. In essence, if VS was more capable, then it was much more worthwhile to foster a relationship with the MTA as a whole. It's already hard trying to earn 100 million merits with the options that the MTA has opened up. I think I have much better luck if I continue to get closer to the Rim Guardians. You're making the right choice, VS. I haven't mentioned the biggest reward yet. Earning more MTA merits is just part of the incentives they provide. The biggest one is the discount they provide. A discount for what? A Beyonder ticket. What? Are you kidding, Tristan? I'm completely serious. While I haven't been able to verify this news yet, I have no reason to doubt my source. The Rim Guardians have announced that they are willing to reward excellent contributors with up to a 50% discount. 50%? VS gasped. That means a second-class Fleet Beyonder ticket can be redeemed for 50 million merits. I wouldn't get your hopes up so fast, though. The Rim Guardians won't hand out a 50% discount easily. They'll only reward it to associates who have contributed enormously or appreciate the most. However, it's much more doable for us to aim for a 10 to 20% discount. VS calmed down after hearing that. A 20% discount already made his goal of obtaining a Beyonder ticket within 10 years a lot more easier. All of this hinges upon whether we can complete our initial assignments. Tristan shook his head. As long as we can't get past the door, we'll be stuck outside. Yes. You're right. VS sighed. Are you thinking about earning a Beyonder ticket for yourself? I'm not sure. Tristan sighed. I'd like to try, but it will probably take several decades, and that's only if I'm successful. However, there is talk about several potential expeditions. As long as the Komodo War goes against us, there are many people here who are thinking about making a new start. Chapter 1638 Machinations at the Top. The Big Two invested considerably in the invasion of the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy. They considered a decision of such import carefully, and made plenty of preparations spanning over 100 years. In fact, many analysts throughout the human space suspected that the Big Two plotted to conquer the Red Ocean right after the start of the Age of Mechs. Unfortunately, human civilization had fallen into a low point at the time. Its internal state was so awful that an offensive action of this scale was highly irresponsible. That has changed now. Human civilization had not only regained its strength during the height of the Age of Conquest, but also exceeded it by a huge margin. The new order that emerged after the rise of the Big Two managed to foster a period of unprecedented peace in human space. Though many people criticized the decision to rob the states of the right to field their own warships, it did manage to succeed in its main objective. The transition from warships to mechs reduced the level of death and destruction in any human conflict to a minimum. The galactic population of humans grew to a considerable degree. Manpower formed the foundation of strength. With more humans born than ever before, their civilization finally gained the depth required to restart its offensive run. The only problem was that human civilization still neighbored many hostile alien empires in the Milky Way galaxy. Would the rivals of humanity remain quiet as their mortal enemy gleefully raided the red ocean for phase water? The implications of the invasion are very far and wide, Tristan told Ves over the calm. While no one is sure how many forces the Big Two have committed to the invasion, it is undeniable that their strength in the Milky Way has declined. Ves nodded in agreement. We've all noticed how the Big Two have become less active in this star sector. If the same applies to the rest of human space, then our alien neighbors might be getting some ideas. This is why we shouldn't assume that we are all safe back here in the Milky Way. What is the position of the Rim Guardians? Tristan grimaced. The Rim Guardians aren't in a good shape, to be honest. If you think about it, who benefits more from the invasion, the Rim Guardians or the Prime Humans? It didn't take much guessing for Ves to come up with an answer. The Prime Humans are a faction based in the center of the galaxy, right? Humanity's strength there is at a peak. They're also tied to many factions, groups, and notable individuals from the first-rate states. This means that they are in a great position to take advantage of the opportunities offered by the Red Ocean. The Rim Guardians have always been the underdog within the MTA. According to my source, they highly disagreed with the decision to invade the Red Ocean. There are far more downsides than upsides to this invasion to them. Their strength is already strained by their obligation to protect the vast and dispersed regions of the galactic rim. They can't redirect too many additional forces to profit from the invasion of the Red Ocean. If they reduce their strength in the galactic rim even further, then they'll probably show enough weakness to tempt the aliens into attacking human space. Now that Tristan pointed out this circumstance, Ves filled in the gaps himself. The Rim Guardians were really too disadvantaged compared to the Prime Humans. What happened in the Komodo star sector already served as an example of the difficult position of the Rim Guardians. The MTA should have responded more forcefully against the Sandmen if not for this recent initiative. The internal competition within the MTA is very severe, Tristan stated. The poor position of the Rim Guardians have forced them to adopt a different strategy from the Prime Humans with regards to the invasion. If they let the Prime Humans dominate the Red Ocean, they'll probably balloon in strength once they obtain the bulk of the phase water that lands in the hands of the MTA. That sounded like very bad news to Ves. The Rim Guardians appeared to be the only faction that supported the Galactic Rim and the most underprivileged citizens of human space. Even if Ves managed to become a galactic pioneer, he would still be defined by his background in the Red Ocean. Forging a friendship with the Rim Guardians was a way for him to build up solid backing for himself while he adventured in the dwarf galaxy. Without reliable support, Ves would never be able to move as freely as he wanted in frontier space. For this reason, the relative strength and position of the Rim Guardians mattered a lot to Ves and Tristan. Due to his background, he had no chance in aligning himself with the Prime Humans. What are the Rim Guardians doing to narrow the gap? Ves asked. Since they can't deploy too much of their own forces to the Red Ocean, they've decided to lean on their associates. Ah. That made a lot of sense to Ves. It was akin to relying on mercenaries. The opportunities and rewards offered by the Rim Guardians are much more generous than the Prime Humans. This is also a reflection of their different bases of support. The Prime Humans are based in the most powerful regions of human space. The first-rate citizens that support them are mostly capable enough to obtain an individual or fleet beyonder ticket with their own strength. So there is an opportunity for the Rim Guardians to narrow the gap by leaning on external help. However, I don't see how this is profitable. Associates like us won't work for them without remuneration. Phase water is very expensive and highly desirable. If the Rim Guardians dare to exploit us, a galactic pioneer can always decide to sell their phase water to the CFA. They're not after immediate profit this time, Ves. They're opening their pockets to invest in the future. The Rim Guardians are fairly eager to befriend associates who will colonize the middle and lower zones of the Red Ocean. Establishing a presence in these zones will enable the Rim Guardians to benefit from much of the phase water and other strategic exotics harvested in these territories in the future. That's kind of brilliant. Ves perked up. While the yield isn't very big, all of those future states in the Red Ocean will certainly look up to the Rim Guardians and the MTA. It's not quite the same when it comes to the future first-rate states of the Red Ocean. Many of them will doubtlessly be founded by the Terrans or Rabarthans, who never enjoy good relations with the Big Two. Tristan grinned. The prime human fraternity knows that. The activity zone system that restricts the actions of the galactic pioneers is one of the means they came up with to put pressure on the first-rate superstates. The weaker first-rate states that exist in their shadow will never allow them to grow stronger. By locking them all in the cages called the upper zones, the prime humans hope that the lesser first-rate states that they support will be able to gang up on the Terrans and Rabarthans. Ves had never considered these matters before. While he wasn't involved in the machinations at the top, the people at the bottom still felt their effects. From what Tristan described so far, it was unlikely for the Rim Guardians to gain advantages in the invasion. Subsidizing and deepening their connection with associates so that they would conquer more territory in the Red Ocean was just a stopgap solution to stem the bleeding. So even if Ves and Tristan benefited from this development, it didn't change the fact that they were essentially cozying up to a losing faction. However, Ves didn't care so much. He much preferred to make decisions based on his current needs rather than his future concerns. If the Rim Guardians fell out of power somehow, Ves had no qualms in jumping ship and finding another umbrella to shelter under. At that time, he believed that he wouldn't be a small and insignificant journeyman anymore, so he should be able to partner up with plenty of other influences. After centuries of dormancy, humanity had become proactive again and started to make some very big moves. While many people felt uncomfortable that humanity has begun to take some risks, countless opportunities emerged as a result. To those who were daring and adventurous enough to brave the risks, it was possible for them to change their lives and climb to heights that they couldn't have reached during peacetime. Risk is accompanied by reward. Ves summed up his thoughts. Throughout their conversation, Ves and Tristan reaffirmed their tacit understanding. Just like the partnership between Ves and the Tovar family, he and Tristan both sought to hedge a position on the outcome of the Komodo War. If the Friday Coalition won the war, Ves would become a fugitive in the Star Sector. While he didn't worry too much about himself, he didn't know what would happen to his family. Having a friendly Friday man on his side might be crucial in preserving the well-being of the Larkinsons loyal to the Bright Republic. In the event the Hexers won the war, Tristan Wesseling would lose much of his foundation. If his master couldn't help him out for some reason, then having Ves lend him a hand might be crucial in preserving his life and freedom one day. Of course, the other reason why they wanted to remain friendly with each other was because they both wanted to support each other if they entered into the orbit of the Rim Guardians. Once Ves ended the call, he leaned back and considered all of the news he learned. Tristan was oddly generous with sharing his information to me. He frowned. That's not quite normal considering my current status. Tristan was a second-class mech designer who directly enjoyed the tutelage of an esteemed master. While Ves believed his future was promising, he knew he did not merit any special attention right now. For Tristan to be so generous today meant he believed that Ves would do well regardless of which side won the Komodo War. All Ves could conclude was that he would definitely return the favor. Gloriana moved to him some time later. She held a strained smile while she sidled up to his side. Melody told me something interesting. She told me you had a conversation with someone I'm not very keen on. Care to explain yourself? I don't need to explain myself to you. I met Tristan before I met you. We both benefit from each other. Vs. Gloriana gnashed his teeth. If you wanted to befriend more second-class mech designers, I could have introduced you to some from the hegemony. I have plenty of contacts in my comm book. Would they respect a third-class citizen and mech designer like me? Vs pushed back. That answer stumped her for a moment. Though she valued him a lot, not everyone knew him as well as her and Tristan. I'm already working on overcoming their biases, she muttered. That's not enough, and you know it. Every second-class mech designer looks down on third-class mech designers, and that is not entirely without merit. Regardless, even if I managed to earn their recognition, I still would have insisted on maintaining relations with Tristan. Befriending a Friday man can come in handy in the hegemony lands in dire straits one day. She scowled. You and your insistence on hedging your positions. Don't you have faith in my home state? I'm not a hexer, Gloriana. Vs stood his ground with a smile. And I never will as long as hexers insist that women are greater than men. But women are superior. Vs threw his hands up and turned around without bothering to reply. On confrontations like this, they both decided it was best to agree to disagree. Though Gloriana still appeared upset over her boyfriend's decision to associate with a Friday man, she knew that Vs wouldn't change his mind. Sometimes she wondered whether she wanted Vs to become a hexer at all. Chapter 16 39 3 Interpretations. A few tense days went by as Vs and Gloriana both concentrated on their work. The Adonis project entered a new phase as Gloriana finished mapping Vincent Rickland's condition. As a client, Vincent was less than ideal. His piloting skills reflected his scattered piloting experiences. His lack of specialization meant that he didn't possess any strong strengths, which was generally seen as a disadvantage. Vincent is versatile, but that's generally not a good thing, Vs remarked. Perhaps it's for the best that he wants us to design a hybrid mech for him. He'll be able to compensate for his lack of exemplary skill by relying on the arsenal of his mech. Gloriana, who sat next to him at the design lab, nodded in agreement. While it's not a good idea for a mech pilot to rely on the features of his mech to cover for his shortcomings, it's the only way he can make achievements on the battlefield. It won't be very conducive to his growth, though. A mech pilot that lets his mech do the heavy lifting will never improve as fast as a mech pilot who has to struggle for every victory. This was a very well-documented phenomenon. The quality and capability of a mech had to match the skill level of the mech pilot. For example, it was fine for Vs to design a mech as fantastic as the Transcendent Messenger because he knew it would be paired with elite Cronin mech pilots. This was different, though. The budget for the Adonis was just as much as the budget for a Transcendent Messenger. Obviously, the people who arranged the commission wanted Vs to design a mech comparable in performance as the Transcendent Messenger. He already proved he was capable of designing a great custom mech at this price level, and with Gloriana's help the Adonis would doubtlessly be even better. Unfortunately, how well did these bureaucrats and officials understand what was appropriate for Vincent Rickland? Vs and Gloriana wouldn't feel so hesitant about their budget if it was only half as much. Contrary to what many people might think, mech designers did not necessarily insist on designing the most expensive mechs. If a more powerful mech was paired with an awful mech pilot, then it was hard to bring out the full potential of the machine. Don't worry too much, Vs. She attempted to comfort him by patting his arm. I've faced these situations before back at home. Few can resist the temptation of piloting an impressive mech. We just have to make sure that we design a mech that Vincent can grow into after being baptized on the battlefield. So the premise is to design a mech that is easy to pick up but offers a lot of room for growth, right? Exactly. In case of a hybrid mech like the Adonis, We can just implement some limiters and lock some functions until Vincent has grown skilled enough to handle all of its capabilities. While this solution wasn't perfect, VS thought it was good enough. If VS designed a mech as complex and formidable as the Transcendent Messenger, then it was best to pair it up with a highly trained mech pilot such as Tan Melon or Lord Javier of House Anekin. Both of them were very talented in mech piloting and enjoyed some of the most rigorous training offered by their respective states. Designing a mech to such capable mech pilots was any mech designer's dream. As for Vincent, he wasn't as good in swordsmanship as a swordsman mech pilot. His marksmanship left much to be desired when compared to a marksman mech pilot. He wasn't as good in piloting skirmisher mechs as Ves Larkinson, and he definitely wouldn't be able to match Ves Larkinson's ability in piloting space knights. There was nothing Vincent was truly good at, and that troubled the mech designers. If Vincent wanted them to design a simple knight mech or rifleman mech, then they could have easily designed it with a low skill floor and a high skill ceiling. Yet everything became a bit more complicated because Vincent insisted on a hybrid mech. From a defensive standpoint, the Adonis he demanded resembled a knight mech or a heavy mech. Vincent clearly wanted a mech that boasted the maximum level of protection a medium mech could bear. From an offensive standpoint, the Adonis relied on multiple weapon systems. Fortunately, Vincent hadn't set any priorities, so the main armament of the mech was clearly its Sandbreaker rifle. VS and Gloriana treated the missile launchers, wrist-mounted nail drivers and spare sword as auxiliary weapons. They didn't have to devote too much capacity to accommodate these secondary weapon systems. If you strip all of the frills from the Adonis, it's basically an armored rifleman mech. You could also call it a long-range striker mech VS. The point is that we should approach its design as a ranged mech that mainly relies on armor rather than mobility to protect itself. It's similar to the Dawnbreaker and Novabreaker in that regard. Of course, with a budget as generous as theirs, the Adonis would definitely be paired with an armor system that could withstand at least twice as much damage. After VS gained a comprehensive understanding of the data that Gloriana gathered, they began to design a draft for the Adonis. Vincent clearly prizes the cosmetic design of his custom over its functional design, Gloriana explained to VS. As a mech designer who designed many custom mechs, this detail hadn't escaped her notice. So it is best to start sketching out the external appearance of the Adonis before we proceed with trying to fit components into the draft design. Though VS wasn't quite comfortable with that approach, he deferred to her judgment on this matter. Let me take the lead first. I'm very confident in my artistic capabilities. VS began to draw some lines on the projected design interface. When Vincent initially described his demands and showed him his awful sketch of what he wanted his mech to look like, VS already formed some ideas in his mind. He did not adhere too closely to Vincent's per drawing. An artist like VS had his own standards and ideas. If possible, he wanted to push forward his own interpretation of how the Adonis should appear. In fact, he developed several possible interpretations. Since he couldn't quite make up his mind on which one to go for, he decided to sketch out 2 more initial drafts after he finished his first work. Gloriana mainly sat by his side while she became enchanted by his expression of art. Occasionally, she pointed out a problematic area or suggested some improvements, but she was content with letting VS take the lead. At the end of the drafting session, VS managed to produce 3 distinctive depictions. The first one shared a strong resemblance to the Mark Antony design. The similarities invoked some nostalgia within VS. After so much time had passed, he returned to his very first commercial mech. Perhaps Vincent would feel nostalgic as well when he saw this draft. Of course, VS did not copy the Mark Antony's external appearance directly. He was a lot more skilled and experienced than before. He worked away many of the faults he overlooked when he was younger. He also adjusted the first sketch's contours and proportions to appear more like a sculpted human and less like an armored machine. He also shaped the front torso of the mech in the form of a muscle cuirass. With all of the detailed scans that Gloriana had made of Vincent's body, it was no problem for Ves to transpose the contours of his client's chest onto his sketch. What do you think about this draft? I call it the Caesar version. It's very familiar. It's as if it's a spiritual successor to your Mark Antony design. Gloriana smiled. Still, I don't think it's quite your style anymore. The Mark Antony is a variant of the Caesar Augustus, which is someone else's design. While the Caesar Augustus has definitely shaped the evolution of your design style, you are so much better now. This sketch doesn't do you justice. That's very astute of you. Ves agreed with her assessment. The intention behind the Caesar version is to see whether Vincent appreciates the nostalgia of the Mark Antony design. They turned to the second draft. This one possessed a different shape and proportion of limbs. Though Ves kept the muscle definition on the chest the same, he heavily beefed it up to make room for more armor and capacity. The mech basically resembled a heavy armored warrior. The thick protection for the arms and other limbs made them a lot more unwieldy, which was not desirable for ranged mechs. The extra armor also slowed down the mech considerably. However, Ves believed its defensive capabilities were much more robust as a consequence. This is the Colossus version, he introduced. It's the most defense-oriented draft of the three. It's actually the safest version of the Adonis since it's so well protected. The downside is that it's slower, less precise, and not as agile. The Colossus certainly looks imposing. If Vincent doesn't care too much about making actual achievements in battle, then this is the mech that fits him best. The third draft was a slimmer mech than the previous two designs. Ves shaped it akin to an athletic runner's physique. While its armor was a bit less robust than the other drafts, it possessed a very sophisticated masculine charm. I'm not too sure whether Vincent will like this draft. I call it the Olympian version since it is an attempt to balance offense, defense, and mobility. While it diverges a bit from Vincent's demand, it offers something the other versions don't, which is higher than average mobility. The Olympian version was less massive than the other two versions. It also featured a larger and more powerful flight system. Its mobility clearly surpassed the others by a considerable margin. I think this is a step too far, Ves. Mobility is clearly not an overarching concern to Vincent, otherwise he would have mentioned it by now. I think it's good that you have offered an alternative, though. Personally, I prefer this Olympian version the most. It embodied your artistic style the most. Once Ves made some last-minute adjustments based on Gloriana's feedback, the two called in Vincent to listen to his feedback. We have translated the visual design of your Adonis as best as possible. Which one do you prefer the most? It did not take much time for Vincent to make his choice. He immediately pointed to the Colossus version. I want this big boy here. I like how much armor you've added to the mech. With a mech like this, I'll be able to laugh off the attacks of the Sandmen. Both Ves and Gloriana looked at each other and frowned. The Colossus version is not a space knight, Vincent. Ves carefully reminded him. If you choose to opt for this version, we'll make sure to offer as much protection as we can, but it won't be as good in withstanding enemy fire as a proper space knight with a shield. Vincent showed no concern. It's fine. This much protection is enough. I'll definitely beat the Sandmen before they can break the armor plating of my mechs. That's a promise. Though Ves did not entirely have faith in his client's assertion, he was too lazy to correct it. If Vincent was so eager to suffer a loss in battle, so be it. Ves just wanted to get the Adonis project over with so he could get back to designing the mechs he truly wanted to realize. By the way, there's something missing here. What is that? Vincent pointed straight at the lower waist of the Colossus. The codpiece. How could you draft such a manly mech but forget about the codpiece? Do you think you can get away with designing a unique mech for me or something? VS wanted to palm his face. Chapter 1640 Dressed to Impress. The codpiece. In an age long before humanity rose to the stars, men needed to protect their bodies when they fought in battle. However, a codpiece did not necessarily encompass the metal cup that men adorned in order to protect their reproductive organ. From a historical context, any pronounced article placed in the crotch area is called a codpiece. Gloriana seriously described as she read through a historical article projected from a terminal. VS, sitting beside her, tried his best to keep his expression under control. The encyclopedia article that Gloriana pulled up after their latest meeting with Vincent frankly embarrassed him. Did men in the past really wear outfits like this in polite society? As a mech designer with a powerful cranial implant that boosted her cognitive functions, Gloriana's reading speed was incredibly fast. She scrolled through the article at a pace that even VS struggled to keep up. The only disturbing aspect about her studying pattern was that she paused and lingered at the images for an oddly long time. Right now, she spent over 2 minutes staring at a painting of a well-dressed man in a Baroque-like outfit. The orange doublet, the silky red undershirt, and the flowing hose in the same color presented its wearer in a dignified manner. The only issue that ruined any respect that VS held for the mane in the painting was the very pronounced bulge at the trunk. A distinct red codpiece in the same fabric as the hose bulged up to an exaggerating degree. VS felt so embarrassed by the sight that he couldn't stand the sight. How could any gentleman walk around and show off such an exaggeratingly padded codpiece to his peers? Worse, this was just one of many examples. He had encountered worse examples where the codpiece was practically shaped like a banana curving upwards. Did the wearers of these codpieces truly needed so much room to accommodate their organs, or were they just trying to misrepresent the size of their manhood? This is quite intriguing, Gloriana commented as she scrolled down the article only to pause upon a suit of plate armor. Look, this is the codpiece of an ancient king who shaped human history. His face colored further as he took in the three-dimensional projection of an ancient monarch called Henry VIII. In his eyes, the suit of armor looked quite valiant and formidable. Its huge left shoulder pauldron, its oval-shaped chest plate, and its flexible lower skirt pieces or folds granted it a lot of protection without immobilizing its wearer too much. Yet the very pronounced codpiece sticking out from the middle of the folds completely ruined the valiant and noble appearance of this kingly armor. Who is this Henry VIII anyway? VS couldn't take it anymore. Is he a king or an insatiable beast? Gloriana shrugged. No idea. According to the article, his armor reflects the prevailing fashion during this time. Just look at how much it bulges out of the pelvis area. It's as big as the gauntlets that protect the hands. It weighs a staggering 1.31 kilograms. It was as if a clenched fist clad in armor stuck out from the lower half of the body. While VS looked sick from all of the obscene displays of manhood. Codpieces like this reflect a different time, VS. She remarked as she glanced at VS with an amused expression. Back then, boys like Henry VIII ruled humanity. This is what happens when men are in charge of society. It's much better these days. At least half of the leaders in human space are women now. Well, codpieces are about to make another return in human civilization if we have to abide by Vincent's wishes. VS deeply wanted to keep this embarrassing ornament out of his design. However, Vincent cared so much about this idiotic component that he insisted that VS and Gloriana added it to the Adonis Colossus design. With such a very straightforward demand, VS could no longer stall or shirk this demand. This was the reason why he was studying the codpiece with his girlfriend. They needed to gain a thorough understanding of the codpiece in order to add one to a mech. The first time he added a codpiece to a mech, he merely slapped a bulge to a customized Mark Antony design without much consideration. That wouldn't cut it this time. The Adonis Colossus was going to be a mech that was destined to become famous. The government's considerable interest in making use of Vincent's fame and platform meant that his custom mech would certainly feature frequently in the propaganda broadcasts. Knowing how much Senator Tovar and all the other schemers in the government valued Vincent, Ves had a responsibility to make the former rebel seem as respectable in battle as possible. This goal conflicted with Vincent's insistence on the codpiece. No matter how Ves decided to shape the codpiece, a bulge in front of the lower waist section of a mech would always attract a lot of attention. Because no other mech featured this useless ornament. Mechs are machines. What lies underneath their armor plating is a lot of metal, components, and circuitry. There is no need for a mech to conform to every aspect of the human body. The customer is king, Ves. As long as the demand is not excessive or impractical, it is our duty to implement it as best as we can. It's not in our place to judge our clients. Ves sighed. I know, Gloriana, but every codpiece that I've seen is in exceptionally poor taste in modern standards. I don't even know how you can keep together at the sight of so many exaggerated codpieces. She giggled. I'm not offended by these sights. They're simply one of the many examples of how awful society was like when men were solely in power. That the leader of a country has participated in this trend in person exemplified the degenerate patriarchy that held our race back. To Gloriana, the depictions of codpieces in history reinforced her hexer notions. Ves really had no good way to retort other than to say this period was far in the past. What men designed to cover their junk in the past is not very relevant to us. He spoke. We should focus instead on what our own interpretation will be. Obviously, a contemporary version of a codpiece should not be as exaggerated as the ones we've seen. Gloriana bumped Ves with her elbow while holding back a giggle. I don't know, Ves. Maybe Vincent will take a liking for a fist or banana-shaped codpiece. I'd rather die than design a mech with such a tasteless bulge in the lower waist. Ves retorted. He actually meant it. There was no way that Vincent would ever be able to persuade him to add such exaggerated codpieces to a product. His principles wouldn't allow it even if it was a direct demand from a client. You should lighten up, Ves. We don't have to adhere to a codpiece design of the past. I believe we can satisfy Vincent's desire without making our mech too shameless. She swiped the article away and called up the draft of the Adonis Colossus. The beefy hybrid mech with its thick limbs and frontal muscle contours looked incredibly masculine, just as Ves intended. It was no surprise that Vincent Ricklin opted it over the other drafts that Ves prepared. The raw masculinity and power exuded by the Adonis Colossus was a lot more straightforward compared to the handsome but skinnier Adonis Olympian. To be honest, Ves thought that Vincent's body shape matched the Olympian a lot better than the Colossus. However, the Colossus offered a lot more armor and protection to the mech pilot, which Vincent evidently valued more. Leland described Vincent as an opportunist, so it shouldn't surprise Ves so much that the former rebel preferred to pilot a well-armored mech. From the articles we've read, the codpiece was never truly about protecting a vulnerable organ. Gloriana lectured as she began to sketch a codpiece onto the draft design. If armor and custom designers really wanted to offer some padding or protection to a man's junk, they can easily do so in an unobtrusive manner. For example, the folds of King Henry VIII's suit of armor could have extended over the entire pelvis area. Codpieces served as a fashion trend. Ves echoed the articles that they both read. They're so pronounced because they were meant to attract attention. The underlying idea behind the codpiece is that it serves as a symbol of martial prowess and male virility. The reason why warriors added these stupid-looking codpieces to their suits of armor is because they wanted to show off their masculinity, equating it to their combat strength. That's right. Don't you think that fits Vincent's motives well? He wants to add a codpiece to his custom mech for the same reason that those ancient chauvinists wore dome-shaped or banana-shaped codpieces in battle. Even though it looks as if it is incredibly uncomfortable to wear, they still insisted on it because they feel more confident if they show off their supposed manhoods. People back then were ignorant. The codpiece on the Adonis Colossus slowly took shape as Gloriana kept babbling her thoughts on this article. She understood that the codpiece was never about functionality. It was all about appearances. What Vincent wants is twofold, just like the boys who wore them in the past. The first thing they want is to show off their manhood. While the method is rather direct, I have to admit it makes for a powerful impression. The more his audience is impressed, the more Vincent derives satisfaction from their awe and attention. What is the second thing he wants? The codpiece boosts his confidence and reinforces his ideal image of himself. He's a boy who thinks that the only way he can be a winner in life is to become as masculine as possible. Piloting a mech with a codpiece is a powerful talisman that makes him feel more at ease in battle. It's similar to how little children like to hug their stuffed toys at sleep. Vincent probably wouldn't like Gloriana likening his precious codpiece to a stuffed toy. Too bad he wasn't here right now. The codpiece that Gloriana sketched into shape looked quite tasteful to Ves. It looked anything like the obscene codpiece that extended out from the ancient suits of armor in a perpendicular angle from the lower waist. Ves did not really object to this codpiece design. It fit rather elegantly to the Adonis Colossus. However, I'm not sure that Vincent will be happy with this design, he muttered. It's too understated. There is hardly any manhood being revealed by this flat and subtle codpiece. It looks more like a thick pair of underwear that a mech decided to wear on the outside of its pants. It was the kind of codpiece that fit well with an exaggerated superhero outfit that often showed up in the action dramas. Maybe you're right, she conceded. She began to adjust the triangular-shaped codpiece downwards, making it appear that the wearer needed considerably more space to accommodate his manhood. How about this? The codpiece extended a lot further from the waist now. However, the ingenious part about Gloriana's adjustment was that it looked noticeable without appearing too obscene. Ves genuinely praised her solution. This is quite a clever implementation. The main problem I had with the codpieces depicted in the articles was that they stuck out like a very sore thumb. Now that you made the dangling part more triangular and pointed it downwards, it looks a bit more classier than I thought. It still looks offensive, but not to the point of shoving it in everyone's faces. I'm not sure if this is enough. Gloriana pressed a finger to her lips. Maybe I need to add at least some curve to the front in order to provide the illusion of a bulge. Ves and Gloriana continued to make adjustments for the rest of the day. Chapter 1641 The Protective Piece. While Ves considered himself to be an artful mech designer, Gloriana was no slouch in this department either. The Hexer clients she catered to in the past always liked to make their mechs more grand and imposing. The Hexer mech culture also featured a light degree of gender segregation in many cases. Male mech pilots predominantly piloted masculine-looking mechs while female mech pilots preferred more feminine-looking mechs. This was not a hard rule, though. The more liberal parts of the hegemony did not adhere too much to this custom. In parts where hexism was more predominant, it became a lot more evident. So Gloriana possessed a fair amount of experience in designing mechs that purposefully leaned towards a masculine and feminine aesthetic. She just never added a codpiece to her mechs before. In the hexadric hegemony, designing such a ridiculously chauvinistic ornament would have instantly ruined her reputation. Even now, she was well aware that her involvement in the Adonis Colossus project might lead to unwelcome repercussions if she returned to her own society. She didn't care, though. Collaborating with Ves on a custom mech design was a dream come true for her. Regardless of how much criticism she might be subjected to, she would never give up the opportunity to become more intimate with her boyfriend's design philosophy. After spending an entire hour, she finished her answer to Vincent's request. The codpiece that adorned the draft design of the Adonis Colossus project looked nothing like the ancient versions that adorned the suits of armor. Instead, Gloriana successfully managed to design a modern rendition of a codpiece that looked tasteful and anything but obscene. The main reason why the codpieces in the articles look so awful is because they stick out from the pelvis at a perpendicular angle, Gloriana explained. Ves nodded in agreement. It's as if the wearers of the codpiece are prepared to satisfy their lust instead of fighting a war. Codpieces like that are designed to suggest virility. The problem is that their angle, size, and shape make them too attention-grabbing. Anyone who sees them for the first time will immediately ignore the rest of the armor and fixate on the codpiece. I don't think Vincent wants that. A codpiece that is too exaggerated will turn him into an object of ridicule, which is the opposite of what he wants to achieve. Ah, I get it. The first purpose of the mech is to raise his profile. He wants to turn himself into an object of admiration that everyone looks up to. The Adonis Colossus can only do that if it looks impressive and manly, but not to the point of turning it into a parody. The problem we're facing is that the first purpose clashes with the second purpose, which is to affirm his masculinity and boost his mentality. An inadequate codpiece won't give him the satisfaction he needs to feel validated. So the codpiece has to be large, but also shaped in a way that won't look obscene, Ves described. At the very least, it should look kid-friendly enough to avoid indignation from parents. Yep. That's why I shaped the codpiece in this style. Its dimensions are quite sizable, but because it's pointed downwards like an arrow, it can still be mistaken for something else. It leans more towards emphasizing the martial prowess of a man rather than his virility in bed. The tasteful codpiece that Gloriana finally came up with looked like if a man placed his palm against his stomach and slid it downwards. The subtle bulge that curved out from the pelvis attracted a minor amount of attention to the codpiece without suggesting that the Adonis Colossus was ready to jump on a feminine-shaped mech. Instead, the codpiece looked like it was purely there to protect the vulnerable equipment of the mech. By giving the illusion that it was functional, it shouldn't attract too much condemnation. Now we should see what Vincent has to say. When the two mech designers showed off the rendition to Vincent, the man fell silent. He studied the Adonis Colossus through every angle. He zoomed in and zoomed out as if he was trying to see if the codpiece was still noticeable at a distance. The effort Vincent put into evaluating the codpiece was disturbing. Eventually, he completed his judgment. It's not what I expected. Are you satisfied? Ves cautiously asked. I don't know. It looks different from what I imagined. A part of me thinks it looks better. Another part of me feels the codpiece should be bigger. I personally designed the codpiece, Gloriana stated without shame. Due to her identity, Vincent was reluctant to voice his doubts and objections. If Ves had designed the codpiece, he would have been much more ready to argue about its underwhelming aesthetics. However, now that Gloriana took sole responsibility for the codpiece, how could Vincent argue about the size of the package in front of a woman of exceedingly high status? Vincent glanced briefly at the media crew and recorder bot floating at the side. He wanted to chronicle the most exciting parts of his life. Giving his fans a look into the design process of his Adonis Colossus was part of his plan to build up hype around himself. He would not look good if he quibbled over the codpiece to Gloriana. Therefore, after a perfunctory talk, Vincent reluctantly accepted the outcome. I have to admit it looks classier than I thought. If you can make it just a teensy bit larger, I'll be a lot more comfortable with piloting this mech. Gloriana curtly nodded. We shall take your feedback under consideration. Let me remind you that the Adonis Colossus you see before you is merely a draft. It serves the same purpose as concept art. The mech will most likely undergo substantial alterations before we finalize its design. We will keep you in the loop. All right. Make sure to get it done quickly. I need it in 2 months. Once Vincent left with his crew, Ves sighed in relief. Vincent doesn't respect me as much as you, Ves sardonically remarked. It was the right decision to put you in charge of this aspect. Now that their guests had left, Gloriana relaxed her stern demeanor and sank into his arms as if she was a dog looking for affection. Hi. I know how to handle boys like Vincent. I've met plenty of people of his type at Centerpoint. I'm very impressed. After snuggling for a while, they went back to work. Now that they completed the preliminary steps for the Adonis Colossus and Deliverer projects, they moved on to designing the mechs at full speed. Both of them had become a lot more proficient in working together. The 5 Tovars who assisted them also finished their integration in the LMC's design team. Productivity soared and the design team achieved considerably more results than before. During this time, Ves and Gloriana both devoted the bulk of their focus on different mech designs. Whenever they worked on the Deliverer project, Ves clearly took the lead. His passion and his commitment in this project had reached a peak. He really wanted the Deliverer mech to make the impact he envisioned. The Deliverer design will doubtlessly be met with doubt and derision from the public, Ves remarked as he tweaked the Gauss rifle design that served as the main armament. I don't care. As long as everything goes as planned, the Ilvanans will show that it's possible to win the Sand War. The restricted footage and reports painted a grim picture. The Sandman assaults continued to assail the border systems without any interruption. While the defenders were more than capable of repelling lots of Sandman fleets, the constant influx of intruders were starting to push the defenders to their limits. More and more minor star systems succumbed as the limited garrison forces failed to keep up with the grueling frequency of battles. As more and more minor star systems fell into the hands of the Sandmen, the major star systems came under increasing pressure as they became more and more isolated. With the Sandmen entering the fortified star systems from different directions, the reserves that ordinarily relieved the main force had to be put to use in repelling the flanking Sandman fleets. Casualties mounted as the defensive forces had no choice but to fight several back-to-back battles with hardly any rest in between. Starfighter pilots died by droves. Mech pilots started to make mistakes as fatigue dulled their performance. Entire debris fields filled with dead sand and valuable wreckage floated away untouched as there weren't enough assets in place to salvage the valuables. The Bright Republic continued to spend money like water, causing this month's inflation to exceed 27%. Even if the government stopped publishing direct war reports to the public, many civilians figured out that the rate of inflation was a decent indicator of how well their home state fared. If the government was so desperate to print more money, then the Bright Republic was evidently in a worse state than before. The bad news did not solely linger in the Bright Republic. Worrying signs also emanated from its neighbors. The Vesians, who were compelled to defend an elongated front, had already suffered several major defeats. While the increasing influx of desolate soldiers and prideful soldiers managed to bolster the Vesian defense forces, they arrived awfully late. As for the Ilvanans, their morale and fighting spirit remained high with the enthusiastic adoption of the holy soldiers. However, the Ylvain Protectorate's lack of wartime experience started to tell. The Protectors of the Faith were too rigid and bound by their rules to adapt their mech doctrine and fighting methods. The Protectorate's war-related infrastructure was not robust enough and couldn't handle a massive increase in the production of supplies and machines. Its civilian industry took many more months than necessary to transition to a wartime footing. All of these factors weakened the Ylvain Protectorate's depth. This meant that as long as the Sandmen broke through the front, the Ylvainans would not be strong enough to stem the tide. "What are you worried about, Ves?" Gloriana asked when she saw that he paused in his work. "I'm worried whether the third line of defense can hold." The second line of defense crumbled quickly. "It's already admirable that the Bright Republic and the other states in the vicinity have held out so long." "You're worried because you believe your deliverer design can turn the tide, right?" He smiled at her. Her remark hit straight at his heavy heart. "You know me too well. Perhaps it's arrogant for me to say so, but I truly believe the deliverer design can save the beleaguered states. While my deliverers are not very useful against a monolith or other massive configuration, it will at least offer a lot of relief against the increasingly more prevalent swarm configuration." For some reason, the stalling of the Sandmen at the third line of defense had caused the Sandmen to accelerate their adaptation. There were more and more signs that the Sandman admirals actively sought each other out and exchanged their best practices. "I believe in you, Ves. I'm sure you'll be able to make the skeptics shut up once your deliverers single-handedly save the lives of trillions of people at risk of being engulfed by the Sandmen. I can't think of anything more noble than what you are attempting to do. Even if the deliverer falls short of your expectations, it's still worthwhile to make the attempt." He sighed. "I'm really lucky to have an understanding girlfriend like you. It means a lot that you believe in my work." "That's what I'm for." She grinned and pecked his cheek. "I hope you extend the same courtesy to me. Don't slack off when we're working on the Adonis Colossus project." "I'm doing the best I can." "You haven't even prepared its proto-god yet." "That's because I haven't made up my mind so far. I don't know whether I should reuse an existing design spirit or create a new one." "Don't be lazy. If your existing proto-gods aren't good enough, then come up with something new. Don't let your opinion against our client affect your professionalism. The Adonis Colossus deserves better." As much as Ves wanted to disagree with Gloriana, he knew she was right. Chapter 1642 Sydney Superior System. While Ves and Gloriana vigorously worked to design their next two mechs, the situation at the front became a lot more desperate. The Sydney Superior System had long served as a local bulwark for the Mech Corps. In case hostilities ever broke out against the Common Federation, the star system would have been a prime strategic location to block any common assaults. Sadly, the Common Federation no longer existed. Instead, a more terrible opponent emerged in their place. Ever since the Sand War came to the Bright Republic, the Sydney Superior System endured continued incursions. Due to its rich mineral resources, bright sun and other factors, both the Bright Republic and the Sandmen prized this star system. Having endured hundreds of attacks within the span of a few months, both sides bled heavily. The Starfighter Corps continually supplied new starfighters and starfighter pilots to Sydney Superior, only for them to get crushed within 5 to 10 battles. The Mech Corps, already stretched thin due to the necessity of defending the entire front, had no more mech pilots to send. The best the military could do was to keep shipping supplies and replacement mechs. As for the Sandmen, they continued to dispatch more and more Sandmen as if they would never run out. The Sandmen admirals arriving at Sydney Superior no longer stuck with the most primitive configuration. Those that continued to adopt the basic configuration had all succumbed to the humans by now. The only Sandman admirals that remained were those who had been taught by a more intelligent Sandman leader or learned their lessons the hard way. The defenders of Sydney Superior could have coped against the basic configuration. Even if the Sandmen tried to overwhelm the defenders with basic Sandman fleets, their incredibly poor effectiveness in battle was simply too easy to exploit. However, the good times didn't last. Now that the Sandman admirals had all evolved, they became much harder to deal with. The monolith configuration and the swarm configuration both became a terror for the defenders. As waves of swarms and monoliths continued to pressure the defensive forces from all sides, the attrition mounted to a dangerous degree. Starfighters fell too rapidly as the first-generation starfighters were simply too fragile to last against the advanced configurations of Sandman fleets. The nascent starfighter corps that hadn't existed for more than a year became increasingly hard-pressed to replenish the losses along the entire front. The Sydney Superior System was not the only star system in crisis. Many other strategic locations cried out for reinforcements. As a result, the amount of starfighters and accompanying pilots sent to reinforce Sydney Superior only replaced half of the losses suffered by its defenders. "We can't keep up with this rate of attrition. What is headquarters doing? We're drowning in Sandmen. How many fleets do the Sandmen have left? It's like their numbers are endless." The tide of Sandmen sweeping into the Sydney Superior System finally overwhelmed the defensive forces. Every defensive fleet had to pull back and contract their defensive perimeters time and time again. From fighting off the invading Sandmen in the outer system, the ships, mechs and starfighters had to retreat continuously until they were forced to hold their ground in orbit of the only inhabited planet. With Sydney Superior 6 pressing against their backs, mech regiments and starfighter regiments could retreat no further without exposing more than 400 million Briters to the Sandmen. Sydney Superior 6 used to be home to more than 500 million citizens. Since the start of the Sand War, the Bright Republic managed to evacuate over 100 million people. Yet it was not enough. With transportation capacity in very short supply, it was impossible to relocate so many people at once. Right now, several huge swarms and monoliths commanded by over 40 separate Sandman admirals approach Sydney Superior 6 from different directions. The defensive platforms that the government continually erected in orbit of Sydney Superior 6 began to unleash their might for the first time. A continuous barrage of tens of thousands of ballistic shells and kinetic projectiles slammed against the Sandmen looking to sweep over the surface of the planet. Like a stone cast in a lake, the ripples of fire pushed against the approaching Sandmen, causing them to suffer considerable losses. A concentrated salvo of fire from over 30 defensive platforms all slammed against a single monolith. Huge chunks of sand and other grainy material splashed from the closest monolith, ruining its perfect spherical shape. On the other side of the planet, the defensive platforms sprayed their fire in a tight zone that encompassed a buzzing swarm that consisted of tens of thousands of Sandman drones. The torrent of firepower rapidly diminished the swarm until only a third was left. Due to the decreased concentration of drones, the defensive platforms no longer wasted their firepower against this specific swarm. Their commanding officer ordered them to shift their firepower against another swarm. If the Sandman fleets only tried to approach the planet, then the defensive platforms would have been able to weather the storm. Unfortunately, the Sandmen weren't vegetables. Though ordinarily inclined to hoard their energy, the experienced Sandman admirals held nothing back in their attempts to break through the opposition. As long as the Sandmen managed to drop to the surface, the planet was within their grasp. For this reason, the invading swarms and monoliths unleashed their firepower upon the defensive platforms without mercy. Unlike mechs and starfighters, the defensive platforms were basically structures floating in space. Their mobility was limited as they were never meant to move aside from making adjustments to their orbits. In exchange, they featured far more armor and firepower, causing them to be able to endure a significant amount of damage while dishing out just as much hurt. However, their severe lack of mobility also turned them into sitting ducks. The swarms and monoliths unleashed entire swathes of light lasers. While their firepower wasn't very coordinated, the sheer volume of lasers impacting the defensive platforms heated their surfaces until they glowed like red suns. The heat and energy impacting the defensive platforms rapidly degraded the layers of armor protecting the internals and crew manning the guns. In desperation, the defensive platforms rotated along their axis, trying to present as much untouched armor against the Sandmen as possible to preserve their battle effectiveness. Too much! It's too much! Hold back the Sandmen as much as possible. Fight until your machines don't last. The Mechs and starfighters that had repelled the incoming Sandmen for several weeks tried to reinforce the defensive platforms as best as possible. Scarred starfighters and shabby Mechs reinforced the defensive platforms as best as they could manage. These mobile units used to lead the defense of Sydney Superior. However, after fighting off constant battles, the Mech and starfighter regiments were only a shadow of their former selves. The losses suffered by the Starfighter Corps were horrendous. Only 20% of their peak strength in the star system was left. In addition, many of the starfighters were fighting with limited ammunition and energy reserves. They had to slow down their rate of fire and limit their deployments because they couldn't last as long as before. Due to all of the Sandman fleets that had flooded Sydney Superior, it had become too dangerous to supply the defenders from the outside. Fight! Fight with all your heart! Fight until you don't have nothing else left! Defensive platforms exploded or disintegrated into chunks with each second that passed. Starfighters turned into lifeless shells as several lasers burned through their systems. Dawnbreakers endured an unimaginable amount of fire before finally succumbing due to the rapid wear and tear their damaged frames endured. Throughout all of the fighting, the stripes of humanity these machines used to show off with pride now turned into a final gesture of the determination of the defenders. A starfighter wing that fought above the equator of Sydney Superior 6 came under focused fire by a remnant of a swarm. The small and vulnerable spacecraft exploded one by one as the swarm cleverly boxed the juking starfighters with an array of lasers. Just as the sixth starfighter was on the verge of collapsing, a shining volley of projectiles slammed into 20 Sandman drones at once, taking them out without fail. It's the glittering comet! We've been saved! Thank you, Venerable Larkinson! The glittering comet, the custom mech of Ves Larkinson, flew past the starfighters without transmitting anything in return. He needed to put out too many fires. Tears streaked from Ganso's face as he knew that the starfighter pilots wouldn't survive for long. Even if he gave them a reprieve, more Sandmen would take the place of those he took out a moment ago. The glittering comet continually fired its rifle as Ganso resonated with the weapon. Shining white projectiles slammed against numerous Sandman drones without missing a single shot. Only an expert pilot could accomplish perfect accuracy against the fast-moving Sandman drones. If Ganso could whittle down the swarms over the course of a month, then he would have been able to clean them all up without suffering any losses. Unfortunately, time was not on the Bright Republic's side. The continuous attrition and retreat had battered the mobile forces to such an extent that Ganso's presence was indispensable. There was so much despair among the mech and starfighter pilots that the glows of the desolate soldiers weren't enough to keep them in the fight. The men and women risking their lives to repel the Sandmen needed the inspiration that only expert pilots could provide. Several more expert pilots like Ganso flew around and emboldened the hearts of every combatant, risking it all to defend Sydney Superior 6. Unfortunately, nothing they could do would save the planet and its inhabitants from the Sandmen. The best they could hope for was to evacuate the remaining children to preserve the legacy of the people of Sydney Superior 6. Several shabby cargo haulers converted into improvised rescue ships formed into a convoy protected by a large proportion of surviving mechs and starfighters. Advance! Break through! We still have a chance of saving some lives. The final rescue fleet advanced and attempted to bulldoze its way through numerous swarms, lattices, monoliths, starfishes, and other weird shapes. The nearest defensive platforms in the vicinity all lent their firepower towards this breakout attempt. For a moment, the Sandmen in this section of battle were being pushed back. However, the Sandmen did not continue to batter against the defensive platforms in an attempt to make landfall on Sydney Superior 6 as everyone thought. For some reason, the Sandmen in the vicinity stopped trying to advance towards the planet, and all started to attack the breakout fleet. No! Ves Larkinson immediately flew his mech towards the breakout fleet. The rescue ships carried hundreds of thousands of lives. His glittering comet shone even brighter as his rifle slammed against a monolith, single-handedly causing it to shudder and lose integrity. It wasn't enough. The rescue ships were too sluggish. Featuring very little armor to speak of, the Sandmen easily managed to pour their fire past the scattered mechs and starfighters. One vessel's massive cargo bay broke apart, causing an uncountable amount of human bodies to float out into space. Even if the vaxsuits worn by the children preserved their lives for a moment, the cold emptiness of space would eventually claim their lives. There weren't any ships left to rescue the lost. No! Ganso screamed as his glittering comet emptied out its ammunition stores. His intervention wasn't enough to change the outcome. The exhausted mechs and starfighters hadn't been in a good shape to begin with, and could never take out the Sandmen fast enough to save the rescue ships. Dozens of ships foundered, exploded, or simply fell silent as the lasers raked over their entire hulls. The breakout attempt had failed. Sydney Superior 6 had fallen for good. Chapter 1643 Insubordination. The fall of Sydney Superior struck every brighter's heart. A catastrophe of this scale could not be hidden from anyone. Now that a critical star system had fallen into the hands of the Sandmen, the star systems in the interior of the Bright Republic became exposed. The Sandmen managed to crack open a hole in the wall, causing numerous battle-hardened fleets to attack the star systems that had never faced as much pressure as before. The overstretched Starfighter Corps tried its best to supplement the nearby garrisons, but they simply weren't fast enough. At one star system in the vicinity of Sydney Superior, a small force of desolate soldiers fought desperately against an approaching swarm of Sandman drones. Due to severe logistical constraints, the starfighter groups that should have reinforced the Trivian system had not arrived as expected. Only less than 100 starfighters remained to cover the 200 or so mechs that consisted of the main force. Even so, the mech and starfighter pilots did not shirk their duty. The Nova Breakers, piloted by the 4th Argon Chevaliers of the 7th Bentheim Division, courageously fought in the vanguard. Ordinarily, the starfighters should have flown in front to attract enemy laser fire, but there were simply too few left. The defenders of Trivian simply couldn't afford to lose more starfighters and deprive themselves of additional guns. Every machine mattered, no matter if it was an expensive premium mech or an ultra-cheap starfighter. Propping up the morale of the stressed and exhausted pilots, the gold-coated desolate soldiers tried their best to cover each and every part of the formation with their encouraging glows. The duty embodied by these iconic machines barely managed to keep everyone in line. This was especially remarkable when most of the mechs belonged to mercenary corps or other private outfits. With the stripes of humanity trailing raggedly through space, the undisciplined formation of mechs and starfighters tried their best to defeat the swarm. The problem was that few pilots saw the point of doing so. Why should they fight over a rural star system whose tiny population at the only terraformed planet had already been evacuated? As the swarm of Sandman drones continued to advance regardless of the opposition they faced, a volley of fast-firing laser beams randomly struck one of the desolate soldiers. "Harvey!" Mech Larkinson shouted. "Eject! Your machine is a goner!" "It's too late, Commander!" The voice of a middle-aged mech pilot sounded over the communication channel. "The damned Sandmen managed to penetrate the armor and damage the cockpit of my mech." Melker cursed and requested assistance from a nearby mercenary corps he managed to befriend. "Just pull out the cockpit and bring it away if you can. Maybe it can still fly away under its own force." "We'll do our best, but we can't divert too much attention to your man. Sorry." Over the course of the Sand War, many outfits assigned to defend the less important star systems learned how to cooperate with each other. The only way to survive longer than a month was to ensure that they managed to cultivate allies among the disparate outfits they fought alongside. Melker had learned many lessons during his deployment at the front. This was already the fourth star system that he and his detachment of avatars had been assigned to defend. The other 3 star systems fell when the Sandmen proved too much to stop. "Hold formation!" the commanding officer yelled over the comm. "We have to hold as long as possible to buy time for our reinforcements to arrive. We can't give up Trivian too soon." The battle against the swarm continued apace as Melker shot his Sandbreaker rifle at a steady cadence. His marksmanship, which he used to be proud of, proved to be highly inadequate against the agile Sandman drones. At this distance, he merely managed to hit 30% of his shots, which was respectable compared to mercenaries but inadequate compared to elites. He regretted spending too much time on administration and not enough time on polishing his own piloting skills. Ever since he finished his Larkinson training and graduated from the Mech Academy, he reduced his training intensity to shape the avatars into an elite mech force. "God damn it!" he cursed as his visor blocked his frustrated eyes. "I'm wasting too many rounds." He tried his best to cover for the disabled avatar mech piloted by Harvey, one of his older subordinates. Harvey was like a rock within the avatars. Aside from the Larkinsons, his veterancy status was vital in stabilizing the ranks of his unit. Melker couldn't afford to lose him at this juncture. The avatars already suffered several tragic losses. Unfortunately, the pair of mercenary mechs that flew to the rescue to the drifting avatar mech came under fire themselves. When their own lives were under threat, the mercenaries completely forgot about their earlier orders and did their best to merge back into formation so that they would not attract as much attention from the Sandmen. Melker cursed again. He couldn't fault the mercenary pilots for seeking safety in numbers. The problem was that Harvey's mech, having lost all propulsion, was drifting further and further away from rescue. He desperately asked for help from other mercenary corps but received a unanimous denial. Every other outfit had their hands full protecting their own comrades. Melker deeply wanted to dispatch his own avatars to rescue Harvey, but his latest superior already gave strict instructions that their desolate soldiers should maintain position in the formation. Even if the outfits already brought enough desolate soldiers to cover the entire formation several times over, the commander from the Agan Chevaliers wanted the glows to overlap as optimally as possible to keep everyone spirited. As the window of opportunity was running out, Melker had to decide whether he should disobey the orders of his superior on the faint chance of saving one of his precious avatars. In the end, before he came to a decision, one of his subordinates already left formation and flew to the drifting mech. "Silent William! What are you doing?" No answer came from the calm William. Never spoke. However, that was no excuse for remaining silent. A mech's communication systems facilitated various means of verbal and nonverbal communication methods. A simple mental command was enough to compose a short message or transmit a predetermined code. "Silent William, return to your post," Melker admonished. "You're disobeying orders." Even as Melker rebuked the disobedient mech pilot, he secretly hoped his words fell on deaf ears. He really wanted Harvey to get rescued, and so far only Silent William had the guts to leave formation. How could Melker not be pleased? The only disappointment was that Silent William wasn't really his own man. Ves made it clear that this odd mech pilot was only here to reforge himself in battle. Nonetheless, Silent William had gained every avatar's acceptance for his bravery and silent support. Melker looked on with hope even as he pretended to rebuke Silent William. The foreign mech pilot, who showed no signs of acknowledging the instructions from Melker and the commander of the Algon Chevaliers, finally reached Harvey's mech before it had drifted too far away. Even though numerous Sandmen took potshots at both desolate soldiers, somehow Silent William managed to cope with the damage. His desolate soldier spun around at various angles in order to spread out the laser fire over the entire frame. Once his mech reached the disabled mech, the former first stopped the latter's spin. Then, Silent William's mech temporarily put aside its sandbreaker rifle in order to sink its hands into the damaged rear of Harvey's mech. Since time was short, Silent William couldn't afford to be delicate. The hands of his own mech started to incur damage as he put them under a considerable amount of stress. The hands of a melee mech weren't designed to exert so much force. Fortunately, the desolate soldiers weren't very tough to begin with, and its rear armor happened to be the thinnest. It did not take much effort to pry off the flight system and armor panels that should have blasted away in order to make room for the cockpit's ejection. While Melker still tried his best to provide cover fire for the rescue attempt, he switched half his internal vision to a feed of Silent William's mech. He watched carefully and studied the damaged exterior of the cockpit. "Silent William! The damage to Harvey's cockpit is too severe. You'll have to pry it out of the torso of the mech and carry it back to the Green Feather. Can you do that?" Though Silent William did not transmit any acknowledgement, his mech already started to pry the cockpit out, managing to succeed as not all of the systems of the cockpit had failed. "Success! Bring him back!" The desolate soldier piloted by the guest among the avatars flew back with certainty while cradling the cockpit like a piece of furniture. Though several Sandman drones fired at the vulnerable rear and flight system of the retreating mech, Melker and the avatars instantly targeted the offenders and sprayed them with sandbreaker rounds. Eventually, Silent William's mech managed to make it back to the light carrier of the avatars. Melker silently smiled while quickly turning back to the battle. By now, the swarm had been reduced by a third. The threat they posed against the defenders had lightened considerably, which meant that there was less chance that other avatars would suffer the same fate. "My avatars are too precious to die here," he muttered to himself. "I have to make sure everyone gets back alive." He knew that this went against the intentions of Ves, but right now he simply couldn't care about his instructions. His avatars were his comrades. They fought side by side and supported each other without fail. Even Silent William, who wasn't technically an avatar, did not hesitate to put himself at risk to rescue Harvey's life. Fortunately for Melker, the battle ended without any suspense. With the military's Novabreakers soaking up the bulk of the damage at the front, the rest of the Mechs and starfighters endured considerably less damage. The modest Sandman swarm hadn't managed to pierce past the thick, compressed armor of the latest military mech model that spread among the mech regiments. As the mechs flew back to their carriers once they made sure to kill every lingering Sandman drone, Melker briefly glanced at one of the Nova Breakers returning to its mothership. The entire surface of the mech looked scorched and deformed as 100 or so light laser beams had tried to fell the machine. Though it appeared that the Nova Breaker suffered moderate internal damage, clearly that wasn't enough to cripple the tough and durable mech. For a moment, Melker felt jealous. Why weren't the Avatars allowed to pilot the Dawnbreaker or better mech? Why did the Avatars lose several comrades over the course of their deployment at the front due to the lack of defenses of the Desolate Soldier model? It's because VS is in charge. He answered his own questions with a sigh. As long as he calls the shots, he is in control of our lives. With a heavy heart, Melker's Desolate Soldier returned to the Greenfeather's hangar bay. Once he emerged from his mech, he lowered himself to the deck and walked towards a small procession of happy mech pilots. Hooray for Silent William! Thank you for saving my butt! Harvey thanked the silent foreigner. I owe you one! Once Melker arrived, the Avatars shut up and turned to their commanding officer. Silent William, he began. You disobeyed orders. William Urbish met Melker's shielded gaze without any hesitation or remorse. In fact, he didn't communicate any message at all. Melker held out his hand. For what it's worth, I support you. Silent William shoved aside Harvey and moved past Melker without accepting the offered handshake. The foreigner from a different star sector left the hangar bay, leaving the rest of the Avatars perplexed. He's a weirdo. At least he's our weirdo. Though Silent William never socialized with others, none of the Melker took offense at his antisocial behavior. That was because his battlefield performance was enough to win the Avatars over. As Melker lowered his arm and watched Silent William leave, he frowned for a moment. Why is he so strange? Chapter 1644 Dealmaker. While the Sand War intensified throughout the third line of defense, not everyone concerned themselves with the suffering taking place. For some people, the latest developments opened up many opportunities ordinarily inaccessible to them. In particular, the lawless pirates and exiles of the frontier found it incredibly easy to sneak into civilized space amidst the chaos. Already, plenty of sons and daughters of the frontier managed to blend in with the waves of refugees. While it was easy for pirates to be mistaken as refugees, it was not as easy to assume a brand new identity, especially one that was more notable than the norm. A specialist in identity falsification had to intervene in order to form a false identity with as few loopholes as possible. Calabash happened to be someone who possessed the skill, knowledge, and connections required to forge a reasonably foolproof identity. She calmly stood and waited for her client to arrive at a grassy plain on an empty planet in the Reanald Republic. Standing behind her was an entire company of mechs. Over half of them wielded swords, while the rest wielded various ranged weapons. The messy collection of mechs consisted of many different models, as if the mech company had been entirely pieced together at random. However, the mechs exuded a certain kind of strength from the way they positioned themselves and readied themselves for action. The Sword Maidens had undergone many trials and tribulations since their establishment. The death of their founder devastated them a lot, but the rise of her replacement managed to preserve what the all-female outfit managed to build. There is movement up front. Get ready, a voice whispered in Calabas's ear. Soon enough, an aerial mech company descended from afar while surrounding a shuttle. The procession alerted the Sword Maidens, causing their mechs to grip their weapons tightly. Calabas barely took any notice, though. She stood in the open without a care in the world. She was confident in the deal she made. Once the shuttle landed on the grass a distance away from the Sword Maidens, the hatch slid open, allowing a subdued dressed middle-aged man to emerge. Escorted by some armed and armored guards, the man energetically strode forward in a powerful and confident gait. The man had reason to be confident. Not only were the aerial mechs under his command much more powerful than the mechs of the Sword Maidens, he had plenty of forces at his disposal in space. Once he arrived in front of the woman he scheduled to meet, the two paused for a moment. Both of them dressed professionally. While Calabash blended in her business attire as if she was a born manager, the other man seemed very uncomfortable in his plain and unadorned business suit. "Let us get this over with, Hexer," the man spat. "As you wish, Friday man." "I am no longer a Friday man," he hissed with a threatening timbre in his voice. "You are correct. As of now, you are a Reinaldan, a citizen and a mech designer of a crumbling state." Calabash waved her hand forward, causing a floating box that hovered behind her to glide over to her client. The other man took the box and opened it up to reveal a datapad, a secure data chip as well as some hair, blood and tissue samples preserved in transparent containers. "Is this it? I expected more." "As long as you follow the instructions I've outlined in the datapad, this is all you need, Skull Architect." The dreaded pirate designer from the Ferris Star region sneered at Calabash before picking up the datapad. After that, he shoved the floating box to a subordinate following behind him who took up a multiscanner and began to examine the biological samples. So you've arranged the identity of Professor Benedict Cortez for me. He wasn't high on my wish list." "Your demands are too unrealistic, Skull Architect. Do you really think that we can operate with impunity in civilized space? Even if turmoil has swept the Komodo Star sector, it is not so easy to lay a hand on a senior mech designer without a trace. We've suffered some losses in the process of hijacking Professor Cortez's evacuation fleet." The Skull Architect laughed. "Don't try to raise the price. Professor Cortez is one of the easiest targets on my list. What happened to him, by the way?" "We've cleaned him up. Have no fear of that. Not a single trace of him and associates have survived. You'll have to come up with a way to reintroduce yourself to the public without arousing too much suspicion, though." "I'll keep that in mind." After performing some inspections, the Skull Architect became satisfied with the arrangements made by Calabash. While she was confident in her handicraft, she cautioned the Skull Architect to act with discretion. "Even if you follow all of my steps, your new identity is not completely foolproof. I've only managed to message the records of every relevant record-keeping institution of the Reinald Republic. If the state falls, then no one will be able to verify the records except what the government managed to bring elsewhere or put them up on the galactic net. That does not account for the detailed biometric data the MTA has collected from Professor Cortez." The Skull Architect crossed his arms. "No one in this star sector can falsify the MTA's records. You wouldn't be dealing with me if you have the capacity to access and alter their database. It's best if you stay far away from the MTA while you assume your new identity. I trust that you already know how to conduct yourself to avoid attracting their attention." "You don't need to lecture me, young woman. Now that you have accepted my offering, will you still commit to your end of the deal?" "You'll get what you want. I'm not the sort who burns my bridges with someone who is actually clever in a sea of idiots." The deal that the two had made in recent months was fairly simple. In exchange for arranging a new identity for the Skull Architect, he promised several concessions. First, he promised to design and build an expert mech for any expert pilot that Calabash managed to acquire. She made this demand in case Commander Dice managed to advance to expert pilot. She needed this concession because it was very difficult to obtain an expert mech through regular channels. After all, expert pilots didn't pop out from nowhere. Second, the Skull Architect promised to wipe away the debt that VS owed him. Though the pirate designer found it to be a shame to lose his handle on VS, it was not an equitable arrangement in the first place. To the fugitive senior mech designer, it didn't matter too much. Even without the debt, he was still confident he could find a way to associate with Ves Larkinson in some other way, especially now that the promising young journeyman had risen to prominence. To Calabast, arranging a nearly foolproof identity to the Skull Architect in exchange for these concessions was more than worth the effort. Not only did she gain a benefit for herself and her partner, she also established a friendly relation with a powerful senior. After a brief chat, the Skull Architect and his entourage briskly turned around and boarded the shuttle. Once his procession rose in the air and flew back to space, the meeting had come to an end. Some time later, Calabast and the Sword Maidens deployed on the surface returned to space as well. When the woman entered the stateroom of her personal ship, Commander Dice already awaited her arrival. "I'm impressed by how you've handled the Skull Architect. The meeting went smoother than I thought," the leader of the Sword Maidens remarked as she laid on the bed. "The Skull Architect isn't as fearsome as you think as long as you give him a reason to respect you. His reputation in the frontier is not that relevant anymore now that the Sandmen have overrun the old order there. He needs me more than we need him. If not for his potential usefulness to VS, I wouldn't have bothered to offer my services to him. Obtaining the favor of a genuine senior might come in handy one day. I'm not so sure whether it's wise to play with fire. Myra once told me that she had to be very careful when she studied under him. He has a habit of blowing up on people. I'm pretty certain that some of it is an act," Calabast confidently stated. While the Skull Architect is anything but a balanced individual, he needed to project strength while he was in the frontier. Now that he has reintegrated into civilized space, he ought to be rational enough to moderate his behavior. The spy strode forward and sat down on the side of her bed. The two came very close. "Want to have some fun?" Dice suggested. "No thanks." "Why not? We're lovers, right?" Calabast slapped her supposed girlfriend's rear. "There's no need to keep up the act." "Who says our relationship is an act?" The commander's eyes twinkled. "We only agreed to go along this charade to assuage Gloriana's fears, Dice. If you want to earn my attention, then find some way to become an expert pilot." "How is it so easy for me to make this step?" Dice helplessly shook her head. "Plenty of expert candidates have reached the limits of what they are capable of in this realm without finding any way to get past their bottleneck. My weird bond with the exabeast I've encountered at Aeon Corona 7 doesn't help matters either. Find a way to resolve this issue. The sooner you advance to expert pilot, the more we can do by borrowing your strength." Commander Dice rose from the bed and faced Calabast with a concerned expression. "You're moving very quickly, you know that? Why are you in such a hurry to build up your strength and make so many deals with people?" "Everything is changing, Dice. The Sand War and the Komodo War have smashed the existing order in the frontier and the Komodo Star sector. The invasion of the Red Ocean is changing all of human space. Many gaps have opened up that we can take advantage of. The premise is that we have what it takes to secure our gains. You've been investing an awful lot in paving the way for that brat from the Bright Republic. I don't see why you even bother with him. Isn't he just a journeyman?" Calabast smirked. "He's not just a regular journeyman. Trust me on this. We have to take very good care of him as he's our ticket to the top. Couldn't you have just built a relationship with the Skull Architect instead? After all, he's already a seasoned senior." "I don't have control over the Skull Architect," Didn't you just say that associating him is like playing with fire? I know my boundaries with him. It's not a good idea to get too close to him, especially when he has shown he is willing to cross a lot of lines to get what he wants. Is VS any better? You'll see why it's worth it to partner up with him sooner than later, Calabas confidently stated. She never felt as confident in fulfilling her future ambitions before she encountered VS. Though she knew that his actual identity was anything but simple, she dared to insert herself in his life because the opportunity was too precious. This star sector was too small for someone of her ambition. Even if she was born a Hexer, and a member of the powerful Vracan matriarchal dynasty at that, she never held any pride over her origin. A Hexer like Calabas might enjoy a lot of status in the Komodo star sector, but that was like a rat lording it over a cage. Her true goal lay elsewhere. Chapter 1645 Clouds over Cloudy Curtain. The tragedy that took place at the Sydney Superior System stunned everyone in the Bright Republic. After the Sandmen managed to break through the defenses of Sydney Superior 6, the planet became flooded with animated sand. While the citizens on the ground tried to fend off the Sandmen with their newly erected defenses, their firepower was simply too insufficient to resist the tides of sand that swept over entire cities. Over 400 million people died in the following week. Without reinforcements from elsewhere, the stranded citizens were unable to prevent the Sandmen from engulfing each and every populated settlement on the surface of the once great planet. The fall of Sydney Superior had far-reaching effects. No matter how much the Bright Republic attempted to plug the gap, it did not change the fact that the Sandmen gained a much more solid route to the interior of the Bright Republic, including Bentheim. The mood in the Bentheim system had grown much more severe as the entire port system shifted into an even greater state of war readiness. Martial law had come into effect, and even more production facilities ceased producing consumer goods in favor of producing critical supplies. Many people who had the ability to leave Bentheim had already done so recently. Hardly anyone thought it was a good idea to settle there when it was highly likely that it would come under heavy assault by the Sandmen. Kedis was not an average visitor. Unlike most people, she did not fear the threat of the Sandmen. Having lived in constant danger in the frontier for most of her life, the danger looming over Bentheim was like a walk in the park for a sword maiden. Besides, if the situation at Bentheim really deteriorated, she was confident that VS would find a way to pull her out. She wasn't blind to how powerful her latest mentor had become. His support gave her the capital to face the challenges at Bentheim head-on. As she emerged from the spaceport at Durham with a floating luggage coffer hovering behind her, she looked around for her new host. "Kedis! Over here!" A woman with a strong military-esque bearing strode forward and embraced Kedis in a tight hug. "Oof! You're stronger than I thought," the newcomer noted with surprise. "Did VS lie to me or something? You're built like a warrior." "I'm just a mech designer," Kedis replied coyly. "Can you bring me to my new home? I'm a bit uncomfortable standing here in public." "Sure. Follow me. I've already prepared your new digs. You'll love it. As long as you don't mind living among the Bloodclaws, I'm sure we'll be getting along well." "That's great. By the way, are you sure you want to stick with us? We're about to be deployed in space in order to meet our obligations to defend this star system from the planet. There's going to be a lot of fighting in the future." "This isn't the first time I've participated in a war, Riella. I've learned a lot from VS. One of the reasons he sent me here was to gain more practical experience with working with mechs. I need this to push my comprehension of mechs to the next level." "I see. I'll take care of you as much as I can. I owe it to VS to see you through this war. By the way, how is he doing back on Cloudy Curtain?" while Ves Larkinson welcomed Keddies with open arms at Bentheim, a heavy shadow cast over Cloudy Curtain. Since Cloudy Curtain was right next door to Bentheim, there was a small but very possible chance that some of the Sandman fleets might wander into the rustic star system. The cloudy weather depressed the locals even more as they tried their best to resume their lives. Fortunately, the locals did not have any reasons to panic. Their home planet was already home to two powerful forces. Along with Ves and his organizations, the Cloud Whalers weren't weak either despite having lost a lot of mechs and men in their failed attempt to wrestle away some turf on Bentheim. The recent settlement of billions of refugees and the building spree that followed from that also raised Cloudy Curtain's importance. Various other powers hired a decent number of mercenaries to protect their investment. The Mech Corps also stationed some forces in the star system to coordinate the defense effort. Cloudy Curtain was anything but defenseless. Commander Magdalena Larkinson of the Living Sentinels greeted Ves as he arrived at a training facility. A lot of Sentinels along with a couple of avatars were exercising their bodies or training their skills. While it wasn't entirely necessary for mech pilots to train their bodies, it undeniably helped for various reasons. Subjecting mech pilots to simulated combat and live practice sessions all the time would eventually lead to disjointment and other detrimental outcomes. "Are the Living Sentinels ready to defend what we've built here?" Ves asked. "As I've already mentioned, sir, just because my Sentinels aren't eager to deploy to the front doesn't mean they'll run when the war has reached their homes. I've surveyed each and every Sentinel in my employ and already filtered out those who are unwilling to do their part when they are truly needed." "How many people have you fired?" "Not as much as you think. Many of the Sentinels have already embraced their new lives here. Don't forget that many Larkinsons are a part of the Sentinels. The prosperity you've provided to the family is a key reason why they are determined to protect its source." Ves smiled. "I'm gratified to hear that. How are the avatars who have stayed behind fared in Commander Melker's absence?" "They're doing well. Melker has mostly left behind the younger avatars and the recent recruits. While we haven't been able to facilitate their training as much as we want, they're all highly motivated to prepare themselves for the tough battles ahead." Both of them directed their attention to a small sparring ring where a couple of young avatars in training outfits jumped at each other under the watchful eyes of older avatars. Ves expected more from the avatars. They knew that, so they readily embraced their higher-intensity training regime. "It's almost about time for Melker and the detachment of avatars and sentinels to rotate back from the front," he remarked. "Do you think the second detachment of avatars and sentinels are ready to confront the Sandmen?" "We'll be fighting the Sandmen regardless of whether we are deployed to the front or remain at home here. No one here is exempt from fighting, sir." The Sentinel commander had a point. As Ves and Commander Magdalena discussed the security arrangements, they strode forward until they reached the sparring ring where the avatars demonstrated their martial prowess. Ves sensed a lot of determination and fighting spirit from the avatars. Each of them heard of the arduous circumstances at the front. Several avatars had already lost their lives in the noble fight against the Sandmen, and plenty more would lay down their lives in the future. Despite the risks, none of the avatars showed any signs of shirking their responsibilities. As soon as Ves made himself known, the avatars paused and saluted their boss. "Resume your training, avatars." Though none of the avatars could dismiss his presence, they did their best to get back to their own activities. Ves swept the entire crowd and spotted plenty of new faces. Evidently, the avatars welcomed a considerable amount of new recruits. Fortunately, the cadre who had been with the avatars for years maintained control over the rest. After reassuring himself that the avatars were firmly in his grip, he approached a specific avatar resting at the side. The young man immediately stood up. "Mr. Larkinson!" Joshua King! How are you doing? Are the avatars of myth to your liking? I love it here. Piloting your mechs all day has always been my dream. That's good to hear. Ves smiled, though inwardly he felt a little disturbed by Joshua's excessive enthusiasm. I recall that you wanted to pilot a custom mech, right? Joshua nodded. I'm familiar with all of your mech designs. I've even piloted all of the models the avatars and sentinels have on hand. They all have their own unique strengths. I became a fan of your glows before the LMC started calling it that. In my heart, I've always longed to pilot a mech that possesses a glow that belongs to me. That's why I've joined the avatars without any hesitation. That's remarkably honest of you. Ves blinked. He patted Joshua's shoulder. Keep up the good work. As long as you perform well in the Sand War, your future with the avatars will doubtlessly be bright. I'm more than willing to design a custom mech for you if you have the strength to make it worthwhile for me to do so. I don't design custom mechs without a reason. I'll definitely prove myself worthy, sir. Haha. You're good, kid. He sensed the strong and vibrant spiritual potential within Joshua. While it was still in an undeveloped state, it could bloom at any moment if he received enough stimulation. With how the Sand War was intensifying, Ves was very confident that Joshua would unearth his potential. As one of the few mech pilots with spiritual potential in his crew, Ves depended on this young avatar to shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. After checking up with some other promising avatars, Ves parted ways with Commander Magdalena and left the training facility. He tilted his head upwards and beheld the clouds covering the entire planet. The weather will grow worse in the future. According to the information he obtained about the war situation, the Bright Republic's situation had deteriorated a lot with the fall of Sydney Superior. While the military planners always expected the border systems to succumb, they hadn't anticipated that the Sandmen would have evolved so quickly. Fortunately, it wasn't all bad news. The Starfighter Corps recently announced the release of the second generation of Starfighters. Tougher and more resilient than before, the Starfighters were designed to last much longer against the deadly shower of lasers the Sandmen deployed increasingly more against their opposition. The Sandbreaker rifle, which has fared well against the aliens, had also been adopted at a very wide scale. The extra firepower and other optimizations eased the disparity in numbers somewhat. When Ves returned to his office, Gavin walked up and updated him on the latest developments. Remember the charity you founded? It's doing better than expected. I don't know, but Director Clinton Larkinson managed to hire some excellent doctors and specialists from the refugees. The Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans has already begun to treat hundreds of patients at a time. Ves grimaced when he heard that. That's way too fast. What is Clinton thinking? Your foundation has even attracted some positive media attention. The press think you are being generous on account of your prior service. Whatever. Ves waved his hand in dismissal. As long as Clinton doesn't bite off more than he can chew, he can do what he wants as long as it is within his budget. Is there anything else going on that I should know? Well, the Ves Kingdom and the Reynald Republic are both faring increasingly poorly against the Sandmen. We only had to deal with the collapse of Sydney Superior, while the Vesians and Reynaldans are both trying to plug multiple gaps in their defensive lines. What do you think about their chances? The Vesians are strong, Gavin immediately replied. I don't think they showed their full strength yet. We know they are capable of more since we've fought them so much in the past. It's the Reynaldans that is really concerning. They haven't been battle-hardened at all, and much of their internal situation has become a mess from all of the leaders and business magnates that have abandoned their responsibilities and fled. Are you saying? I don't see much hope that the Reynald Republic will last. Everyone believes it's only a matter of time before this state will succumb. Once that happens, the Vesia kingdom will have to fight on two fronts. If the Vesians can't handle the pressure, the Bright Republic will doubtlessly be next. Ves finished the sentence. Both of them looked grim at this possibility. Chapter 1646 Combining Domains. The fall of the re-annulled Republic accelerated the fall of the Vesia kingdom. The fall of the Vesia kingdom hastened the end of the Bright Republic. For better or worse, the Bright Republic needed these foreign states to be strong. Strong enough to resist the Sandmen and strong enough to protect the flanks of their neighboring states. Ves felt a new urgency in his work. He was certain that his Deliverer design would live up to its promise and make it easier to resist the Sandmen. The sooner he finished its design, the sooner they could start sniping down Sandman admirals. He shook his head. Am I being delusional for thinking that I can single-handedly save the Bright Republic and the other states under attack? It felt a bit unreal that he had grown to this point as a mech designer. As long as he could realize the Deliverer according to his vision, the mech would definitely be able to match the impact his soldier product line managed to make. Despite the pressure piling up on his shoulders, Ves felt more passionate and determined than ever to realize the Deliverer design. He pretty much treated it as a passion project due to its limited commercial appeal and restrictive piloting demands. It wasn't enough for the Deliverer to be piloted by a random Ilvanian mech pilot. The mech's powerful Gauss rifle was difficult to handle in untrained hands. Only a highly trained specialist in ranged mechs would be able to lay down accurate fire in the direction its design spirit pointed out. After all, how could a Deliverer ever hit a Sandman admiral if its mech pilot possessed shaky aim? Time began to pass as Ves immersed himself in his work. Together with Gloriana and his design team, the Deliverer and Adonis Colossus projects progressed briskly. Despite their lack of manpower, the sheer ability displayed Ves and Gloriana prevented many problems. Their mutual understanding of each other's design style had deepened as well, causing the friction between them to be substantially reduced. While they worked together, Ves and Gloriana made sure to continue to work on their synergy. Right now, they experimented with all three types of synergy they managed to identify. While they hadn't been able to make much progress at all in improving their synergy, each design session paved the way for a future breakthrough. What fascinated Gloriana the most was her attempt to apply conceptual perfection on the Adonis Colossus design. I think a custom mech like the Adonis Colossus is the perfect testing platform for conceptual perfection, she stated to Ves. Just think about it. It's not only a custom mech, but also one with a generous budget by third-class mech standards. It should be well within our means to design the perfect vessel for Vincent Ricklin from the resources we have on hand. Ves looked skeptical. While I don't necessarily disagree, our client is less than ideal. As a mech pilot, his skill set is too mediocre and spread out. How can he bring out the potential of any mech with his lackluster piloting ability? I thought we already talked about this. We'll just have to make the Adonis Colossus easy to start with and leave a lot of room for growth. Trust me, Ves. The value of a custom mech, especially one that fits a mech pilot perfectly, is incalculable to them. I have changed the lives of plenty of clients who used to muddle along before I designed a custom mech for them. I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about. It was similar to someone purchasing a luxurious new gadget. Because they invested so much money on it, they unconsciously felt compelled to get their money's worth. However, there was still a difference between wanting something and being able to achieve it. Vincent's inconsistent piloting ability heavily constrained their design choices for the Adonis Colossus design. If only we had a better mech pilot as a client, Ves grumbled resentfully. They went back to discussion on how to apply conceptual perfection on the Adonis Colossus design. I think it's worth a try to pray for a miracle with this mech, she asserted. What we're doing is pretty creating a god from scratch. How can a god be worthy of their name if their existences aren't miraculous? This was the lying to reality part that Ves had never really gotten a handle on. The entire concept sounded too fantastical and devoid from his existing understanding on how reality worked. Yet just because he didn't know if it worked did not necessarily mean it was impossible. Ves already lectured the Tovars about keeping an open mind, so how could he not practice what he preached? He was willing to go along with Gloriana's obsession over conceptual perfection, since it didn't appear it would do any harm. How will we apply its principles, though? Ves frowned. If it's merely engaging in wishful thinking, then that's little different from what we are already doing. Conceptual perfection has to be more deliberate than that to achieve genuine synergy between our design philosophies. I was thinking about applying it in a more limited scope to begin with. Even I don't feel confident in our ability to make our Adonis Colossus perfect just because we wish it so. I think it's best to start perfecting a narrow aspect of the mech in order to achieve a real gain. Ves paused and turned to his girlfriend with some astonishment. Are you serious? I thought you were never satisfied with anything except the best. Silly Ves. She patted his head as if he was a child. I know my limits, especially since I started working with you. The road to perfection can't be traversed with a single step. I realize that it's better to focus on making smaller gains. That is remarkably insightful of you. How are you planning to put your idea to use? By selecting a single conceptual trait and trying to make it as perfect or real as possible, of course. By starting with a small miracle, we can see whether this method of synergy is viable. Whether it works or not will be clear as long as we can sense a difference in the design. What aspect do you want to perfect? Think about what the Adonis Colossus is all about. What is the single most important trait to Vincent? Masculinity. Ves instantly answered. The mech is all about showing off Vincent's qualifications as a man. Exactly. What I'm thinking about is a way to elevate masculinity from an ordinary divine nature into an extraordinary feature that is worthy of a miracle. Ves fell silent for a moment as he considered Gloriana's proposal. Focusing on enhancing the masculinity aspect sounded kind of overboard. He had already formed a plan to add a raw, masculine charm to his mech through creating a suitable spiritual product to act as its design spirit. However, that was something produced from his own power. The point of lying to reality was to combine their respective specialties to enhance a mech beyond conventional means. To put it in simpler terms, conceptual perfection revolved around combining life and perfection to produce something real and fantastic. Though it sounded grand and groundbreaking, in truth it was far from simple to combine their strengths in such a transcendent fashion. It was a highly advanced act of creation that completely encompassed the essence of him and his girlfriend. He scratched his head as he thought about how to approach this challenge. The problem is that we haven't established a proven technique to achieve this outcome. We are two different mech designs with two different outlooks on mechs. Gloriana grinned and held his hand. You don't have to do all the hard work yourself, Ves. I've already thought about these problems and came up with some theories. Let's hear it then. As journeyman mech designers, we are essentially humans transitioning to a state of godhood, do you agree? They talked about this before, but Ves never took it so seriously. I'm not entirely sure I agree, but let's go with that. When do you think someone is a qualified god? Becoming a master should be sufficient. At that point, a mech designer has managed to realize their design philosophy. Some hexers believe that every master is a living god. Ves shrugged. Okay. Anyway, if you adjust your mindset and acknowledge the truth, you should embrace your domain. Domain. Your divine domain. It's life, right? Ves nodded. That was hardly a secret to someone who knew him too well. I'm not sure if this word accurately describes my design philosophy. It's good enough. My own divine domain is perfection, obviously. Ordinarily, the two aren't related to each other. However, it's ridiculous to think that gods can't combine their powers. There ought to be a way. Gloriana. The woman rose up and faced Ves with burning passion in her eyes. I've only realized it recently, but perfection in itself is too empty and colorless to chase after. If I want to design the perfect vessel, then I need to accentuate my domain with another domain. And what better than to borrow your domain of life? What was she talking about? Ves grew confused. Were they still talking about designing mechs? What does this have to do with the Adonis Colossus, Gloriana? She grabbed his shoulders and pressed her face right in front of his. Don't you see? This is the key to greater synergy. We must shed our flawed perception of ourselves as humans and embrace our transitional state as gods in the making. Don't they call expert pilots demigods? Journeymen like us deserve to be regarded in the same light. Ves grabbed her arms and desperately tried to put some distance in between them. Let's not make any hasty claims. No. This isn't the time for caution, Ves. This new theory of mine is certainly true. I can feel it. We should test it out right away. After haranguing Ves like a stubborn badger, Gloriana eventually managed to persuade Ves to try out her new method on the Adonis Colossus. I'll spare you from adopting the same approach to the deliverer, she said. We can design it normally and treat it as a control sample. Once we complete the two projects, we can compare the two and see whether my new method has any merit. I don't think that comparison will be useful, Gloriana. The design spirit for the deliverer is very mature and highly developed. Its effects on the design will likely skew any comparisons. Besides, commercial mechs and custom mechs are fundamentally different machines. There is little point in comparing apples to oranges. It doesn't matter. Let's just begin right away and see what we've managed to achieve. The method that Gloriana outlined to Ves sounded simpler than he thought. In her perspective, the two of them were transitional gods who already possessed an underdeveloped prototype of the domains they would possess when they became masters. Each domain possessed their own remarkable effects, but they weren't exactly impressive by themselves. In order to achieve greater results, they needed to combine their domains to enhance a certain aspect of a mech. This was masculinity in the case of the Adonis Colossus. What Gloriana proposed was to hold the same ideas on masculinity and apply their respective domains to them in an attempt to empower them. As long as they shared the exact same ideas, they could attempt to merge their domains together in order to achieve an extraordinary outcome. The key to combine two distinctly different domains was to use their common subject as an interface to connect the two. The more their ideas on masculinity aligned with each other, the easier it was to make a successful connection. However, Ves immediately spotted a problem with this method. You're a hexer, Gloriana. Not only that, you're a completely different person to me. How can we hold the exact same ideas on something when we are not that much alike? What are you talking about? She frowned. Is your perception of masculinity the same as mine? Chapter 1647 Veronica Larkinson. What is a man to you? The question stumped both Ves and Gloriana because they each held different ideas on men and masculinity. To Ves, a man was supposed to be brave, courageous, responsible, and strong enough to protect his family. These were the ideals his family and his culture instilled in him. While they sounded a bit old-fashioned to some, the state often made use of them to get men to volunteer for military service. Complete gender equality didn't exist in the Bright Republic. While men and women both enjoyed near equal treatment these days, for various reasons the military branches enlisted more men than women. Some things never changed. In contrast, Gloriana possessed a completely different outlook on men. Her beliefs literally elevated women to a supreme level compared to men. Ves had been with Gloriana long enough to develop an understanding how a hexer like her regarded men, or boys in their parlance. The hexadric hegemony was a state explicitly founded by female supremacists who developed all kinds of awful ideas about the other gender. To hexers, men had been in charge for too long. Almost everything that humans did wrong in the history of their civilization could all be attributed to men. The women ignored the backgrounds, personalities, historical norms, and every other context surrounding the deplorable behavior of some men and tied all of their evils to one common refrain: their gender. To someone like Ves, this was a ridiculous and flawed use of logic. In a proper scientific study, researchers needed to come up with arguments to argue that a cause and effect relationship existed between two variables. This mass murderer from one country is a man. This tyrant who led his country to disaster is also a man. Hey, look there, this inventor of a horrible weapon that went on to kill a lot of people is also a man. Do you know what this means? Men are evil. An argument as spurious as this only suggested correlation at best. There were plenty of women who behaved just as worse, but did any hexer even acknowledge their existence? To a hexer, logic and scientific rigor mattered less than confirming their own biases. Because they were predisposed against men, their research and cultural evolution all started with assumptions that cast them in a bad light. The biases and prejudices of the hexer researchers all ensured that any academic paper they published completely affirmed their warped beliefs. Naturally, the hexers completely ignored or discredited the contradictory studies from other researchers outside the hegemony. In their eyes, their conclusions were pure and honest, while the conclusions of others were tainted by the chauvinistic values held by the ignorant foreign researchers. Only the hexers had managed to liberate themselves from the shackles of toxic masculinity. In their eyes, almost all of human space was still firmly in the grip of the nefarious men who kept the rest of humanity under their heel. Even if Gloriana came to know the different outlook on men and women in the Bright Republic, she was still inescapably a hexer. To her, every man was actually an immature and irresponsible boy. Some just hid their naughty traits better than others. Gloriana even expressed some disdain to powerful men such as Senator Tovar and the male leaders of the Big Two. In the perspective of a hexers, these men happened to be more capable pigs than the norm, but only came into power due to unfair advantages. On an even playing field, women would always be able to triumph over men. Women were smarter, gentler, calmer, more thoughtful, and more suitable to be in charge. As for boys, hexers did not treat them too poorly. Rather than see them as slaves or redundant reproductive partners that should have gone extinct, hexers tended to treat boys in the same manner as pets or immature children. Even grown men were just boys. It was already bad enough that female hexers bought this mindset. The worst thing was that the men that had been born into hexer society also bought this mindset. While there was a large variety of how men turned out, most of them carried over a profound sense of inferiority and subservience to women. Gloriana grew up in this strange, matriarchal culture for almost 30 years. Only recently did she spend some years abroad at Centerpoint and Cloudy Curtain. This was not enough to shake her view on men that had solidified in her mind during her childhood. Tell me the truth. Ves faced Gloriana seriously. Do you have anything good to say about masculinity? To her credit, Gloriana's time abroad had exposed her to the fact that not every person bought into hexer beliefs. Both of them were aware that they possessed vastly different opinions on men and women. It should have been a huge problem in their love lives. It was a problem so severe that it risked shattering their relationship. Neither Ves nor Gloriana wanted this outcome to happen, so they just ignored the contradiction and pretended it didn't exist. As long as the two focused on their similarities rather than their differences, everything was okay. Whenever a confrontation occurred, both of them simply agreed to disagree and dropped the topic. In their beliefs, this was a solution adopted by science-minded people after applying logic and probability analysis. Arguing about their differences would almost certainly lead to bad outcomes. However, Ves knew that they couldn't avoid their differences forever. At some point, they had to address the elephant in the room. If they didn't, the elephant would eventually crush everything. However, Gloriana cared a lot about their relationship. She valued it so much that she would never think of risking it by forcing a confrontation. She was very risk-averse in this regard. Ordinarily, Ves was inclined to avoid detrimental outcomes, but his reckless streak happened to come into play at this moment. He guessed that as long as they avoided reconciling their views on men, the Adonis Colossus would never be a success. The central theme of this mech was masculinity. Vincent Ricklin cared so much about masculinity that his custom mech had to affirming his male qualifications. Naturally, as the designers who accepted this commission, Ves and Gloriana had to implement a version of masculinity that aligned with Vincent's belief in their work. While Ves considered the ideal man in his own way based on his father, he was confident that his own views overlapped considerably with Vincent's views. The problem here was Gloriana. A hexer was probably the worst mech designer to be put in charge of the Adonis Colossus project. Seeing that Gloriana wanted to avoid the topic, Ves kept pressing her regardless of the consequences. "Am I a man or a boy to you?" Both," she sheepishly answered. "What do you think about Vincent?" "He's a boy, obviously." "What makes him different?" "His self-esteem relies entirely on his perception of himself as a man. Take that away, and you have nothing. You're different, Ves. Regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, you are still a fantastic mech designer. I would have fallen in love with you regardless." Ves briefly imagined himself as a woman and shuddered. The reason he shuddered was not because he disliked living as a woman. Now that Ves thought about it, it would have been better if he was born as Veronica or something. It made no difference to his mech design career. His upbringing would have been the same, as well as the Larkinsons never treated boys and girls differently. His father's influence on his childhood would have been the same as well. Even if some divergence took place due to growing up as a female, he doubted that Veronica Larkinson would have ended up with a different personality and outlook on life. If everything that happened to Ves happened to Veronica, then his female alter ego would have been a much better partner for Gloriana. Ves was very well aware that hexers fully accepted pairings between females. With all the advanced reproduction technology available to humanity, some states readily became single-gender societies for various reasons. Technology that facilitated gender transitions also existed. From growing complete new bodies to transforming an existing body into another gender, all kinds of options existed to turn men into women or something in between. Naturally, Ves never contemplated the option of turning into Veronica Larkinson. He was content with being born a man and could never imagine himself as a woman. Falling into a relationship with a hexer did not change his resolve. Some hexers believed that men transitioning into women were still boys at heart. "So you admit you still think of me as a boy, right?" Gloriana sighed and patted his hand. "It doesn't matter if you're a boy, Ves. There are good boys and bad boys. Vincent is a bad boy. You're a good boy. I like you a lot more for that reason. What kind of argument was that? Her words momentarily stumped him. Was that a compliment? Tell me honestly, then. What will it take for you to call me a man? I don't know why you keep harping on this. Your worth as a person isn't defined by your gender. Admittedly, most of my fellow hexers don't agree with me, but I don't care. I love you, Ves. Now it was his turn to sigh. Ves had a feeling that she was as much of a hexer as before. The only thing that changed was that she patched her mindset with a few new details in order to fit him in with her largely dismissive attitude towards boys. In her eyes, Ves was a boy. He was merely a special boy, a good boy. One that happened to be very compatible with her. All the other boys were bad and deserved to be treated as such. He repressed the impulse to blow up in her face. While he felt quite resentful at Gloriana's inflexibility, it was not really her fault. He stretched out his hand and placed it on her shoulder. Look! Let's forget about achieving conceptual perception and just try and make the Adonis Colossus work. How can we do that? I think it doesn't matter if we have differences in belief. Do you know how resonance is achieved? She nodded. Resonance takes place when the amplitude in a system is magnified when the frequency of vibration is the same, or nearly similar to its natural frequency. I've worked with resonance in various applications already, Gloriana. One of the lessons I've learned is that the same, or nearly similar, is the key here. We don't have to hold the exact same opinions to resonate with each other. As long as there is enough common ground, the differences we hold might even result in a richer degree of resonance than if we simply copy each other's views entirely. Her eyes lit up as she realized his point. You're right! I was so hung up about matching domains that I overlooked this point. Let's just try it and see whether it will work out on the Adonis Colossus. If the results are less than ideal, then it's no big deal. We will still be able to deliver a technically sound product to our client. Trial and error is often a necessity to achieve something difficult. His solution might not be the one he hoped for, but it was one that successfully brought them together. The contradiction still remained, but they began to see it as an asset if employed correctly. Gloriana immediately ran with his idea and extrapolated it further. Maybe we don't have to adopt a single view on masculinity. Maybe it's better to hold different views on it but try to bring them together in a way that fits. As long as we achieve the right fit, the result will be greater than if we stuck to a single view. The key is achieving resonance. Chapter 16 48 Boy Toy. Whenever Ves and Gloriana worked on the Adonis Colossus project, they no longer avoided discussing their views on men, boys, and masculinity. Neither of them expected to change each other's views. Ves considered himself a man. Period. Even if he knew that this assertion essentially fell on deaf ears to Gloriana, he tolerated her views anyway. It helped that they both shifted the crosshairs away from him and placed it on Vincent instead. Ves had much less qualms about disparaging Vincent's qualifications as a man than his own. He cared little about betraying every other male as long as it wasn't him who suffered. Boys like Vincent are too self-absorbed to realize that they're no good, Gloriana self-righteously explained. According to my personality analysis, his sense of self as a man is nothing more than a sop to prop up his fragile ego. His early life and his violent breakup with the Ricklin family would have broken him if he hadn't turned to masculinity for support. You have a good point. Ves nodded in agreement. From what I've witnessed, Vincent is much less of a man than he thinks. Compared to the male relatives in my family, Vincent is too inferior. He was lucky to become a potentate, but what did he do? He dickered in his training, and when he finally grew a little serious about piloting mechs, he defected to the Bentheim liberation movement. As a result of their disregard for Vincent's masculinity, the Adonis Colossus project suddenly went off the rails. Ves and Gloriana completely discarded their original intentions and the intentions of Vincent to pursue a crooked direction. Instead of trying to make the custom mech personify the perfect masculine ideal, the Adonis Colossus now centered around appeasing someone they both considered to be a man-child. Since the Adonis Colossus was just a custom mech meant to be paired with only a single person, Ves and Gloriana merely had to narrow the theme of the Adonis Colossus. Instead of designing a mech that embodied the perfect masculine ideal, the mech now centered around Vincent's masculine ideal. This crucial difference prevented Ves and Gloriana from pressing each other's views too much. They managed to hold on to their own views and tried to fit them together. Strangely enough, it worked. The project proceeded harmoniously as neither Ves nor Gloriana clashed any further. The common element that connected their diverging views together was their penchant for badmouthing Vincent. Ves mainly concluded that Vincent was all about false bravado. Compared to the heroic Larkinson mech pilots who selflessly served in the mech corps in the name of duty, Vincent was much more pathetic. His battle record was mixed and frankly disappointing. Whenever Vincent was in a battle where his side was ahead, he eagerly behaved domineering. Whenever his side fell at a disadvantage, he was one of the first to retreat and save his own skin. Vincent has little courage to speak of, Ves remarked as he adjusted the shoulder launchers of the Adonis Colossus design. The strong image he portrays in public is merely an insubstantial image. As long as you apply a sufficient amount of pressure, the image breaks. As for Gloriana, she adopted the predominant Hexer mindset that men were all immature at heart. This patronizing attitude towards the opposite gender colored the hegemony's entire perspective on the male gender. Every Hexer routinely diminished every grown man by treating them as boys who would never grow up, unlike wise and clever women. No matter how smart, strong, or dignified a man became, Gloriana automatically converted each and every one of them into a boy. Ves wondered if Calabas still looked at men in this light. For a woman as frighteningly competent as her, it was probably natural for her to dismiss most men. At the very least, Ves felt that Calabas' attitude towards him had always been similar to a mother admonishing a naughty boy. He gritted his teeth as he recalled his past interactions with the Hexer spy. Ves never had the impression that she treated him as an equal. Even their supposed partnership was just Calabas imposing herself in his orbit without his consent. After all, a mother never needed to gain her son's permission to intervene in his life. As long as the boy was too premature to take care of himself, it was the duty of a mother to care in his stead. That was the essence of Hexer views on the male gender. If boys were left to fend for themselves, then all kinds of awful outcomes would ensue. Boys becoming in charge of a state would doubtlessly become tyrants who exploited their subjects and pursued destructive conquests. Never mind that the Komodo War broke out when the hexadric hegemony struck the first blow by commencing Operation K. While Ves still felt offended in some ways, as long as Gloriana directed her views elsewhere, he could tolerate them. He felt no obligation to defend other men from Hexers as long as it didn't affect his interests. Traitor of men? Ha! Whether he was Ves or Veronica Larkinson, his gender never played a major role in his self-esteem. In other words, Ves regarded himself as a mech designer rather than a man. Sticking to this principle made it a lot easier for him to brush aside Gloriana's views on his gender. How would you treat me if I was born as Veronica Larkinson instead of Ves Larkinson? He curiously asked her one day. Huh? Where did that come from? She looked at him oddly for a moment. I would love you all the same. Is Veronica the best name you could come up with if you were born a woman? Even Gloriana valued him as a mech designer rather than a man or a boy. Their pride in their profession and their compatible design styles bound them in a way that made every other difference manageable. The fact that they managed to reconcile some of their differences on the Adonis Colossus project was proof that they could work together. The only problem that ensued by adopting this change direction was that the custom mech might not match their client's intentions anymore. To a professional, this was a severe violation of trust and contract. Gloriana became increasingly disturbed. We have a responsibility as mech designers to deliver the product that satisfies our clients. It's one thing to design a commercial mech that doesn't please many mech pilots. They have the freedom to reject our product and turn their attention elsewhere. This market interaction doesn't exist with private commissions. The client approached us with a set of demands that we have promised to implement in our product. How is it acceptable for us to turn around and deviate from our client's intentions? Ves grimaced as she brought up this problem. The issue had been weighing on his mind for a while. The professional part of him agreed with her stance. The proper course of action to take was to inform Vincent of their problems and try to seek some sort of accommodation. He predicted that this would go very wrong. Vincent possessed a very strong and specific view on masculinity that clashed with the immaturity and false bravado injected into the Adonis Colossus design. It was impossible to reconcile these contrasting views. Since nothing good came from acting professionally, Ves decided that he would rather act like a scoundrel. He leaned into Gloriana and pressed her close to his body, causing her to blush. Look, Gloriana, boys like Vincent don't like being told the truth. He thinks he's a man while he's really a boy pretending very hard to be one. Instead of breaking this illusion, it's better for all of us if we indulge it instead. The ultimate goal of the Adonis Colossus is to make Vincent Ricklin happy and to enhance his performance on the battlefield. I don't know, Ves. It sounds a lot like lying and misdirection. Didn't we swear an oath to the MTA to be transparent and honest towards our customers and clients? Ves awkwardly chuckled. I don't believe any successful mech designer managed to abide by those oaths. Sometimes we need to be more adaptable. Isn't that what your design philosophy is all about? This is a case where a different solution from the norm happens to be the more appropriate one. We aren't here to enlighten Vincent Ricklin to the sad truth that he's nothing but a pathetic boy. We are here to craft a mech that meets his needs. Right now, the most convenient way to do that is to reinforce his fantasies. Fantasies are lies. Isn't that a bad thing? Lying to reality is bad unless reality conforms to our lies, right? Ves retorted. Lies aren't always bad, Gloriana. Lying is a virtue when the outcome is better than the alternative. She still looked a little troubled. I don't know. He leaned his head until it pressed against hers. We're mech designers. Nothing more. It's not our job to psychoanalyze our client and correct his misconceptions. As professionals, we should abide by our competences and leave other matters to the professionals. If we want Vincent to become a better person, then he should seek help from a counselor or a psychologist. Should we refer him to one then? Nah. If Vincent has a problem with himself, he can ask for help on his own accord. Let's just leave him be and build the greatest toy that he can play with. Our work so far is already shaping up to be a remarkable mech. He wasn't lying. Now that they found some common ground, the Adonis Colossus had become increasingly more formidable. Once Gloriana cast aside her doubts, her enthusiasm for the project returned. She worked vigorously to make the Adonis Colossus the best toy for a boy like Vincent. Never mind that Vincent was a grown adult, and the Adonis Colossus was a fully functional war machine that could unleash a lot of devastation in the wrong hands. At their current design capability, the high complexity of the Adonis Colossus was hardly a problem. Not only were they both capable of designing compact and efficient internal architectures, they also had a lot of room to work with, allowing them to be even more unconstrained than usual. It's actually to our advantage that Vincent wants us to design such a beefy mech, Ves remarked. We can expand the mass and volume of the mech to the limits of the medium weight class. And due to our budget, this limit is a lot higher than usual, Gloriana added. There was no single mass or weight limit that defined whether a machine was a medium mech, a supermedium mech, or a heavy mech. The industry definition instead determined the weight class of a mech by a combination of factors that included both mass and acceleration. A fairly standard space-borne mech paired with a lackluster flight system possessed a much lower weight class limit than the same mech paired with a powerful flight system. This led to the phenomenon where more expensive flight systems considerably raised the weight class limit of mechs. As long as a mech accelerated fast enough to dodge a certain degree of enemy fire, then that mech was a medium mech. It didn't matter if the mech was heavier than the Aurora Titan. As long as its flight system was powerful enough to boost its acceleration to a respectable height, then it was no problem to label it as a medium mech. That hadn't quite happened with the Adonis Colossus. The Aurora Titan was a very hefty mech that moved and accelerated like a snail. Nonetheless, by pairing the Adonis Colossus with an expensive new generation flight system that offered considerably greater propulsion than last generation models, the mech offered considerably more capacity than they initially expected. The result was that the Adonis Colossus easily accommodated all of the weapon systems and other modules that ordinarily made every other mech crowded. A toy indeed, Ves murmured. Chapter 1649 Designing for Value. All of the intensive design work on the Adonis Colossus distracted them a bit from the deliverer. The latter design project received much less attention as Ves and Gloriana both became engrossed by combining their different views on Vincent's masculinity in their design project. They also enjoyed the relative freedom of choice they enjoyed by the mech's excellent capacity. Most second-class mechs are like this, she lectured to him. From what I've noticed from my time of working with you, cost, material capacity, and tech are far greater constraints in third-class mech designs. While our Adonis Colossus is not a second-class mech, its relatively high budget significantly closes the distance. Ves recognized her point. I guess why I'm a bit more reluctant to work on the Deliverer project. Its budget is much more constrained since I plan to make it cost as much as the Black Beak when I initially released it. Focusing everything on offense and neglecting every other priority has turned it into a very challenging design. Second-class mechs are so much more diverse and offer so many more capabilities and systems because they have the room to implement them all. When you can stuff many of the things you want in a second-class mech design, you need to adopt a different approach to design a successful mech. Instead of pursuing efficiency, you instead try to amplify their value. Ves recited one of her past lessons. Exactly. You can stuff all kinds of systems and modules in a second-class mech, but that doesn't mean the end product is useful. There are many clever mech designers in the hegemony and other second-class mech markets who mix and match complementary systems until they achieve an outcome that is more than the sum of its parts. Only such mechs are worthy to be sold on the market. In a way, there wasn't necessarily a difference between maximizing efficiency and amplifying the value of a mech. However, the implications of the two approaches lead to different outlooks on how to design a good mech. Maximizing efficiency emphasized being as sparing as possible. A mech had to fulfill its primary functions with the least amount of waste. Anything that did not contribute this had to be left out as much as possible. In a third-class mech market, this design approach covered almost every commercial mech. The only exemptions were super expensive custom mechs and expert mechs. Every other mech below a certain cost had to be good in what it did without carrying any deadweight. For this reason, the Bright Republic's mech market generally did not go wild with gimmicks. Many mech designers left them out entirely and preferred to strengthen the fundamental aspects of mechs as much as possible. This contrasted significantly when a mech designer wanted to design a mech for second-class mech markets. The improved tech and materials on hand, as well as the vastly higher budgets at a mech designer's disposal, opened up so many new possibilities. The key to designing a good second-class mech was to avoid getting lost by countless options and form a clear idea on what a mech had to accomplish. Starting with a basic mech type and mech concept, the mech designer's next step was to enhance their initial idea by adding various modules to augment its capabilities. For example, a second-class light skirmisher could be turned into a more elusive machine by adding modules that boosted its acceleration to a ridiculous degree in short bursts. Another mech designer might want to turn the light skirmisher into a more rounded mech by adding a small shoulder-mounted retractable gun barrel onto its shoulder. This allowed the mech to handle threats from afar and up close. Designing for value is an approach that emphasizes synergy, coordination, and coherence, Gloriana explained. We happen to have a lot of new generation component designs at our fingertips due to your association with the government. We should take full advantage of the broad catalog to see how we can enhance the performance of the Adonis Colossus in a targeted and deliberate manner. In other words, they should make use of the spare capacity to add a couple of fitting gimmicks to their mech design. VS studied their current so far. Right now, they already integrated the shoulder-mounted missile launcher and wrist-mounted nail drivers into the structure of the mech. Neither of the two systems demanded too much accommodation and were pretty much self-contained. That left plenty of spare capacity, some of which they already apportioned for additional ammunition and energy cells. The powerful flight system that enabled the Adonis Colossus inevitably consumed considerably more energy, though not to the point where it was too inefficient to bother. As Gloriana warned, the sheer amount of choices available momentarily overwhelmed VS. I rarely faced a situation where I have the luxury to add extra modules without paying a heavy price. I'm actually uncomfortable with this situation. My design instincts tell me it's better to use up the extra capacity on strengthening the core function of the mech, such as extra armor plating, or even more energy and ammunition to increase the deployment time of the mech. The latter was a very practical choice to VS. While it sounded boring, it might make a difference, as Vincent would be able to last at least twice as long on the battlefield without worrying about his mech running dry. His girlfriend didn't see it that way, though. The battles against the Sandmen don't necessarily last very long. Most of them turn out to be short-lasting, high-intensity confrontations that result in a lot of casualties. It's more important for the Adonis Colossus to achieve the greatest within 30 minutes than trying to keep up its battle effectiveness while most battles have already ended by this time. I get it. The marginal value of adding more energy and ammunition is small past a certain point. Depending on the circumstances, we can achieve greater improvement by devoting the spare capacity toward other modules. However, the question still remains what we should improve. They both considered this question for a moment. Since Gloriana was a lot more practiced in this approach, she answered first. We have to look at the concept of our mech design first. Leaving aside the issue of masculinity, the Adonis Colossus is a well-armored space-borne medium hybrid mech. Its armaments are predominantly ranged because the Adonis Colossus is primarily meant to be deployed against the Sandmen. It features high offense, high defense but low mobility. Our first choice is to determine which of these three areas we ought to improve. When VS looked at their mech design, he came up with several possible ideas. I've always been unsatisfied with the mobility of our mech. While its flight system is already powerful, it can barely make our mech keep up with the formation. Its sluggish acceleration and awful agility due to all of its mass will not do the mech any favors in high-speed encounters. Then how do you propose augmenting its mobility? The flight system we've selected already hits the sweet spot in terms of size, cost, and energy consumption. More powerful ones not only take up vastly more room, but also guzzle too much energy. For a mech that is primarily meant to be an inspiration and employed in frontal assaults, there is not much use to improve its mobility any further. Maybe so, but perhaps we can mount internal boosters along various points of the frame to add some extra dodging capability to the mech. They don't have to last very long. They just have to push hard and often enough to make the Adonis Colossus capable of dodging in different directions. Gloriana shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea either. The Adonis Colossus is so massive that it requires a lot of effort to alter its trajectory in space. The boosters will either have to take up too much space or use up far more fuel than normal, thereby shortening their uptime. He reluctantly agreed with her judgment. That still left them with a lot of choices, though not as much with regards to mobility. So in your opinion, it isn't worth it to augment its mobility at all? In this case, yes. That doesn't mean I disagree all of the time. If we were designing a second-class mech, we would have a lot more options at our disposal. There are augments that can temporarily reduce the mass of a mech by half, amplify the propulsion of the flight system at the cost of burning a lot of energy, and deployable space warping rails that can be deployed into a channel that significantly accelerates any mech that flies through this path. In short, there were too little viable choices available for third-class mech designs. After ruling out mobility, they turned to the other two areas. Considering the role of the Adonis Colossus, it's more useful to augment its defense than offense. Ves scratched his smooth-shaven chin. Gloriana concurred. The offensive contribution that an individual can make is extremely negligible when it is fighting alongside hundreds or even thousands of mechs and starfighters. Adding extra weapons or augmenting our mech's existing offensive capabilities by 30% or so will not shift the outcome of the battle at all. Besides, with Vincent's mediocre piloting skills, he won't be able to utilize the added deadliness to its full potential anyway. So that leaves defense. The intention of this commission is not to design the most combat-capable mech. It's to design a mech that impresses the public and shift their opinions. Don't forget that the government wants to integrate the former members of the BLM into mainstream society by employing Vincent as a role model. In order for the government to achieve the most out of him, the Adonis Colossus has to protect his life well enough to make him last the entire Sand War. Recently, the Sand War has escalated. The Sandmen have grown smarter and deadlier while constantly barraging our defenses with their fleets. Any encounter against the Sandmen is a harrowing affair that always results in at least some casualties. Sometimes the casualties amount to over 30% against particularly awful opposition. In this difficult situation, any mech pilot would be hard-pressed to preserve their lives. Only by piloting a better armored mech would a mech pilot be able to increase their chances of making it back alive. While the Adonis Colossus was already a well-armored mech that offered good protection to its mech pilot, Ves would never say no to extra defense. The only question was whether the options came at a price they were willing to pay. It's not that beneficial to add extra armor plating to our mech, Gloriana concluded. The armor system is quite substantial and it will weigh down our mech far too much if we fill up the extra capacity with armor plating. We'll have to find a way to augment our mech's defense without increasing its weight. It's too bad that polarization is not a viable option here. We'd have to design a mech as large and massive as the Aurora Titan, and that's not good. The Adonis Colossus has to retain at least some mobility. They had to resort to another defensive module that did not weigh the mech down that much. Ves came up with a suggestion. What about active ECM? It's possible, but not very efficient. However, the effectiveness of active ECM directly corresponds to how easy it is to detect a mech by itself. The Adonis Colossus is a big example of a medium mech, and it's too difficult for any ECM system to hide or reduce its signature. This was why stealth and active ECM systems were mainly utilized in lighter mechs. While those mechs offered less capacity than larger mechs, it was a lot easier to hide their signatures. Since active ECM was not a very good option here, what other defensive system could they employ to increase Vincent's odds for survival? Chapter 1650 Empty here. Meow. You're so cute, Lucky. Ves Larkinson grinned and embraced the cat. Ves is so lucky to have you. Do you think he'll buy me a mechanical cat like you for my birthday one day? Meow. While the sand war intensified, the Cloud Estate had become host to less Larkinsons than before. Many Larkinsons, whether retired or in the prime of their years, re-enlisted in the Mech Corps or volunteered in some other way. Even without the family explicitly exhorting them to do something, the Larkinsons embodied duty. All of the desolate soldiers fielded at the Cloud Estate and the Mech Nursery were pretty much redundant for the members of the family. Their heritage and expectations of their fellow relatives was enough to move them into action. The absence of so many Larkinsons made the Cloud Estate a lot less crowded. Nonetheless, the liveliness remained largely the same. Plenty of spouses of those serving in the Mech Corps remained behind. While they merely married into the Larkinson family, they already started to embody some of their virtues. Old, disabled, or tired veterans counted among those who remained behind as well. They had already sacrificed too much, and wouldn't be able to help much in the war anyway. Many of them preferred to pass on their wisdom and experience to the next generation of mech pilots at the Larkinson Basic Mech Academy. Their competence in teaching mech cadets had already won plenty of praise from their pupils. Naturally, the bulk of the Larkinsons left behind consisted of the youngest generation of Larkinsons. Many young Larkinson potentates moved to Cloudy Curtain in order to attend the Larkinson Basic Academy. Not only would they be able to receive the same level of focused, individual tutelage from all of the Larkinson veterans at the Cloud Estate, they also received excellent instruction at their family's own Mech Academy. The teaching conditions at Cloudy Curtain had become so good that most Larkinson potentates preferred to stay at the Cloud Estate rather than the old Larkinson compound at Rittersburg. Even though the capital planet of the Bright Republic was one of the most pleasant places to live on, attending an academy run by experienced Larkinson veterans beat many of the other prestigious Mech academies at Rittersburg. This was why children such as Ves Larkinson, who recently discovered that she was a potentate, resided at the Cloud Estate. In her opinion, Cloudy Curtain was a much better planet than Rittersburg. The Larkinsons and the LMC pretty much dominated Freslin. No one dared to despise the Larkinsons in this local area. In contrast, Rittersburg hosted many other powerful families and influences. Lainey felt suffocated whenever she visited a city or attended school. Meow. What's that, Lucky? You want more company? Meow. The cat thrusted a paw at a tree. More specifically, the person sitting emptily underneath it. Lainey immediately recognized the woman. That's our guest. Devia Stark was no stranger to the Larkinsons residing at the Cloud Estate. Ves practically dumped her on their laps without much of an explanation besides telling them that she was a foreign mech pilot who had lost her state to the Sandmen. No one made the initiative to approach Devia at first. However, the fearless Larkinson children eventually grew curious enough to approach the stranger. Right now, one of Lainey's youngest cousins toddled over to Devia. Afraid that the obviously traumatized veteran might hurt the young boy, Lainey walked over in order to make sure to protect him if necessary. Much to her relief, Devia did not react to the young child's presence. She merely looked up for a moment and grimaced. You shouldn't be here, kid. Why not? I don't want your company. You look lonely. Do you want a flower? With befuddled eyes, Devia accepted the flower that the boy clearly plucked from a nearby flower garden. When Lainey reached over to the boy, she watched Devia becoming increasingly more fascinated by the flower. The boy grinned. See? My parents told me that presents always make you happy. The older woman softened a little. Thank you. This is the first present I've received in years. You're a good kid. Yay! Madam Stark. How are you today? Lainey respectfully asked. Though the woman did not appear very notable, she carried the same air as the other veteran Larkinsons. In fact, now that she came close to Devia, she felt as if there was more to the foreign mech pilot than she initially realized. She grew curious. Devia's eyes raked over Lainey's academy uniform. You're a potentate? Yup. It's my dream to pilot a mech one day. That's admirable. I'm a Larkinson after all. We aren't true Larkinsons unless we serve in some way. That's not a healthy attitude. I've never encountered a group who is so eager to fight and bleed for others than your family. We're different, Lainey proudly exclaimed. Don't get me wrong, though. I'm not going to enlist in the Mech Corps. I've set my sights on the avatars of myth. I want to pilot the best mechs designed by the best mech designer of our family. You. I want to join the avatars too, the little boy echoed. Wait until you're 10, cousin. Don't set yourself up for disappointment. Lainey lectured him, though she had been secretly guilty of this as well. Just as expected, the boy stubbornly shook his head and scowled at her. I'll become a mech pilot for sure. As Lainey and the little kid argued with each other, Devia looked on with a hint of bemusement. The empty void in her mind stirred a little bit as she witnessed the two young kids tussle with each other. Sights like these happened every day as the rambunctious kids treated the gardens of the Cloud Estate as their own playground. Her heart couldn't help but warm each day she spent outside. Despite the depressing clouds that covered the skies, the cheer and exuberance from the Larkinsons were infectious. However, each time she was about to smile, the awful memories of the war reasserted themselves. The memories of losing her comrades, her commander, her home planet, and her entire state burned in her mind as if they were searing brands. The helplessness she felt at the time despite advancing to expert pilot was something that broke her utterly. If not for a passing evacuation ship that picked her up because they wanted the protection of another mech, she would have thrown herself against the Sandmen to join her comrades in the afterlife. A profound sense of weakness swept over her body, causing her to slump against the trunk of the tree. She never wanted to experience those harrowing events again. The Sandmen were too terrible to face, not because they were strong, but because they were heartless. Perhaps other aliens might enjoy slaughtering innocent humans, but the Sandmen didn't feel the way other sentients did. They were barely sentient at all, and people still weren't sure if they felt any emotions. One thing was clear to Devia. The Sandmen did not kill all of those humans at the border states because they liked it. They killed them because they were in the way. Nothing more. Her resentment against the Sandmen had reached a peak because of this. While most humans such as the Hexers and Friday Men were preoccupied with fighting against their own kind, too few were left to deal with the true threat. The dormant soldier within her wanted to come alive, but the crushing sense of loss and despair quickly squashed this impulse. She was too broken to fight anymore. While his rescuer mistakenly thought that she was an expert pilot, Devia knew better. She had barely been a demigod when she was at her peak, and she lost it all when she saw her state succumb to the Sandmen firsthand. A failure like her didn't deserve to be called a venerable. To Devia, another day went by without much change. Her mental scars stifled any attempts to rouse herself to fight her demons, and avenge her fallen comrades. Elsewhere on Cloudy Curtain, Leland met with Gavin at a cafe in downtown Freslin. Though no one should have realized it, the cafe was fully under the control of Flashlight. It was one of the many properties the spy agency prepared on the planet in order to keep an eye on VS and the LMC. "Hey," Gavin nervously greeted as he sat down on the other side of the circular table. "Is it all right to meet like this? You told us we're being tracked." "It's exactly because V's resident security experts are scrutinizing us that we have to meet. Do you really think you survived the recent firing spree because VS is ignorant of your hidden duties?" "What?" "We've analyzed your employer's behavior extensively. We can conclude with 90% certainty that VS is definitely aware of your associations with our organization." "Why didn't VS fire me, then? He terminated Mr. Alton's employment without remorse." "That's because he likes your company." Leland smiled. "You're not like the other workers, who are just names on a list to him. You're a confidant. He remembers your face. He appreciates your advice." "And that is reason enough to exempt me from getting the boot?" "Yup. That's how people work sometimes, Gavin." "That doesn't make any sense from what I know of VS. He's ruthless. I'm sure he's willing to stab his own mother in the back to get ahead." The Flashlight agent chuckled. "People are inherently contradictory, and those who are exceptional are even more so. Mech designers, especially those who have advanced far in their careers, are all abnormal. It comes with the profession. Normal mech designers never have what it takes to get very far. Those who want to become journeymen must balance between genius and madness." "That sounds just like VS. This is also why he's so successful. His design philosophy has received much attention from many factions and groups these days. Many of them are rather irritated that VS indiscriminately fired all of their spies and moles within the LMC. They wouldn't have been able to find much, anyway. Everyone knows the true secrets of the company are locked within V's mind. They know that, but they still hope that their agents would have picked up some clues." "So what now, Leland? My cover is blown. My time with VS has become increasingly more awkward. Lately, he's been consumed by his latest projects. I don't have much work to do now that Raymond Billingsley Larkinson has taken the helm of the company." "Oh, just because you're being put aside for a while doesn't mean your role has ended. VS will travel once more, and hopefully you will be able to accompany him as his dutiful assistant. Tell me, has he told you anything about participating in the invasion of the Red Ocean?" "Not really, but from what I've observed, he's definitely thinking about it," Gavin answered after a moment. "The Red Ocean is the perfect destination for his grand expedition. I think he's a lot more excited to mix in an entirely new dwarf galaxy rather than touring the settled star sectors of the Milky Way." "That's what we think as well. The question is whether he has the qualifications to pass through a Beyonder gate. Earning the astronomical amount of merits required to exchange a Beyonder ticket is beyond most people, including most of the respected seniors of our state. A journeyman should be even less capable." "He has Gloriana, though." "That's a good point," Leland replied. "While we don't think his chances of obtaining passage are very high, he can't be judged with common sense. In case he somehow manages to accomplish something that is out of reach to most of his colleagues, we need you to be in place to participate in his grand venture. Whether he remembers it or not, VS is still a brighter. Do you understand?" Gavin reluctantly nodded. "I understand. I'm not sure if I'll be with the LMC at the time, but I'll make sure that VS doesn't forget his roots.